Rattling the Cages. Oral Histories of North American Political Prisoners. Edited by Josh Davidson, with Eric King. Foreword. The contributors to this volume belong to a long lineage of resistance movements that have produced radical critiques and fundamental political challenges to government and society. From struggles against colonialism mounted by indigenous people and slave rebellions during past centuries to contemporary anti-racist mobilizations and unmitigated refusals to normalize violences inflicted on the environment and on women and non-binary people, these and other forms of resistance have defined the subjugated histories of North America. These and other collective repudiations of class, race, gender, sexual, and other hierarchies are linked to global efforts to guarantee more habitable and mutualistic futures for plant life and for animal life, including the humans who have been the source of so much destruction. Rattling the Cages calls upon us to imagine agents of history very differently from the ways we have been encouraged to think of powerful individuals as the motors of change. This collection of oral histories helps us to see political prisoners past, present, and future as representing the collective movements that imagine and fight for worlds with more expansive promises of freedom. They are our messengers, our dreamers, and our pioneers. They teach us that we do not have to accede to existing modes of organizing our collective existence. They remind us that there is life beyond racial capitalism, beyond heteropatriarchy, beyond the terrible web of carcerality, which they boldly critique even as it has captured their bodies. They are harbingers of the freedom to come. Let us celebrate those who have been able to join the ranks of those who are resisting outside the walls. Let us redouble our efforts to bring the others home so that they may join us in our quest to banish prisons and police from our world to come. Angela Y. Davis. Angela Y. Davis is Professor Emerita of History of Consciousness and Feminist Studies at UC Santa Cruz. An activist, writer, and lecturer, her work focuses on prisons, police, abolition, and the related intersections of race, gender, and class. She is the author of many books, including Angela Davis, an autobiography, Are Prisons Obsolete, and Freedom is a Constant Struggle. Preface. I want to really capture what their prison experience was like, what they really feel about support, so the next generation will know what their mothers and fathers went through. We cannot let those experiences go to waste. We cannot turn our backs on these people with apathy or indifference. We need to love them the way they loved the world enough to fight for it. Eric King. This book is the result of years of correspondence and conversation with anarchist political prisoner Eric King. While he was confined in some of the most brutal federal prisons across the U.S., Eric and I found comfort and affinity in reading books and discussing them. It was one way of building a relationship through prison bars. We were reading Say Nothing About the IRA, The Troubles, and former combatants sharing their stories, when he came up with the idea of interviewing political prisoners in order to bring voice to the experiences they endure in struggling to create a better world. 1. As we began this project, Eric had been held in solitary confinement for several years, facing an additional 20 years in prison after being assaulted by a guard and defending himself. He was eventually acquitted of assaulting an officer in a jury trial. Prior to all this, Eric had been held for a brief time at United States Penitentiary McCreary, where he was forced to face off against a violent white supremacist. Also at McCreary, Eric had the opportunity to share a cell for a few days with longtime political prisoner and anti-imperialist freedom fighter John Lahman. 2 The stories and experiences shared between the two during that short time were mutually enlightening. That brief time of solidarity in struggle between two committed political prisoners was an early impetus for this project. I reached out to as many current and former political prisoners and anarchist prisoners as I could find to understand why they were imprisoned and how they maintained their political convictions behind bars. This primarily included those confined for their politically motivated actions and a few who have become more politically conscious while imprisoned. As Sean Swain said in the pages that follow, there's no such thing as an apolitical prisoner. The state is a political construct, judges hold political office, prosecutors make political choices, criminal laws are passed by politicians. The act of caging a human being is a political one. To violate law, to say, I am above the state rather than the state being above me, is a political act. All prisoners are political. Some are more consciously so. 3. Those currently being held within the many prisons that cover these stolen lands were easier to locate than some of those who have since gained their freedom. Some did not want to talk about the time they did or are continuing to do behind bars. Some did not want their experiences shared publicly. Others were more than happy to share their stories of what they learned in prison. The conversations that follow show resilience, determination, and an unswerving commitment to the struggles for which these freedom fighters continue to fight. The principled resistance in the face of the unimaginably cruel and tortuous conditions they survive speaks volumes to their character. From former 60s and 70s radicals and Black Liberation Army militants to current anti-fascists, from nonviolent Catholic activists to Animal and Earth Liberation Front saboteurs, those interviewed in the following pages continue to fight for something better, whether on this side of the prison walls or the other. 4. Their stories and experiences also serve as shining examples of the inhumanity of the carceral system and the depravity that the state embraces to maintain power. The interviews here cover half a century of confinement in some of the most brutal, dehumanizing prisons on the planet. Some of those interviewed spent months or years confined in such places, while others spent decade after decade shipped between one hellish prison to another. Some of those included here may never return to life outside. The fact that these interviews are filled with love, compassion, concern, empathy, and hope with humanity itself shows that no level of carceral torture can kill the revolutionary hope for a better world. As we began this project, Eric was visited by his attorneys at the time. This is a brief snapshot of their dispatches from that visit. Eric is an anti-racist, anti-fascist anarchist serving a 10-year federal sentence for an act of protest over the murder of Michael Brown, an 18-year-old black man who was killed by police in Ferguson, Missouri, in 2014. He is scheduled to be released in 2023. In a federal prison system filled with racial segregation, white supremacist gangs, and brutal violence, Eric's time locked up has been the stuff of activists' nightmares. Some prison guards and white power prisoners work together to exact vengeance on prisoners like him, race traitors, LGBTQ individuals, and smaller framed people who are visibly proud of standing against fascism, as evidenced by their tattoos. Eric has been left in a cage by guards to be beaten or killed by the leader of an infamous white supremacist gang, framed, seriously beaten at least a dozen times, had his head split open by a guard and rendered unconscious, and was taken into a mop closet and punched multiple times in the face by a Bureau of Prisons lieutenant who screamed, "Terrorists killed my daughter," before throwing the first punch. Eric was then strapped to a metal bed in 4-point restraints while multiple guards beat him, and a captain used a shield to smother him while hissing, "I hope you get raped or beaten up at your next institution." And, sure enough, he did get beaten. While guards watched. Eric currently faces a federal criminal assault prosecution for allegedly punching the BOP lieutenant in self-defense. He has been waiting for a trial on the charge for almost 3 years now. If he is convicted, this hell may be prolonged for several more years. To those not familiar with the trials and tribulations of political prisoners, this sounds shocking. For those locked up, especially those incarcerated for political reasons and their loved ones on the outside, the inhumanity of the prison system is all too familiar. Individually examined, these instances of abuse and assault may appear to be the result of bad apples within the prison system. But viewed collectively, as this volume attempts to do, you see that the very system itself is a bad apple, rotten to the core. In the initial stages of this project, Eric wrote to me, "I want to dig deep and ask the questions that I think would be helpful to those in the future and teach us how they've navigated this shitty world." Here are those answers. Josh Davidson, Eugene, 2023. Josh Davidson is an abolitionist involved in numerous projects, including the Certain Days, Freedom for Political Prisoners Calendar Collective and the Children's Art Project with political prisoner Oso Blanco. Josh also works in communications with the Zen Education Project, which promotes the teaching of radical people's history in classrooms and provides free lessons and resources for educators. He lives in Eugene, Oregon. 1. The Irish Republican Army was an Irish paramilitary organization that fought for a united Ireland. Their battles with the British state were most intense in the 1970s and 1980s, a period commonly referred to as the Troubles. Patrick Radden, Say Nothing, a true story of murder and memory in Northern Ireland. 2. John Lawman was a political prisoner for over 40 years due to his involvement in direct actions carried out by the anti-imperialist underground organization the United Freedom Front. John's story is included here. 3. Sean Swain is an anarchist prisoner, writer, and organizer who has been wrongly imprisoned since 1991. Sean's story is included here. 4. The Black Liberation Army was an underground, revolutionary black nationalist organization in the 1970s and 1980s that fought back against the institutional racism and violence of the U.S. government. The Animal Liberation Front and the Earth Liberation Front are international direct action movements that operate clandestinely in support of animal liberation and the earth, respectively. See glossary. Acknowledgements. Eric's acknowledgements. This book was a labor of love and also risk. I thank all those inside who showed solidarity. Their stories may never be in print, but they suffered all the same. I can't fully describe the amount of work Josh put into this book. He carried so much of the work that it probably injured his ankle. He took my dream and created a reality. I am blessed to have such great pals and comrades. I want to also give gratitude to my wife, who has been a constant source of love and happiness. And also those comrades who assisted in other ways, helping to locate contact info, helping with interviews, and so on. Thank you to everyone who supported our project in any way. The life of the political prisoner is often categorized into two different topics: what their crime was and how bad they've suffered, almost fetishizing the horrors those inside have had to live through and with on a daily basis. One of the goals of this project was to look beyond that. What were birthdays like? What were friendships like? We wanted to honor the fact that life doesn't stop when you're inside. There are still joys and disappointments, heartbreaks, and victories. We also wanted to give those political prisoners a chance to tell it in their words, to represent their lives however it felt best. Prison is a really shitty place, and it felt really important to document how ethical people navigated such an unethical environment. I'm inspired by the people inside these pages, and I am extremely grateful that they've shared their time and experiences with us. There will be future political prisoners and abolitionists who will benefit greatly from the stories inside, and hopefully many others will be moved to join the liberation struggle. Our goal was to honor the lives of those inside. To hold their experiences for future generations, to show that not only does what they went through matter, they too matter. Solidarity to all inside, those who made it out and those who didn't. Thank you. Until all are free. Anarchy always, down left arrow, down left arrow, down left arrow everywhere. Eric King from A Cage at Florence ADX, 2022. Josh's acknowledgements. This project would not have been possible were it not for the participation of many willing, generous, and radical people. First and foremost, love and solidarity to Eric King for the idea, the inspiration, and the continued friendship. Love and solidarity also to David Gilbert, not only for his participation in this project but also for introducing me to the world of political prisoner support. I've been involved ever since knocking his book No Surrender off the shelf at the recently opened Red Emma's bookstore and coffee shop in Baltimore in 2006 and proceeding to sit there and read it all afternoon. His friendship and unrelenting encouragement has transformed my life and made possible so many treasured relationships. Welcome home, brother. The connections and affiliations that allowed this project to bloom deserve tremendous gratitude here. While I write to many people locked up behind bars, I relied on several people's personal and professional contacts in order to get the participation of a wide array of political dissidents. Thank you to Ishna Ali, Dan Berger, Frida Berrigan, Susie Day, Raj, Jason Hammond, Wailida Imaricia, Naomi Jaffe, J. GJ, Bonnie Kernis, Elisa Lee, Daniel McGowan, Luis Alejandro Molina, Bill Fenlock, Leslie James Pickering, Cassandra Shaler, Donna Wilmot, and the Fire Ant Collective for making connections and encouraging your contacts to consider participating in this project. Thank you too to Farhan Ahmed, Sandra Freeman, Eric McBay, Josh McPhee, Hector Rodriguez, and Baynard Woods for your help and encouragement along the way. A big thank you to my fellow Certain Days Collective members for your constant inspiration and for your continued support of this project. My heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of the amazing contributors included here, not only for your tireless commitment to struggling for something better but also for trusting me and allowing me to help amplify your voices. I am forever grateful to AK Press for their encouragement of this project from the beginning and for bringing Eric's idea into fruition. The support of Eric's partner, Rochelle, and the anarchist Black Cross folks have also been instrumental in realizing this book. I cannot thank Pat Korkin and Amy Schwartz enough for their expert editing, and for having the patience and taking the time to provide insights on bringing this all together. My deepest gratitude and love to Sarah Falconer for writing the introduction and to Angela Y. Davis for writing the foreword. Their words not only provide context but offer decades of experience in combating incarceration and supporting those still behind bars. I want to thank my family and friends, my mom and my sister particularly, for their continued support and reassurances along the way. And, last but not least, to Danielle, this book would not have been possible without you. Thank you for your zealous encouragement, for jumping into the tedious work of transcribing interviews, for helping me conceptualize what stories and what experiences needed to be shared, and for listening to my ramblings and ideas over the several years it took to make this anthology you're now holding in your hands. And to Miles, our feline friend and constant co-conspirator, who sat by my side through each of the interviews but didn't make it long enough to lay upon the finished book. Any errors, inconsistencies, or omissions are mine and mine alone. None are free until all are free. Josh Davidson, Eugene, 2023. Introduction. I first read the words of people in prison in the pages of the punk zine Maximum Rock'n'Roll. I felt the spark of human seeking connection with the world outside, and I wrote back. Around the same time in 2001, a renewed movement was growing against capitalism and towards a better world. I saw activists arrested during protests, from the World Trade Organization in Seattle to the Summit of the Americas in Quebec. When friends were helped by an ABC chapter in Genoa, Italy, I learned about the group and their work to support political prisoners being held around the globe. It was those early letters that drew me into a conversation that has lasted for decades about how to fight repression, learn the lessons from our histories, and contribute to a different vision of society. I felt that spark again, the excitement of hearing back from people I'd read about, and getting to know them. I realized that I could play a small part in raising their voices. Those letters helped shape my political development. I was hearing about the history of civil rights movements from the people who had led them, members of the Black Panther Party, American Indian Movement, anti-racist and anti-war organizers, and more. And that's the beauty of the book you're holding now. You will hear firsthand from people who have participated in struggles for social justice throughout generations. I love that it's an oral history, because it feels like a conversation. It's an eye-opening glimpse of the day-to-day realities of people inside. It's a powerful call to action. As political prisoner Eric King, who helped lead these interviews from prison, says, I realize how important outside support is more and more every day. With every new restriction, I see why the Bureau is so terrified of seeing people backed by real support. Even though I haven't had mail in over a year, some folks really turned up for me, refusing to let me be buried and forgotten. Throughout the years, I worked with many people across North America to disseminate the words of prisoners. We found many ways to collaborate, by mail, over the phone, over a shared bag of salty chips during a prison visit. We worked together on wonderful projects and events, From prison radio in Montreal to demonstrations outside of jail walls to festive holiday card writing parties. The Certain Days, Freedom for Political Prisoners calendar gave me a chance to work with Herman Bell, David Gilbert, and Zenocli, and Robert Seth Hayes. As Herman often reminds us, if you don't have a Certain Days calendar in your home or in your office or wherever you happen to be hanging out, consider yourself a square. With editor John Lohman, I helped to produce For Struggle Mag, a print and online zine for prisoners and outside supporters. John's idea was to create an outlet for political prisoners on themes including capitalism, racism, war, and imperialism. We ended up with thousands of prison subscribers across the US and Canada who contributed to the dialogue in unexpected and inspiring ways, bringing questions of feminism, hip-hop, and more to our readers. Whether the people you'll hear from in this book went inside as political prisoners or became engaged while imprisoned, they are organizers, contributing to ongoing struggles and sharing radical critiques. They know too well the lengths the state will go to maintain control. They often need help with resources, combating censorship, and finding platforms for their words, which is something many of us on the outside can give. As abolitionists, we have an opportunity to bring them into our everyday lives and organizing, not just into prison solidarity groups and publications. Beyond the political lessons, the accounts in this book are so important to read as testimonies to life in prison. Almost every person in this book reflects on the importance of outside support, in helping them to stay connected to their families and communities, and even to stay alive. It's important on an individual level, but also as part of larger abolition movements. Former political prisoner Donna Wilmot puts it well, the fact that the movements for abolition to defund the police, to end mass incarceration, to abolish ICE are gaining so much strength opens up possibilities to strengthen the work to support folks inside. Most of the people featured in these pages are based in the US. Here in Canada, Black and Indigenous people are incarcerated at higher rates, with inhumane conditions throughout the system. The First Nations people of Wet'suwet'en and other nations have been targeted for protecting their land from exploitation. Prisoners' Justice Day has been observed since August 10, 1976, a hunger strike and a day of mourning starting with Eddie Nalon, who died in prison in Millhaven, Ontario, while in segregation. Today in Ontario, we are facing a prison expansion that calls for strong action. We need to support and amplify these struggles. Anne Hanson's chapter offers a unique perspective on Canadian prisoners and in particular the situation for women in prison. She says, having support is one of the main reasons that people don't get abused. It is important to try to develop direct communication with prisoners. I do feel that we have a responsibility to support people in prison and to work to dismantle this unjust system. But beyond that, we also gain so much from the relationships we build with each other. At times I have felt even more supported by my friends inside than the other way around. This work is tangible. It keeps me grounded and keeps me committed to struggle even when I'm feeling frustrated and burned out. To this day, I still feel the spark of connection often when I need it most. While being interviewed with my dear friend Daniel McGowan, who served 7 years as part of the Green Scare cases and is featured in this book on the Which Side podcast, we were referred to as elders. We laughed, it was surprising to hear but sort of true. But if we have wisdom to impart, it's because we've had many years of working together with the elders from our own movements. This book is so important, bringing together perspectives from different generations, movements, places, and lives. I hope you'll feel moved to pick up a pen, because there's no replacement for that direct conversation. Thank you to all of the contributors and to Josh and Eric for the years of dedication and work to collect all of these stories, even in the midst of abuses and barriers to communication. We must let our friends inside know that they're not forgotten and that we're here to fight for them. Sarah Falconer, Hamilton, Ontario, 2022. Sarah Falconer is a writer, editor, and digital strategist who works with nonprofits. She has been creating publications with prisoners since 2001. Sarah lives with her awesome family in Hamilton, Ontario, the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. Don. A. Wilmot. Donna Wilmot has been intimately involved in radical causes since a young age. In 1969, she traveled to Cuba as part of the first contingent of the Vence Ramos Brigades. 5. Donna worked with numerous groups to implement revolutionary change and was supportive of political prisoners before her own arrest. In 1985, Donna and others were arrested in connection with a planned escape attempt of Puerto Rican political prisoner Oscar López Rivera. 6. In 1994, after spending 9 years underground, she and her co-defendant turned themselves in, and Donna subsequently served 27 months in prison at MCC Chicago and FCI Dublin, followed by 6 months in a halfway house in San Francisco. Since her release, she has worked tirelessly to abolish solitary confinement and ensure that younger generations continue efforts for radical change. She is a mentor with the N. Braden Anti-Racist Organizer Training Program and a member of the Catalyst Action Fund, which promotes racial justice through elections and civic engagement. P. Risen Life. When I first arrived in prison, I was mentally prepared on some level. I was clear about my political stance and had a lot of support from my family and political community. I had a lot of anxiety about what it would mean to leave my 4-year-old daughter, and that was certainly the most difficult part of my experience. The early days of separation from her were particularly hard until I was able to see her on a regular basis. Adapting to a prison routine itself wasn't especially difficult, but the structure of controlled movement was quite challenging. The misogynistic culture of the prison was hard emotionally, routinely being called bitches and whores by the guards, getting pat-searched by male guards after every meal, having a light shined in my face in the middle of the night every night, and knowing male guards had access to my cell, getting strip-searched after every visit. These were some of the hardest day-to-day things that I never got used to. They were designed to humiliate you and wear down your spirit. The most helpful routines for me were centered on walking the yard every day before going to my job and participating in yoga and meditation classes, as offered. I usually wrote letters, made phone calls, or visited with other prisoners in my unit after dinner. I had a very short sentence, so I can't say I ever lost hope about my personal situation of incarceration. Which is not to deny the struggle against hopelessness I sometimes feel when I think of climate catastrophe, the violence of white supremacy, unending wars, the tremendous suffering people experience all over the world, the things that call us to the movement in the first place. I have a post-it over my desk that says, "How can I be a good ancestor?" which helps me deal with feelings of hopelessness. Knowing that I likely will not live to see so many of the things I hope for, but, in the scheme of things, that doesn't matter. Being in the struggle, doing what I can from where I am is what I can do right now. My happiest moments were in the visiting room, especially with my partner and daughter. I'll always remember the day she came to visit and showed me that she was learning to read. It was incredibly emotional. I was so proud of her, and I also felt that I was missing so much of her day-to-day growth. I loved it when she could meet some of the other women I was doing time with. It seemed to make prison seem less scary for her, knowing that I had friends inside. It's also worth noting that the happiness of those visits was followed by emotional wipeouts. I'd go back to my cell and sleep for a very long time. And my partner said our daughter would often throw up as soon as they left the prison, then sleep all the way home. I learned to type. I learned to crochet so I could make things for my daughter. I learned to make enchiladas out of Doritos and fry onions and an iron. I had one friend inside who was dying. We had an informal healthcare team of fellow prisoners who brought her food, massaged her, wrote letters for her, helped her with hygiene, and so on, until she was too ill to stay in the unit. Being able to support her in a collective way was really important to her and to all of us. But no one should have to die in prison away from family and friends outside. It's inhumane and heartless. My sentence was short, but, even in that time, things got worse. It seemed that whenever there was a new warden they had to make their mark and let everyone know there was a new sheriff in town. When I first arrived at FCI Dublin, we were allowed to wear some of our own clothing. Then that was taken away and we all had to wear these hideous uniforms. Then there were more restrictions regarding phone use. Important programs like meditation and yoga were cancelled for being too soft on criminals. The prison was really overcrowded. Long-termers I knew had it the hardest. They went from having single cells to being 3 people in a cell built for one. That was hard enough if you were doing a short sentence, and really awful for people who were doing decade. Yes, inside. Many of the long-term prisoners talked about the negative effects of a criminal injustice system based on people testifying against each other in court, the way that it breaks an older code of conduct in which snitching was not accepted. It makes it so much harder for prisoners to trust each other in big and small ways. When a young woman in the cell next to me committed suicide after learning that her boyfriend gave evidence against her, I was shocked to my core. I don't think I was prepared for the level of psychological violence of the whole system, not only imprisonment but also the whole criminal injustice system. Seeing a young woman who had just given birth return to her cell wearing a hospital gown and slippers, no baby in her arms, looking like the world had ended for her. This is one of those images that stays with me years later, the utter cruelty of it. Organizing with other women inside kept us connected to our communities outside and was one of the things I felt best about. Organizing around HIV/AIDS, supporting women inside who were recently diagnosed, and organizing education and prevention efforts. Another example, in 1995, there was a period of white supremacist attacks on black churches in the South. Many were burned and reduced to rubble. Led by the black women inside, we were able to have a faith-based event in the chapel. Then we organized a walkathon in the prison yard to raise money to rebuild the churches. We were able to raise money from family and friends outside as well as getting contributions from each other inside. People were extremely generous. We raised thousands of dollars. It was so important that we could do something concrete to connect people inside with the struggle of the black community outside. One struggle, one fight. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I think that racial violence per se is much less common in women's prisons than in men's. Some white women tended to keep to themselves, but interracial friendships were common, and I never had a problem with my friendships with women and trans folks of color. I don't think I was aware of the level of white privilege I would still have inside. It was not a case of all of us being in the same oppressive boat. Very soon after I arrived, the unit manager wanted to change my job from working in the kitchen to being a tutor because I had been to college. It became clear that almost everyone who worked in education was white. After talking with my comrades, I asked to finish my 3-month kitchen duty that everyone was required to do. And while some of the guards clearly disliked those of us who were political prisoners, I know that some of the staff, particularly in the education department, treated me more respectfully than they did the women of color. I was fortunate to be able to do my time with several other political prisoners. At Dublin, I was with Puerto Rican freedom fighters Lucy Rodriguez, her sister Alicia Rodriguez, Carmen Valentin Perez, Dulcia Pagan, Haiti Torres, Ida McRae from the Black Liberation Struggle, and anti-imperialist prisoners Marilyn Buck, Laura Whitehorn, and Linda Evans. 7. They were all doing very long sentences, some sentenced to 80 years or more. I was able to develop friendships with some of them that have lasted to this day. The prison administration was very wary of the political prisoners and our impact on other prisoners, but we found a way to do organizing that benefited fellow prisoners, like the creation of plays, Started by Linda Evans. After my release from prison, I was not able to visit them, but I was able to participate in the campaign to free the Puerto Rican political prisoners, and I helped start a support committee for Marilyn. Lukey. NG forward. I've been really fortunate to have support from most of my family and my political community. That support, especially from comrades who invited my partner and daughter to live with them during my incarceration, was essential to my ability to do my time. Honestly, I don't think I realized how much my family and other supporters gave of their time and energy until I was released and started to undertake support for both political and social prisoners myself. How much energy went into every visit, taking phone calls, raising money for commissary, responding to requests for this book or that article, legal help. It's easy for people to underestimate how central it is to support the families of incarcerated people as well as the incarcerated person. Loved ones really do the time as well, and it's not easy to grasp that for lots of people. While there always is a core of people who support political prisoners, I think largely our movements have failed to build the same kind of strong support that you see in many places, for instance, the Palestinian struggle or the Irish struggle. In those movements, support for political prisoners is seen as totally central. There are many reasons for this. The lack of clarity about the nature of the state and the necessity of resistance is certainly any reason. I also think the divide between supporting those who go to prison for political reasons and those who are inside because of capitalism, colonialism, misogyny, etc., has not been helpful to us. I think we should be making those connections to shine light on the nature of the system as a whole. The fact that the movements for abolition, to defund the police, to end mass incarceration, to abolish ICE are gaining so much strength opens up possibilities to strengthen the work to support FAL's inside. I also think making intergenerational connections is so important. There are still many political prisoners who have been inside for decades who we have not been able to get released. And there is a new generation of political prisoners, and there will be more. While people come out of different movements, it's important that we see the connections, the legacy of resistance. No movement can grow if it can't support the people who are willing to take risks to change things. I think one of the most important things for surviving and thriving in prison is to keep coming back to who you are and why you're committed to a vision of a different world. Prison is designed to crush your spirit, so trying to find small daily acts that help you resist the ways the state tries to get inside your mind is so important. I'm not suggesting that people won't get depressed, won't have really difficult periods of time, that's human. Try to remember that you're not alone, that people before you have taken this path that involves sacrifice, and more people will. That people all over the world have given so much to birth a more humane world. As Marilyn Buck said, they call me an enemy of the state, so I know I must be doing something. NG right. I keep thinking about the number of political prisoners who have died inside these last few years, feeling those tremendous losses, and feeling deep gratitude for those who support political prisoners and work tirelessly for their release. 5. The Vence Ramos Brigades are an international solidarity effort first orchestrated between Students for a Democratic Society and the Cuban government in 1969. Volunteers labor alongside Cuban workers as an act of solidarity to combat U.S. embargoes. 6. Oscar Lopez Rivera is a Puerto Rican freedom fighter who was a political prisoner for over 30 years due to sedition charges for his involvement in the Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional Puertorriqueña, a clandestine paramilitary organization that fought for Puerto Rican independence. Oscar's story is included here. 7. Lucy Rodriguez, Alicia Rodriguez, Carmen Valentin Perez, Dulcia Pagan, and Haiti Torres are Puerto Rican freedom fighters who were political prisoners for decades due to sedition charges based on their involvement in the FALN. Ida McRae was imprisoned for her involvement in a plane hijacking in 1972, and after her release she founded Families with a Future, an organization devoted to providing support for the children of incarcerated mothers. Marilyn Buck, Linda Evans, and Laura Whitehorn are anti-imperialists who were imprisoned as part of the resistance conspiracy case. See glossary. Laura and Linda's stories are included here. Jam. E.S. Kilgore. James Kilgore was a member of the Symbionese Liberation Army and was indicted along with other members for participation in a bank expropriation in which a person was killed. 8. He evaded arrest and spent the next 27 years underground, mainly living and teaching in Zimbabwe and South Africa with his wife and 2 children. He was arrested in 2002 in South Africa, extradited to the US, and subsequently spent 6.5 years behind bars. Before being extradited to the US, he spent 6 weeks in jails and prisons in South Africa. Jim then spent 19 months in federal pretrial custody at FCI Dublin, another 19 months at USP Lompoc, and then was transferred to the California prison system, where he served the remainder of his sentence at Duell Vocational Institute and High Desert State Prison in Susanville, California. Since his release, he continues to be involved in social justice and abolitionist causes. He is the director of the Challenging Incarceration Project at Media Justice and the co-director of First Followers Reentry Program in Champaign, Illinois. Jim has published 2 nonfiction books since being released. Understanding Mass Incarceration, A People's Guide to the Key Civil Rights Struggle of Our Time. And Understanding Incarceration, Electronic Monitoring, the Surveillance State, and the Future of Mass Incarceration. He also wrote 3 novels while imprisoned. We Are All Zimbabweans Now. Prudence Couldn't Swim. And Freedom Never Rests, a novel of democracy in South Africa. P. Risson Life. I became politicized in 1969 and 1970 at UC Santa Barbara, the time of the national strike around the invasion of Cambodia and local students' strikes around the firing of a professor. That culminated in the burning of the Bank of America in Santa Barbara, which I didn't actually participate in. I was there earlier in the evening as part of the demonstrations, but then I went home, and later that night they burned down the bank. What ensued after that was really the imposition of some kind of martial law, state of emergency in the student community. We ended up having the National Guard going up and down our streets in armored personnel carriers and so forth. We had a curfew, and that was really a game changer for me in terms of giving me an understanding of how the state was prepared to engage with protesters who sort of went beyond the boundaries that they felt were acceptable. This direct confrontation with the armed might of the state was a really big turning point. For me. After I graduated in 1969, I bounced around in different kinds of political stuff. I stayed in Santa Barbara for a little while, then moved to Los Angeles for about a year and a half, and then I went and lived in Berkeley and North Oakland from 1971 to 1975. A couple people from my neighborhood in North Oakland were involved in a group called the Revolutionary Army. 9. They did bombings of anti-war targets, and I let them use our address for their fake IDs and stuff, but I wasn't involved directly in their activities. They got arrested in 1972, and I visited them a lot in prison. So this was a connection between me and people who were engaging in armed struggle. I had kind of a political blank spot there in late 1972, 1973. I was doing a little work at the Berkeley Tenants Union and Free Clinic, but the movement was receding then, and I was trying to figure out my next steps. Then we had the kidnapping of Patty Hearst in 1974. I knew one of the people that was involved in that, Angela Atwood, who was a friend of my partner at the time, Kathleen Solia. When Angela and the 5 others got burnt alive by the police in LA on May 17, 1974, the 3 remaining members of the SLA Bill and Emily Harris and Patty Hearst came to my partner's workplace and asked for help. They had something like $70 and an old car, and we basically started doing whatever we could to raise resources for them, to help them survive what was certainly at the time the most intense person hunt. In memory. Now I don't want to go into a whole lot of details of what happened there, but I ended up getting involved in some bank robberies, in one of which a woman was killed. Then, in September 1975, Bill and Emily and Patty Hearst, along with a couple of other people involved, were arrested. But I was actually working at the time, so I managed to escape, and I went underground for what turned out to be 20 Ven. Years. I spent a lot of that time living in Seattle, in Milwaukee, and Minneapolis. I was involved in above-ground activities in those cities under pseudonyms. I was involved in the anti-apartheid movement, in particular, and that led me to make friends with a lot of people from Zimbabwe. So when Zimbabwe became independent in 1980, they invited me to come and live in Zimbabwe and teach in the schools there. I had some forged documents and I managed to get in and teach school there, basically from 1982 to 1991. Then I moved to South Africa, where I worked in a school that provided support for people who had been involved in the political struggle, who were trying to get into historically white universities. Then, later on, I became involved in doing a lot of education for trade unions. Up until 2002, the time when I was arrested, I was married, and I had 2 kids, one born on the day Nelson Mandela came out of prison in 1990 and the other one was born in 1994. 10. I always had support. I was lucky. I got arrested in South Africa. In South Africa, half the government of South Africa at that time had been in prison, so the idea that I had taken up arms in the US, that was kind of a plus. I can still remember in the jail there seeing these guys at the other end of the hallway. They looked at me, and they gave me a fist, and they said, "All of South Africa supports you." Since I was politically involved in South Africa, I had tremendous support, and my family had tremendous support, from the people that I worked with, people in the unions, people in the community, and from personal friends. One of the national cabinet members whom I knew made a statement to the press calling me a hero of the poor. We also had a lot of friends who we shared childcare with. So there was an incredible network of support for my partner and my kids. To show you how different the tone was there, the principal of the school where our youngest son went sent a letter home to all the parents in the school when I got arrested saying, "Lonnie's father's been arrested. This is a very hard time for him. Show him all the love you can." I'd been on the run for 27 years, so it was not a surprise to get arrested. It's almost like death, you know it's going to come but you don't know when. So, when it comes it's not like, "Oh gee, I'm arrested, what a surprise." No. I had a certain mental preparation for it. Plus I had a lot of support, and my family had a lot of support, so that wasn't too traumatic. What was traumatic was landing in High Desert State Prison and getting acquainted with the system of racial segregation and white supremacy in the California state prison system. That was the most traumatic part of my prison incarceration, the shock of the dominance of white supremacy in those prisons. It's terrible. Because everything in the California state prison system is racially segregated, including cell assignments, you're forced to just engage with these white supremacists and find ways to coexist with them and to follow some of the insane rules of the prison. Like not sharing food with people of so-called other races. You can't sit at certain tables. You can't use certain cell phones. You can't use certain showers. All that kind of stuff. It was just terrible. I figured out how to buy a little bit of space, how to navigate the segregation, and how I could connect to Black, Latinx, and other people of color in the population. But it was always tense and problematic. The worst part about that was when I landed in High Desert, I came on the bus, and I got put in a gym with a bunch of people, including these 2 guys that came on the bus with me. We kind of struck up a friendship on the bus ride, and I sat at a table with them, so I started telling them I had been in South Africa. They were kind of interested in that. Then they said, "Is your wife white or black?" And I said, "My wife is black." They both said, "We didn't have this conversation. Don't ever tell anybody that here. You will be killed if they find out." That was incredibly traumatic. I couldn't have my family come and visit. It was just a horrible, horrible kind of feeling of powerlessness, betrayal, and feeling like I was forced to make these brutal compromises. I was unsure whether I should just go ahead and do it and take what came. That was the worst part about prison by far. That was the California State Pre-On system. I wouldn't say I lost hope. Because I had a date, right, and the day wasn't that far away. When I was in the feds, I was walking down the hallway, talking to one of the guys who was in the unit across from me, and he said, "You know, I've got 31 years, and I got the shortest sentence in my unit." I sat there going, "Oh shit, I'm not gonna whine about this 6.5 that I've got." So I didn't lose hope. I had a history. I had all those years of being educationally and politically involved, so I had a determination that I was gonna get out and was going to fight the system that was keeping everybody down. I also had my family to look forward to, spending time with my children, my mother, and my partner, experiencing the love I knew they had for me and giving it back. Besides, I was determined when I got out that I would keep being a fighter. That's how I lived my life for all those years, so I knew how to do that. And now I had this other experience, so I had to figure out how to process that experience to turn it into some kind of capital that I could use in terms of organizing. There were few moments of happiness inside, but there is one that sticks out. When I was in high desert, I worked as a teacher's aide. Basically what that usually means is that you get to grade all the papers. The teacher that I worked under was okay. I think she had an interest in trying to see people get some form of education. I had a lot of conversations with her, and she recognized that I had some educational experience. So one day she was teaching math, and she was a shitty math teacher. She wasn't one of those mathematically minded people. She just stopped in the middle of the lesson and said, "Mr. Kilgore, why don't you come up and teach the rest of the math class?" So I got up there, and I had fun with it. This was around the 2008 economic crisis. When I was in South Africa, I did a lot of popular education for unions and committee organizations around issues of political economy, what was happening with the World Bank and structural adjustment, and so on. I did a lot of workshops on free trade and privatization and intellectual property rights. I was used to breaking it down, because in South Africa and especially for the working classes, English is a third or fourth language. If you're gonna talk academic English, nobody's gonna understand a word you're saying. I asked the teacher if I could do some kind of workshop here, some stuff on economics and the economic crisis. And she said, "Yeah. Okay." I proposed doing a basic presentation and then breaking the groups up into 4 groups. One was the officials of the World Bank, the second one was heads of African states, the third was some global corporate body, and the fourth one was the US government. I wanted to set up a debate. A pseudo-un General Assembly discussion with each of those groups presenting their position around the economic reforms that were coming up and trying to fight for their position. A role play activity. She told me, "Yeah, we can do that, but when you do these groups, you know you've got to break them up by race." And I said I wasn't going to do that. Then she talked about some of her experiences of trying to do something like that on another yard, and how they threatened to kill her, and all that kind of shit. I said, "I'll tell you what, I'm going to go around to everybody in this class and I'm going to tell them what I'm going to do. I'm going to get them to agree to have these groups." So I did, and everybody agreed to it. Then we just had this amazing workshop where people really got into it. We had this great debate, where you had these white supremacists acting as if they were the head of some African nation and arguing convincingly for their position. Then one of these white supremacist guys told me the following week, I had a visit this week, and my family started talking about the economy. I started explaining to them how the economic crisis came up, and who was benefiting from it, and how all that worked. They just sat there and looked at me, like, how the hell did you learn all this shit in prison? That was a pretty good moment as a popular educator. The name of the college I used to work at was called Kenya College, so I just said I took the kind of Kenya College methodology into the prison in High Desert, and it worked. I never wrote fiction before I went to prison. I basically taught myself how to do it. When I was in the prison in Lompoc in the library, they had a series of books from Writer's Digest on how to write fiction. There was a volume on character development, one on setting, one on plot structure, etc. I had written a draft of a novel, and I sent it off to a friend of mine who had just finished a PhD in literature, and I asked her to respond to it. When she responded to it, she said, "This isn't a novel. The characters are flat, your plot doesn't work, blah blah blah." Everything was totally wrong with it. So, I hated on her for a few days, and then I decided, well, maybe I better try to figure out how to do this better. I found these books in the library and read them all from cover to cover. By the time I finished reading those, and also read a lot of other novels, I began to think like a novel writer, rather than a non-fiction writer. That's really what I learned. I think what I was prepared for the least was how passive people were and how few critical thinkers there were in the population. There were very few people who engaged in any kind of critical, intellectual life, or even really stood up to authority. I was pretty shocked at how compliant most people were. I felt a lot of them had really reactionary positions in regard to prison. There was a lot of blaming other people in the population, rather than being at all sympathetic to the fact that this is a structural issue. You're in these fucking hellhole prisons, and people do weird shit, so why do you want to make fun of them or blame them for being weak or some shit when really it's the whole system that's the problem? I mean, maybe I still had some romantic George Jackson visions or something when I landed in prison, but I didn't find that to be much a part of the reality. 11. I think it's probably a little bit different now, as of the past few years, but, of course, the racial shit was absolutely horrific. Probably the proudest thing I had was just the fact that I developed this capacity to write and was able to keep writing. The situation wasn't very conducive to doing it. I think that would be it. I mean, I wish I could say that I organized strikes and did all kinds of shit like that to mobilize people, but the tenor wasn't there. The political consciousness wasn't there to make that shit happen. The racial divisions were so intense in the state that you couldn't really bridge that gap. I think if I had been doing a longer sentence, I might have had a different attitude toward it, but my position really was, I know myself, I know when I get out of here I'm going to do something useful, and I'm not going to let myself get all fucked up in here over some bullshit that I can't change, especially when I'm just reacting to stuff out of frustration rather than in a way that's going to have an impact on the way things are run. It's also a rationalization for not doing certain things, but I feel like there's an element of realism to it. That's the way it was. Since then, with the hunger strikes and popular awareness about the prison industrial complex, things are different. When I was locked up, we didn't even know the term mass incarceration. Michelle Alexander hadn't written The New Jim Crow. We had Critical Resistance and Jericho and a few others, but they were small and didn't have the influence or presence that the movements for prison reform and abolition have today. 12. No Black Lives Matter. Most importantly, formerly incarcerated people were just beginning to organize in the early 2000s. We were still calling ourselves convicts. All that has come a long way, but, of course, there's still a long way to go. Politics and priso. And dynamics. You have to build your self-discipline to figure out, what are the moments that I'm going to push back, and how am I going to push back? For me, education and being an educator was a way of pushing back. That was a way of saying to the people that were in my classes, you all have potential. You can do this shit. When I was teaching math, everybody in the class said, I'm no good at math. And I said, bullshit. It's not that you're no good at math. If you're selling drugs, you can count the money, right? You can do math. But the way they teach math, and the way they treat you, you internalize the fact that you think you're dumb and you can't do this math. Now if you want to do this, I'm going to show you how to do it. There was one guy, Angel Martinez, in Lompoc. He was doing the math classes, and we were doing simultaneous linear equations on the board. He looked at that and he said, that's it? That's the moment where I walked out of high school math and never went back. If only I knew how interesting and exciting this was, I never would have done that. That's a GRE. At moment. You're not standing next to me, but when I come onto the prison yard it's not like everybody says, oh, we better stay out of his way. He's gonna kick our ass. I had to figure out how I was going to survive when everybody else weighs 50 pounds more than me, is doing 30. Pull UPS. At a stretch and then taking a 2-minute break and doing 20 more. How am I going to not get into shit here and not get my ass beat right, left, and center? Nobody ever laid a hand on me, and obviously some of that is white privilege. Some of that is being older. But I think some of it is also being able to read the tea leaves and figuring out how to keep your ass out of trouble. I had some fights with guards. When I first landed at High Desert, they all pulled me aside. There were about 6 or 8 of them in a circle and they said, you're not making it out of here. Who do you think you are? I'm just sitting there saying, okay, well, whatever. But you learn how to carry yourself as if you are fearless, but not in a macho way, not in a fighting way. You have to have a character that's not going to get caught up in bullshit. Whenever there were discussions about police and guards, I was always taking the most radical positions. People respect that, but they don't expect it from somebody that looks like me. By doing that, and also because I can articulate my positions in ways that other people couldn't necessarily, you gain some respect. I also gained respect by helping people with legal papers, and so on. I can remember doing math in the dirt. People wanted to do GED math, so I'd be out there in the dirt doing x plus 3 equals 7. We bring the 3 over to this side, subtract it. Doing that in the dirt. But by doing that, you build a base, and people will defend you. People will tell other folks, leave him alone. He's alright. One time I had a white supremacist Hell's Angel shot caller on the yard at High Desert who pulled me aside and pointed out some young guy who just came on the yard, and he said, I want you to teach that guy. I don't want him to end up doing 35 years here. Teach him and get him his GED so he can get out of here and do something for himself. 13. So I said, okay, I gotcha. I can do that, yeah. Compared to all the other shit he might want me to do, that was easy. In terms of racism, you just kind of learn how to navigate the terrain. I mean, I never in my life had a conversation with somebody who had a swastika tattoo on their forehead. But I learned how to talk to somebody like that with respect. Fortunately, I'm a sports fan, and that's a great, saving conversation maker. In prison, I could talk football, I could talk basketball, not so good on baseball. But football and basketball are enough to get you through. I did a lot of that. I played a lot of basketball, which was a way of earning respect. Even though I was old, I was still pretty good. I stopped playing when I was 60, but I was playing fairly competitively. In my late 50s, I was on the unit team. Out of 60 people, we would form a team of 4 players, and I was one. I could play, and that was useful as well as fun. It was useful in terms of establishing myself. I think it was a connector with black men, but also it was about me not being a big strong guy, but showing that I have athletic capacity as a way of keeping people away. Because we're dealing with toxic masculinity in one of its highest forms. So, how do you navigate that toxic masculinity without totally capitulating? I'm not going to go around using homophobic language, I'm not going to go around using racist language. I'm going to call people out when they do it, when I can. But it's just moment by moment because it's always there. In the California state prison system, it's never not there. Every minute of your day is structured around that segregation. I remember one time there was a guy on the yard who was about 83 years old, and he had deep dementia, and he could barely move around. But he would come out in the yard, and we would walk him around. We had tables, like 5 or 6 tables around the yard at various points. But the tables were segregated. So, we're walking around the circle, and we get to a black table, and the old man says, "I want to sit down." I go, "Fuck, no." So, then I go to the 2 guys that are there, and I say the old man's got dementia, and ask if he can just sit here for a second. The guy says, "You've got to go ask your own people. You've got to go ask your people." All of a sudden, I look down at the white table and here comes one of these white supremacist guys running at full speed down toward the table. He can see that there might be trouble brewing, so he comes down, and he says, "No, the old man can't sit here, we will take him down here," and they whisk him away. It was crazy. Shit, man. There's so much of it. Like I say, every minute of every day, it's like that. People have this idea that nothing happens in prison. That people sit in their cells all day and look at the walls. But I describe prisons as a hive of activity. I mean, it's different kinds of activity than you might find on the outside, but when you look out, you see what's going on. If you've been there, you know there's a lot of shit happening. And people are trying to survive. People are trying to do what they can to recapture whatever humanity is lost. Whether that means doing drugs, or making wine, or whatever it means, reading the Bible or the Quran, that's what's going on. Not being able to have a visit from my family. The alternative to that was going into protective custody in California. They've got PC protective custody yards for people who are considered not suitable to be on the main line, either because maybe they informed on somebody, maybe if they're gay, transgender, if they've left a gang and the gang's got a hit out for them, they go into what they call protective custody. When I landed at High Desert, the lieutenant told me, "I want to put you in protective custody." To everybody on the yard, "You look like a child molester." And child molesters don't last very long in these places. I was kind of like, fuck you. I'll take my chances with them rather than take your offer, which for me was like being a snitch. In California, a lot of the people who are in protective custody are there because of the viciousness of the population, the gang discipline, the homophobia, the transphobia. People just not wanting to be told what to do or being given an instruction to go hit somebody and refusing. To the mainstream population and to me coming into this with this kind of political framework, I'm looking at the people in protective custody as people I don't want to have anything to do with or be associated with. In hindsight, I'm not so sure that's really the correct perspective. It might make more sense to look at that being another group of the prison population that is criminalized and victimized by the institution, and this is what happens to them. My decision not to go there was more based on, well, those are a bunch of rats and this and that, and I'm not like that. Maybe in hindsight, if I had gone there, it would have been a different kind of situation in terms of visits from my family, visits from my black friends, and all that sort of thing. Lukey. NG forward. When I came out of prison, my focus was to work on the system of mass incarceration. I felt like a movement against mass incarceration would be a really important force in terms of trying to free political prisoners. I still think that's true. I think that all the people who have gotten out have done so because there's been a whole lot of work, not only around political prisoners, but around incarceration itself, and how fucked up the US criminal legal system is in terms of how it treats people. That's provided some space for some people to get out or get a hearing that they wouldn't have had before. But what can you say? There's never enough that can be done. There is no magic bullet for any of this shit. People dealing with the prison industrial complex keep coming up with the magic bullet, ending cash bail, progressive prosecutors, letting out people who have nonviolent convictions. It's bullshit, you know. It's all systemic. You can't carve anything out. You have to fight to get rid of the system. But you have to figure out, at any given moment, where the pressure point is where you can make a win, where you can make a gain without compromising everybody else. I'm never going to say let's let all the nonviolent drug dealers out and let's give everybody that's got a murder conviction an extra 10 years. No, fuck that. You've got to have a systemic perspective. There's also a danger of abolitionist purism and what I call abolitionist fluffism. Abolitionist purism, to me, is saying, well, if we're not abolishing prisons, I'm not doing anything. Anybody who's been incarcerated knows fucking well that getting somebody out of solitary and getting them into a medium security institution where they can have visits, where they're going to programs, where they can have access to better commissary, better medical, all that is vitally important. That is something that you have to fight for. You can't say that's not abolitionism. That's a wrong understanding of how the system works, and particularly a wrong understanding of how it impacts the people who are directly affected, who have that lived experience. I'm an abolitionist, but I'm a cautious abolitionist about what reforms I support. I'm not as quick as some abolitionists are to condemn a lot of reforms. I'm also really not down for what I call fluff abolitionism, which says, we need a world without prisons. Oh, what a wonderful place that would be. We forget that between us and that world without prisons, there's the state, the military, the police, the guards, and you've got to be ready to struggle against all of them and move them out of the way before you're going to get to your world without any prisons. If you're not ready to do that, if you just want to sit in restorative circles and talk about your feelings, that's not fighting for abolition. And I'm not making fun of restorative circles, they're important, they can play a function, but people confuse that with fighting for abolition, with being the ultimate tactic to fight for abolition. It's one tactic, a reformist tactic, a very useful tactic. But to fight for abolition, you've got to mobilize a political movement that's capable of taking on the powers that be, and that's the big piece. I'm pretty cautious about giving people advice about coming into prison because it's been 12 years since I've been in prison. It's changed a lot. It depends on who you're talking about. Are you talking about somebody coming into prison as a political prisoner, or are you talking about somebody who's got 5 years to do on a drug beef? I would talk to those two people in different ways. People with a drug beef, I'd say, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to do your time? Do you want to get out? What's your situation? Stay out of trouble, try to learn, try to educate yourself, make the most of your time. If you're a political prisoner, try to build yourself a network of allies on the outside and see if there are opportunities to politicize or have political discussions inside the prison. There may be, there may not be. It varies from prison to prison, from population to population. You might be able to do some of that, you might not. Be careful. Don't be too quick to put your politics out on the table. It can be used against you in a lot of ways. We clearly have to recognize the ways in which white privilege affects political prisoners. I mean, if I was black, I'd be doing life. I have no doubt. Or I could be dead. The fact that we, as a group, were able to get a lenient judgment from a liberal judge in Sacramento, who told me to do 3 years on a bank robbery where someone was killed, that's just not going to happen today. Of course, part of that had to do with the fact that it's old law, but you can't help but think that there's that white privilege piece. I think it's important to acknowledge that. At the same time, it's not like we want white political prisoners to volunteer to do more time because they're going to get let out. So how do you navigate that? How do you make sure that people know that even inside prison there is white privilege? It's far less than it is on the outside, in day-to-day life. But in terms of how the system sentences you, and the way they treat your cases, it's very, very real and very, very strong. I think that's something not to forget. I feel that in a lot of ways, for me to do my time was easier than for my family to do my time. When you're in prison, you don't have responsibilities. You don't have to worry about paying the bills, about what's happening to your kids, what's happening to your mother. You worry about it, but you can't do anything about it, so it doesn't absorb your daily life. You don't have all those responsibilities that you have when you're out, and you don't have to deal with the trauma that your incarceration inflicts on your kids, on your family, and so forth. Your network of support has to deal with all of that, and that trauma is really overlooked. It's a trauma, a burden borne disproportionately by women, by female partners, by mothers, by sisters, by grandmothers, and it's made invisible. I think it's starting to be acknowledged a bit more now, but it's still totally under-recognized. Mass incarceration is not something that just happens to men. It happens to families and communities. It happens to networks of loved ones, and we have to appreciate the ways in which those people who aren't locked up are impacted and the ways they are a part of the struggle. I'm a little uneasy with some of the rhetoric of nothing about us without us, which is the idea that only formerly incarcerated people really have a right to speak about this. I think that formerly incarcerated people have a particular voice that needs to be recognized, but I think impacted family members and community members also have an important voice that needs more recognition. I think we run the risk of a narrow sectarianism if we simply say the only people that know about this are the people who are directly impacted. There's a danger in that. We have to be really careful about how we characterize who can speak on these issues. There are plenty of people who have done lots of time in prison who have very backward attitudes. I think one of the most important parts of my experience was unconditional love. And that unconditional love came to me from several quarters. But probably most importantly, it came to me from my mother, from my partner, Terry, and from her mother. My mother, Barbara Kilgore, she was a proper lady. She wasn't by any means an activist, probably wasn't even a Democrat. But she stood by me because I was her son, her only child. And she stood by me for 27 years of me being a fugitive. She stood by me, despite the fact that she rarely knew where I was. I only visited her 3 times during those 27 years, once in 1988, when I came to my parents' house, and stayed overnight on New Year's Eve. Once in 1987, when my mother came to visit me, in Sydney, Australia, and we spent about a week together, like tourists, staying in some Hilton hotel, went to the Sydney Opera House, rode a ferry, and just walked around the streets and visited. And then once in London in 1993, when I went to visit her, and we once again did touristy things and reconnected. Never throughout this whole period of time did she ever lambaste me, criticize me, blame me for causing all the pain and anguish that I caused her and my father. And when I came home, when I was brought back to the United States from Cape Town, my mother was there every Sunday to visit me in Dublin. My mother had stopped driving by then, but she stayed about an hour and a quarter from the prison, and every Sunday her friend, her loyal, wonderful friend Susan, would drive her over to visit with me. And there we kind of rebuilt our relationship, learned how to communicate, shared our reflections on are past. By that time, my father had passed away. He passed in the year 2000. I should say that he also stood strong when the FBI came around asking where I was, and he knew but didn't say anything. At one point, they were talking about forming a grand jury and dragging my parents into that courtroom and forcing them to testify about my whereabouts. But he didn't cave. At another point, he told my mother he didn't want to know where I was or what I was doing because he wanted to be able to answer honestly to the police who came around. But he knew my mother was in contact with me. He was very old school, a World War II vet who was totally traumatized by 3 years on a destroyer ship in the Pacific, but he never talked about it. A hard-working, honest Republican with a son whom he loved as best he could, but a son who turned his world upside down and it never got right side up again. But my mother was always there for me. She was only 4'10", but she was a rock. She put money toward my lawyer. She was there in court. One of the great moments of my life was during my first court appearance in 2002. A reporter from the San Francisco Chronicle approached her after the judge had dismissed the hearing and asked her how it felt to have her son in court, charged with possession of an explosive device. And she, then at age 89, looked at this reporter and just said, "Drop dead." That was my mother. When I got released, she moved from California, where she had lived for her entire life, to Illinois and stayed 5 minutes away from our family. And we managed to survive and build a relationship. My mother passed in 2017, but over those years, we had a wonderful time together where I got to see her almost every day and we got to share our lives. She was never someone who was particularly sympathetic to my general politics, but she was very respectful and loving toward my family. Unlike my father, who kind of didn't want to know, my mother learned from this experience. She read about Zimbabwe. She thought a lot about race and gender. She had probably never dreamed she would have a black daughter-in-law and black grandchildren, but they became the world to her. She loved them so much, and they loved her. My partner and my mother-in-law were so supportive as my mother grew older and a bit more confused by it all. My grandsons also loved her a lot, and our oldest son named their daughter after her. They gave her my mother's first name as her middle name, Kelly. Barbara. The other experience that I had of unconditional love came from the rest of my family, my partner, Terry, her mother, and my 2 sons, ages 8 and 12, when I was arrested. I think it would be difficult to understand that sort of unconditional love without understanding the context in which I was arrested. We had been living in South Africa for 11 years. My partner was a well-respected historian at the University of the Western Cape. She was producing important research on urban women in southern Africa and had been active in trying to organize the faculty union at the university. I had been an educator as well. First of all, I was an economics lecturer at a small community college called Kenya, which had a slogan of education for liberation and offered classes to people who had been involved in some way in the political struggle against apartheid, including black activists who were barred historically from entering the best universities in South Africa. They had received what they call Bantu education, really an inferior curriculum. They lacked the basic academic skills to be able to enter these universities. So we provided them with support, taught them how to write essays and take exams, the kinds of things that students in well-resourced high schools learn. But they never had the opportunity to learn. They were intellectually very advanced because of their life experiences and because of being involved in political organizations which had provided them with quite an interesting and complex intellectual life. But they weren't used to writing essays and doing the kinds of structured assignments that came with the university. I was a lecturer at that college for 2 years, and then I became the director of Kenya for 4 years. That was in Johannesburg. Then we moved to Cape Town, and I worked for a non-profit organization called the International Labor and Research Information Group that did popular education for trade unions and for community organizations. ILRIG and Kenya are both still fighting the class struggle. So, through my work I was fairly well known, particularly in trade union circles, in South Africa. When I was arrested, the political movements that I had worked with and the academics that Terry had worked with were totally supportive. It was absolutely and utterly taken for granted that they would rise to support someone whom they considered to be a political fugitive, someone that they believed had made important contributions to the working class movement in South Africa. I had everyone from Archbishop Desmond Tutu to the local heads of the trade unions writing letters in my support to the court. It was really Terry, with some close friends and comrades, who orchestrated all this. They were the equivalent of an informal defense committee, who managed to make sure that I had visitors, who managed to make sure that people brought me food. I had a vast array of cooked food, from gourmet restaurants to some amazing dishes that people made in their own kitchens. I had a vast array of reading material. And this really stayed as a permanent condition of my incarceration. My family, Terry, and our sons, stayed in Cape Town for the entire time of my incarceration because they had support there. The unconditional love that Terry and the boys had for their partner and their father spilled over to the community. We made the decision that it was best for Terry and our boys to stay in Cape Town, even though I wouldn't get very many visits from them because they would have to trek all the way across the world to come visit me. Nonetheless, they did that from time to time, as holidays and finances allowed. I can't count the hundreds of letters that I got from people, especially from Terry, keeping me up to date with everything that was going on in their lives. I don't know how she managed to single parent those two young boys, do her work, keep alive this communication with me, and keep that relationship alive. I never really experienced love like that, especially under those kinds of situations. I learned from all that no matter what happened to her, or whatever happened to our sons, that I had to be ready to give that unconditional love back. Not that they saw it as a debt, but rather, for me, it was a lesson of how far that went. And that's an experience few people have. When you talk about being incarcerated, everyone thinks about the horrors of it. And, yes, it's a horrible experience, under the control of horrible people. But there's a whole lot of other things that arise out of that, as people try to assert their humanity and show that they are still capable of love and solidarity in the face of the inhuman, punitive, hateful rulers of these gulags that have proliferated across the United States and around the world. I couldn't really complete this without talking about Terry's mother, for whom, like her daughter and like my mother, it was never a question of whether or not she would support our family and me. There was never a doubt that was a part of her, what she saw as her duty, as her responsibility as a mother, as a grandmother, as a in law. The act that for me was the most incredible, and this just kind of gives you an idea of the support that I really had, was that I wrote a novel called We Are All Zimbabweans Now. It was eventually published about the time I was released. But the rules of the prison made it difficult to orchestrate because I was handwriting this novel, but I was trying to get a typewritten version of it to a publisher. But I didn't have access, so I couldn't type, and I couldn't produce a copy that was adequate for a publisher. So, some friends of mine, mostly people that I knew from Australia, organized a team of typists who logged my chicken scratch writing into a computer file. And they printed it out. Now the rules of the prison were that I could only receive 10 pages in one envelope, that is if it was photocopies. Some of my comrades typed up the novel and sent the file to my mother-in-law. She printed out what she received and put 10 pages in an envelope and sent it off to me. And that's how I got a 200-page novel into the prison. I was able to read what people had typed, make some corrections and edits, and then send it back to them. But what an amazing collective effort that was to produce that novel. I could talk about many other things that my mother-in-law did, particularly in terms of providing support for our two sons. But for me, that is a kind of a shining example of how she, as a stalwart mother and an academic and university administrator of some stature in her own right, managed to pull all that together. Probably not much sleep involved in all that exercise for her. But she was truly amazing. And her partner, my father-in-law, was, I don't want to say he was equally amazing, but he was in solidarity. They both came to visit me in prison. They sent me books and letters, they just kept a constant flow of information and expressions of love coming my way. That was an amazing part of this experience. Of course, I need to round it off by talking about our two sons, of whom I am so proud. They managed to develop into caring, conscious people through all this. They kept doing their schoolwork, kept playing soccer and cricket, and loyally bounced around the world with their mother to come and visit me. There was one way, though, I felt betrayed by them. When I left, they were boys 8 and 12, small guys growing up. I could look down on them. But by the time I came home, they had grown to be taller than me, much taller, and, of course, much more handsome than I could have ever dreamed of being. They did so well in my absence. They were an inspiration for me, a future to look forward to. But I also think by drowning them in bad poems, homemade crossword puzzles, short stories, etc., assembled in my prison cell, they recognized my love was still coming their way. With the support of Terry, her mother, and my mother, they were in the best possible hands. And unlike the vast majority of children of people in prison, they didn't have to worry about where their next meal was coming from or if the rent would be paid. That is not to say having a father in prison wasn't a huge, life-shaping trauma for them, but they didn't have to worry about basic necessities due to the class privilege the Y enjoyed. So, ultimately, I think it's important that we don't only tell the tales of the oppression of prison, but we also tell the tales of how people on the outside fight back against a cruel and evil system. And how the tools that they fight with are love, solidarity, and determination. That's in such sharp contrast to the determination and hatred that rests at the heart of the prison industrial complex, or whatever you want to call the monster that keeps locking up millions of people to the good of no one. 8. The Symbionese Liberation Army was an underground paramilitary organization founded by an escaped black prisoner, Donald DeFreeze, and white co-conspirators in the Bay Area in the early 1970s. Their most widely publicized action was the kidnapping and ransom of media heiress Patty Hearst. The majority of the original members were murdered by the Los Angeles Police Department and the FBI in a massive attack in Los Angeles in 1974. 9. The Revolutionary Army was a militant Bay Area underground group founded in the early 1970s by Willy Brandt, Wendy Yoshimura, and others. They planted bombs and planned other actions to protest the Vietnam War, and members sometimes worked in solidarity with the SLA. 10. Nelson Mandela was a political prisoner for 27 years in South Africa because of his involvement in the African National Congress and its militant wing, Umkhonto we Sizwe, and the fight against apartheid. After his release from prison, Mandela served as President of South Africa from 1994 to 1999. 11. George Jackson was serving a 1-year-to-life sentence in California state prisons when he joined the Black Panther Party and co-founded the Black Guerrilla Family in the late 1960s. He wrote 2 highly publicized books while incarcerated and garnered international support prior to being killed by guards in a supposed escape attempt in 1971. See glossary. 12. Critical Resistance was founded in 1997 and has worked ever since to eliminate the prison industrial complex. The Jericho movement was founded in 1998 to raise awareness and seek the freedom of us held political prisoners. See glossary. 13. The Hells Angels Motorcycle Club is a nationwide outlaw motorcycle organization founded in 1948. Known to be involved in organized crime, The Hells Angels are often violent and racist in their actions. Mark Cook. Mark Cook was a member of the George Jackson Brigade in the Pacific Northwest during the 1970s. 14. He spent 4 decades behind bars, more than half of which was for his political work. Mark joined the Black Panther Party while in prison and also worked tirelessly on behalf of prisoners' rights. He spent the majority of his imprisonment in federal facilities, namely Leavenworth, Lompoc, and Lewisburg, and also at the Walla Walla State Penitentiary in Washington. Now in his 80s, Mark is just as active and involved in movement war. K as ever. P. Risen life. I got support when I first came to the federal system. They were just waiting for me. They supplied me some of the little stuff and introduced me to other political prisoners at that time. I met the Puerto Rican prisoners, Adolfo Matos and Oscar Lopez Rivera, and Leonard Peltier. 15. Peltier and I were arrested about the same time in Seattle, and I did a lot of time with him in Leavenworth. I met with a lot of the political prisoners, and we gave a lot of support to each other. But I was accepted, and they were waiting for me no matter what prison I went to. They put me in Atlanta because the warden at Leavenworth refused to take me. He said he wouldn't have me in his prison. But while in Atlanta, there were a lot of murders, and they took everybody with first-degree assaults and murder charges out of the prison and moved about 3 busloads, which ran around 90 prisoners, and shipped us around the United States. They finally put me in Leavenworth. The warden had to take me because nobody else would take me. I was in and out of that prison lots of times. I was lucky enough to end up in the law library, and I became a jailhouse lawyer, so I did a lot for prisoners there. Like Ed, I had no real hope of getting out. I had double lives and long sentences. 16. I figured I would never get out. Even after I got through the federal system, I had to go to the state. But I helped prisoners with their reading and writing and legal briefs, giving them encouragement to struggle because they did have hope. My early days as a political prisoner started in Walla Walla, where I got excited about the Panthers and we formed the first prison Panther movement. We had a Panther movement there, and we formed one in Monroe. At that time, most black prisoners did not want to deal with the Panthers. They thought it would hurt their parole chances. But in Monroe, we gave them another name, the Black Prisoner Caucus. That thing still lasts to this day, which surprises me. We wanted to start a Panther group up there, but they just weren't ready for it. A lot of the work was done in Walla Walla. I worked with the white prisoners, and we made some pretty good moves. I didn't stay very long. I was doing a triple 50-year sentence at that time. But they kicked me out after I did about 7 years and sent me to Seattle. When I got out, I kept out of the Panther movement on the outside. I had zero hope of ever getting out. I mean, they had to push me before the parole boards to get me out. But while I was inside, I stayed in contact with some of the brigade members who were still underground. When they were underground, they sent me letters. But when they got locked up in the women's prisons, we were able to communicate too, not legally. The administration didn't want us to communicate at all. So we just changed our names, and we were able to communicate in that inner circle. That's when Bo, Therese, and Janine were still in prison. After they got busted, we still had contact. 17. Those were the good old days when we got over on the prisons. We got them into doing some things they didn't want to do. At the state prison at Walla Walla, we ran an underground newspaper. The administration was trying to find out who was printing the paper, threatening that they were going to lock the whole prison down trying to find this out, and they never did. But the way we organized the prison, we changed the concept that they had. It's kind of a historic situation, recorded by the media and everything. The administration ran half the prison, and the prisoners ran the other half. They ran the custody and security, and we ran education and entertainment, and those kinds of things. I kind of liked that. That's one of the reasons we left. They just didn't want us in there anymore. My skill kind of derived from the Panther thing. I was always trying to work on the 10 points of the Panther program, so everything I did in prison dealt with that. We helped train prisoners in learning the skill of reupholstery, and we started a shop inside the prison and were even able to pay ourselves. When I got out of prison, I hooked up with some of the same guys I worked with in prison, and we started a business outside that employed ex-prisoners and people on parole and probation, both men and women. It was pretty successful, and it made me feel good knowing we learned something in prison, so we could organize prisoners and get things going to make a living at it. Losing friends and family was terrible. I lost my wife while I was in prison and they wouldn't give me the telegram telling me she had died until after her funeral. They didn't want me to go to funerals. They did the same thing with my mother. Those were during my time in state prison. When I was in federal prison, it was different. I missed my son the most. He was 12 years old when I went to prison. He would visit me, and in fact he had a son and would bring his son to visit me. That went on all the time I was in prison. There wasn't a month that went by that they didn't come and see me, even though they transferred me from prison to prison to prison. When he was really young, people outside would bring him in. And when he got older, he came with other adults. That's the only thing I regret about all of the stuff I've done. I don't regret my political actions inside or outside of prison, but I regret losing the years I could have had with my kids. Every prison is different, remarkably different. Some are soft, some are hard. I've seen the whole, as they call it, get fancier names but become harsher than before. I've seen blackout cells, they call them boxcars, with no light, to places like Lompoc, where you have your own room and you have a key to your own room. But the worst things that happened didn't happen to me. It happened to others, and it was frustrating that we couldn't do too much about that. Luckily, that's one of the things that encouraged me to join the brigade when they did something about it. The prison had some people in the hole and were abusing them. And it's hard to get their attention, real attention, that it has to change. So the brigade decided to bomb a Department of Corrections to get their attention. It got their attention and got some change at that point, but you can't do that every time a problem comes up. I wish we could, but it takes more than just a small group when so much work needs to be done. Every day shocked me in prison, day to day. We had to play by their rules. Every prison was different. In one prison, we had to wear boxer shorts, in another we had to wear jockey shorts. You had to keep your hair cut or your face shaved depending on which prison you were at. It is totally irrational, dehumanizing you as much as they could. I wanted to go to school, but they didn't have any programs that I wanted to join. I'd been through high school and some college. I was really interested in education, and that's why I became Minister of Education for the Black Panther Party inside. That was my job. That was my division of labor, and I've stuck with it from that day to this day. My proudest achievement was forming the Black Panther Party inside and being accepted by the administration. We were underground when we started, and we were told there would be no underground. So it became an above-ground Panther organization, the only one in the United States that I know of. That was a great achievement for me because the program that they set up against what was happening to the black community outside was happening inside too. It was something that I could put my teeth into every day I was in prison. Of course, I was out of prison for a short time, maybe 3 years, then back in prison again fighting the same thing. The prisons were different, but they're still prisons. At heart. Yes, the local Panthers came down to the prison, and we communicated with them. They came down to bring the sickle cell anemia program in there and tested all the prisoners in the prison. And this was accepted by the administration. Some of the Panthers that I met then I still know to this day. I was second in command. The captain fell in love with one of the Panthers from Seattle, and he supposedly committed suicide. Then I became captain. There are sad stories, very sad stories. I still work with the Panthers now and then. The last time I saw them was down in Oakland, when I went to the Panther gathering down there, me and the Seattle Panthers. They took me to see my comrade in the brigades. Bobo was getting old and had dementia. They dropped me off there, and I met with her. So, I have a close connection with the two different groups, even to this day. They're both dwindling. We're losing Panthers to old age and disease, and we're slowly losing ourselves, but we're going to hang on as long as we can. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. I've struggled the best I can against racism all of my life. As a kid, my mother used to do it too, and I didn't know what she was doing at the time. I didn't know she struggled against racism. She was the second generation after slavery, you know. In grade school, they had read these books that would make buffoons out of blacks and humiliate them. Little Black Sambo was one of those books. It's programming other students, the white students, to look at us in that fashion. My mom didn't like that. When we got higher in grades, we read books like Tom Sawyer. And she'd go tell the principal that he had to excuse her children from listening to that garbage. He was an Italian principal, and he understood. He said, "I'll make sure that doesn't happen. They can leave the school or class any time without repercussions." One day, she was in Seattle and walking down in Pike Place Market, a famous place, with my sister, a little kid, maybe 5 or 6 years old, holding her hand, and a white woman told her to get off the sidewalk while she was walking by. My mom took an umbrella and beat that woman up and down through Pike Place Market, and she got a lot of cheers from the owners of the different shops. I didn't know at that time that she just couldn't stand being humiliated, with her own child, because of her race. She was a fighter, and I was a fighter. When I was in prison, things came up, and I'd always get myself in trouble fighting crap like that. They had a movie called 100 Rifles, with Jim Brown and Raquel Welch in it, and a white prisoner said that's not going to be shown in this prison, so we locked the whole prison down. That changed the whole scene. We stayed in so long that the white prisoners ended up joining us. I was called before the warden with other prisoners, and I was speaking for black prisoners, and I told them it was about racism. The warden said, "What do you mean, racism?" I told them about how they segregated the cells at that time, all black cells and all white cells. And the warden said he didn't know anything about it, that he didn't know what was going on, which was a bunch of bullshit, of course. But it did change later on, and people were able to sell together if they wanted to sell together. That was one of my fights against racism, and, like I say, it changed the whole scene in the prison movement. We got control, and the Black Panthers were able to push other programs. With the underground newsletter, which I belonged to, we could speak to all prisoners and get everybody on the same page. Newsletters and journals are some of the best things that happen in prisons. Ed Mead is great at that and has been doing it both in seed and out. We'd never say who we were when we did our journal. Bomb. Because that's the only way we could get all the prisoners on the same page. If we said we were a white group or a black group or a Canadian group, it would have changed the whole thing. But as long as we remained silent and put in the common cause of all prisoners, they would do almost anything we said, and they would stop doing things that we told them to stop doing. They never knew who we were, but we gave good advice. The people that Ed dealt with for Prison Focus, and the Rock, and all the other newsletters that came after, it was the same way. 18. They listened to him, but they knew who Ed was and he got a lot of flack for being a strong Marxist-Leninist. Gender-wise. The whole thing. Sometimes he worked in fear, but he put out that paper without any fear at all. It had to be put out no matter what. I call that kicking ass for the working class. We were revolutionaries before our time, that's what my son says. He was 12 years old when he started seeing who I was, and he started saying then I was born before I should have been. My whole thing was struggling in prison against racism. I had to fight, get up front and fight, you know? And you have to take some blows because people are going to resist it. In the early days when I was in prison, I call them the early days because there were maybe 17 to 20% blacks in prison, now it's gone to over 50% people of color. But that same struggle exists now. And there's so many who have their own separate causes, and they fight against each other. When we blacks were fighting against the KKK, we had the Native Americans and the Hispanics fighting with us. 19. But now they split up. Now the Hispanics have different groups within prisons. They're fighting against each other and fighting against everybody else. It's a new scene. I don't really understand it that much. It's not like it was when I was in. Prisons are always different. It depends where you are. It's prison, they'll keep you locked up, and they'll abuse you. But there's an undercurrent within the prisoners and the prison staff that changes in every prison. Every administration has their cliques in there who run the prison. And wardens fight to try and get control of prisons. Every day. I started in the state prisons, and I fought racism a lot, so I spent a lot of my time in the hole because of that. The prison boss wouldn't let black prisoners work in certain areas, both blacks and Native Americans. So I kind of attacked them as my only recourse. My best fight against racism was to never let them know who you are, just let them know that our causes are the same. They'll figure out who they are later on. But when the causes are the same, everybody will struggle together. The administration will pit one against the other any chance it gets so it can maintain and control. I met a lot of political prisoners on the inside, and the thing in common at that time was the Vietnam War. Everybody was against the Vietnam War. So, everybody who had a struggle, we could identify with that struggle because there was a bigger struggle that we all needed to identify against. When we got through all this, when the war ended, a lot of that cohesion broke up. I became political with the Panthers to start off with. But when I got inside the federal system, I learned about the Native American struggle. Leonard told me, the thing that sticks with me the most, is that he had trouble with the progressive Native Americans and the conventional Native Americans. They fought themselves, and there was a constant fight. And while he is in prison, he has had to deal with this. He was considered a spiritual leader, but he said there were people who were against him, whom the government had stolen from the Native Americans, stolen their hearts. And he said that he found the same with the blacks, some being very progressive and supporting things we support and others not so much. He said it's always a constant struggle. There's always that fifth column within you. There's people coming from the right, the left, the north, the south, and then there's somebody with you who is in the fifth column, fighting to help those who are trying to get in. That was important to me because I didn't believe that to start off. I thought once we got rolling, everybody would join us. But he said it's not that way. They've infiltrated every group that's out here. There is always somebody who will look for a favor to save themselves and sell you out. I talked with a lot of political prisoners from different organizations, and I always got a little bit of wisdom, some things to keep in mind as you move along. Don't think everything's going to be perfect, or that everybody's going to join all at once. We got letters from prisoners in the California SHU, and a lot of them were very political. But you could read in those letters that they were looking for their own interests, political interests, their own struggle. They didn't think anybody was interested in their struggle but them, and everybody else was against them. And this deals with a lot of the white struggles inside, and the white struggles are varied. It's not just the white nationalists or white supremacists or Aryan Brotherhood or Nazis. 20. They're all separate, fighting for their own interests within the group, but they join together to fight against somebody else. It's a hell of a struggle inside. But among the political prisoners that I've met, whether it's the Puerto Ricans or Panthers or black nationalists, everybody has their own cause, and they look to you to join their cause, not the one that's been established. The one that Huey Newton tried to establish was dealing with the community itself, not with the government, but dealing with things they needed in our community immediately. 21. That one struck me as a good struggle, but everybody didn't see it that way. They saw broader, they talked about international struggles when we haven't even dealt with the one we're dealing with internally. It was kind of good because every day we had free time, whether on the yard, or in our cells. If we had a good cellie, that's what we talked about. We thought the struggles were going to last forever, the struggles that we were dealing with, and they all started fading away. Not just with the Vietnam War, but with each struggle that fell separately, others soon followed. I'm lucky to this day that the Seattle Panthers and what's left of the Walla Walla Panthers are still working together, and we meet regularly. Lockdowns. We just waited until it was over. Just like a strike or a riot, the energy runs down after a while, you just wait for it. It's going to lose its energy eventually, and the boss will get control again. They used to offer a bunch of ice cream or strawberry shortcake if guys would end a strike. It tempted a lot of people. But they will pay attention. When you lock down, that costs the government a lot of money, and they don't want to spend money on overtime and stuff like that. When you do lockdown, the longer the lockdown, the more you're going to get because it is a bargaining point. Your labor is a bargaining point. You're running the prison, you're doing all the major work to keep that prison running. When you shut down and the guards have to pick up the slack, a lot of them don't know what they redoing. Every time I attacked the guards, I ended up in the shoe. I don't argue with them and ask to be let out. When I do something like that, I feel good about it. They can keep me locked up as long as they want. There was one guard who was in the laundry who wouldn't let black prisoners work up front, and, when I pushed him, they wanted to keep me locked up, in a sense, forever. But they couldn't do it because my cause was just, the cause was just, while the actions weren't. But when in the hole, I just waited for them to figure things out. I mean, they're running the prison, whether they do something in my favor or against me, they're running the prison. When I went before the parole board, I was doing 350-year sentences at that time, and I figured I'm never going to get out. When they give you those sentences, you think you're never going to get out. But they let me out within 7 years, and that was with a 15-year minimum sentence. So just wait them out. But when I do stuff like that, I don't expect to get out of it. I'm not bargaining for my freedom at any point when I go to prison. At that point, I'd lost it all. You lose your family, your wife, your children, and they're gone. Sometimes you regret it. I felt I was just in my political actions. I believe I was just. I know I was just, in everything I did, whether somebody got who RT or not. Lukey. NG forward. Individually, yes, I always felt supported. My supporters weren't trying to get me out or anything. They just gave me the support I needed. They communicated with my children or my friends outside. We managed to communicate with somebody else in another prison. I appreciated that, but I didn't think it was going to work. I hadn't even started on 2 life sentences. I felt in my heart that I wasn't going to get out, that I was there for the rest of my life. There were times when I was in the boxcars, no light in there, a hole in the floor, no clothes. Guards would tease you with 3 square meals and 3 little squares of toilet paper when it felt like hell. It was filthy in there. There's nothing you can do to get away from it. They had a grill on the floor that was your toilet. The sentences are far too long. The more you stay in there, the farther you are removed from the economy and the culture outside. It's one of the main causes of all the crime and stuff that happens on the street. You work your life away in prison, and when you get out you have absolutely nothing. They may give you $40 or may have a little social program so you can go to the hospital with this ticket or you can ride the bus, but eventually ex-prisoners become the dispossessed. These people in these homeless camps aren't just ex-prisoners. These are people who are totally dispossessed. When prisoners get out, they have no other place to go and join the dispossessed. They wonder what's happening out there, why these camps are growing. I see it. When I first got out of prison it wasn't this way. When I stepped out of prison in 2000, it wasn't this way. This is growing, growing, growing. It's taken away everything they've got. They can't make enough money to live in the house, so they have to live in a tent. And pretty soon they won't be able to live in that tent because every time they get arrested, the stuff they save gets taken away from them. Prisoners have rights, and they have to realize that. They have the right to earn an income. They're running the prisons, so why can't they get paid for it? They need that money when they get out. It can't be pennies that they can spend in the commissary, and that's all they're getting. The first point of the Panther 10-point program is that we have the right to determine our own destiny. Whether by voting, labor, or whatever, we have the right to determine our own destiny. They do have that right, and they have to struggle and demand it inside. Prisoners need to make demands. If you're not going to give us the money when we get out, give us a job when we get out. 14. The George Jackson Brigade was a guerrilla underground organization based in the Pacific Northwest in the mid to late 1970s. Members were racially and sexually diverse and carried out symbolic bombings in solidarity with national and international liberation struggles. The group was named after famed black liberation politicized prisoner George Jackson. 15. Leonard Peltier is a Native American activist who has been wrongly imprisoned since 1977 for his involvement in a shootout with FBI agents on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. He is a member of the American Indian Movement. See glossary. Peltier remains imprisoned as of 2023. 16. Ed Mead was a political prisoner for 18 years due to his involvement in direct actions carried out by the GJB. Ed's story is included here. 17. Bo Brown, Therese Kupes, and Janine Bertram were members of the GJB who also served time in prison for their political commitments. Bo Brown died in 2021. 18. California Prison Focus is the newspaper of a grassroots organization with the same name that works to abolish the California prison system in its present condition, with a focus on ending long-term solitary confinement. 19. The Ku Klux Klan is one of the oldest and most notorious white supremacist groups in the U.S. Members of the KKK are prominent in the prison system, among white prisoners and guards alike. 20. The Aryan Brotherhood is a neo-Nazi prison gang known to be violent and white supremacist in their actions. The AB has members inside and outside of prisons across the U.S. 21. Huey P. Newton was a black revolutionary and writer who co-founded the Black Panther Party in 1966. He spent time in and out of jail due to his politics, and he was a target of the FBI's COINTELPRO. Newton was murdered in Oakland in 1989 by a member of the black guerrilla family. See glossary. Reb. Eka Rubin. Rebecca Rubin received a 5-year sentence for her involvement with actions committed in support of the Earth Liberation Front during the late 1990s and early 2000s. A shy animal lover from Vancouver, Canada, Rebecca found herself on the run for 7 years before surrendering to face draconian charges in the midst of the Green Scare. She served 4 years and 4 months and spent several months in various holding facilities and Oregon jails before spending 2 years imprisoned at FCI Dublin in California, followed by time in a re-entry center in Portland and then home confinement. She did not let this time impact her love for nature or her sense of humor. P. Risen life. To some degree, I was mentally and emotionally prepared for the experience of captivity. For 7 years following my indictment, I'd felt it looming. I had run from it, but the fear of it followed me everywhere, menacing my thoughts, awake and asleep, and bearing heavily on nearly every aspect of my existence. I had no assurance at that time that prosecutors would be willing to negotiate a plea deal with a fugitive terrorist, and I fully expected that, if caught, I would receive a mandatory minimum sentence of 35 years. For me, then, running from prison, and believing that I would of necessity be doing so for the rest of my life, was far harder than actually enduring a short time there. By the time I surrendered, I had been running, hiding, and isolating for 7 years and had spent half that time trying to negotiate a tolerable plea agreement. I was tired of living in fear and was resolved and ready to move forward and through whatever the system had in store. As it turned out, the prison hellscape I had conjured was far worse than anything my captors meted out. I feel fortunate for having had time to prepare for prison. I was indicted after many of my co-defendants had been arrested, so I had the opportunity to run. I was able to process the shock and terror and betrayal stemming from the arrests from a place of relative freedom. I had the woods and the night as refuge and solace. I had time and space to think and feel and gather my wits about me. In the end, I chose to surrender and did so under terms that I could accept. I met so many incarcerated people who had been plucked unawares from their lives, suddenly snatched from their homes, their families, their dependent children. They were shocked and stressed and sick, overcome by grief and confusion, outraged and even surprised at the injustice and cruelty of the system. I was heartsick to see the cruelty up close, but I was not surprised. I had, for better or worse, been educated through the teachings of prisoners, former prisoners, and activists. I expected the worst, but knew too that there would always in darkness be beauty available to those on the lookout, so I knew to keep my eyes peeled for anything positive that might present itself. I didn't prepare to go to prison, though, by reading about it or watching documentaries. What I did was attempt to load up on what I figured I'd need to endure. For 7 years, nearly every day and night, in all seasons and conditions, I stood outside, eyes and heart open, and tried to absorb through all my senses, the big, wide, full, open feeling of freedom and wild nature so that, wherever I ended up, I would have that feeling with me. I was trying to absorb, really imprint on my being, how it felt to be on the land without anything binding my body or impeding my will to move in any direction I chose for any distance I chose at any time so I could take that memor. Why with me? When it came time to surrender, I entered the prison system with a rock-solid base of love and support from family and friends. I would not have had the resources or wherewithal to negotiate a surrender without them, and I wouldn't have had the courage to surrender without their promise of ongoing moral support. In fact, I had much more support immediately before and while imprisoned than I had while running. I could finally be myself, reclaim my name and history, and reconnect with all the people I had to steer clear of while in hiding. I could talk to loved ones on the phone, exchange letters, and visit with them. So, in a sense, I was at an advantage mentally when I went to prison because it felt to me like I was returning to the world rather than being taken away from it, which is how most of the people I met inside were feeling. Most of them had just recently lost everything, when I'd lost everything 7 years prior, and the most important of those things, social connection, I was now regaining. I was also at an advantage for having the legal and moral support of 2 incredible lawyers. Most importantly, the people backing me respected my values and principles enough to support me even when they may have disagreed with the decisions I'd made in the past and those I was now making in the legal realm. While I did not go into prison with any direct support from the activist community, I did receive offers of support shortly after my surrender, which was much appreciated. I imagine everyone finds it difficult to adapt to the routine and structure of prison unless perhaps they've spent significant periods institutionalized. The whole apparatus is constricting, choking, chafing. I found it very difficult to adapt to life under constant control and surveillance. I don't think I did adapt as much as I bore it with as much grace as I could muster, which sometimes wasn't much, and I suppressed the urge to scream and lash out, at least verbally but also physically, on a frequent basis. I often felt frustrated, angry, impatient, hateful. I hated the crowds and lineups. I hated having the timing and manner and geography of my every movement dictated by loudspeakers, taped lines, threatening signs, and razor wire. I hated creeps in uniform staring me up and down, suspicious and scornful, judging the fit of my uniform, my walk, my friends, the contents of my bag. I hated the pat-downs and strip searches. I hated my personal belongings, including photos of loved ones, being touched and tossed around. I hated cops scrutinizing and withholding my mail. I hated the barking guards, the self-important, lazy administrative staff who felt it their duty and pleasure to denigrate people and hold them back from any attempt to better their lives, and I loathed the medical staff who routinely and callously denied treatment to people in need of care. I hated the noise, the banging and slamming and clanging and constant loud human voices amplified by hard surfaces in every direction and the utter lack of solitude and privacy. When I was in the same location for more than a couple days, I tried to structure my days in county jail around exercise, writing, reading, cleaning my cell, and meditating. All of these activities, as long as I had books, paper, and a writing utensil, were activities I could do if and when I chose. I tried very hard not to count on things beyond my control and to keep my expectations low so as not to invite disappointment, frustration, or conflict with other inmates or guards. I tried to be present to my immediate basic circumstances, accept them, and not attach to what could be taken away: phone calls, recreation, classes, socializing with other inmates, particular TV programs, etc. I failed utterly, though, when it came to outdoor rec. Despite myself, I'd be counting down the minutes to that rush of fresh air and disappointed to the point of near meltdown when it was denied, usually without apology or explanation, just a silent refusal of the doors to unlock and then a growing agitation among the women who had been looking forward to it. In the 17 months I spent in jail, I don't think I gave up a single opportunity to be outdoors, even if the outdoors was actually indoors with a fresh air vent. I love early mornings wherever I am, so in prison I took advantage of the dawn breakfasts and the near empty rec yard with its incredible sunrise skies and fresh earthy scents. On cool mornings, I often had the entire yard to myself. I chose to work in landscaping so I could spend my days watering and pruning plants, raking leaves, watching birds, and learning what I could of the local ecology. When not working, I spent the afternoons studying, reading, or playing guitar, usually in the rec yard but sometimes in the unit or the law library or even in my cell if the cellmates were out. Alone time in the cell was rare and precious, and I made sure to take advantage of it and to give the gift of solitude to cellmates when I could. Nowhere else were we allowed any sense of freedom from wasi. Flies. Every evening after we were locked in the units, I read or wrote letters, caught up with my cellmates or other friends, and then meditated before sleep. I was very grateful to have roommates, for most of my time at Dublin, who were respectful, calm, motivated, mostly introverted, and also liked early mornings and quiet evenings. We socialized with our respective friends outside the cell, and, when in the cell together, we gave each other psychic space as needed. I was incredibly lucky to have been chosen as a roommate very soon after my arrival by a kind woman with a life sentence. My cellmate situation remained relatively stable as a result, and I was able to feel safe and to do my own thing even during lockdowns. While the third roommate did switch on occasion, counselors were apparently more careful about who they assigned to the cells of lifers, and the third cellie, therefore, was usually low drama. A blessing in such tight quarters. There was a lot to hate about prison. But there were certain aspects of prison culture I appreciated, respected, and even admired: the sharing of resources with those in need, despite it being forbidden, the trading of skills and knowledge, the strong bonds of friendship and solidarity that developed among women under a common oppressor, the incredible creativity that flourished in every jail and prison I passed through, and the incorrigible spirit of outlawry that existed inside the walls. Fucked up rules are made to be broken, and they were broken, no matter the risk or consequence. I also felt the prisoners were generally respectful of elders and mostly supportive of those in real physical or emotional distress. There was a lot of tenderness, caring, and love among the women with whom I served time, and on the whole I think there was a culture that tended toward kindness and compassion. All the worst of human traits and tendencies also existed behind bars, and they overshadowed the good at times. To varying degrees, I felt a fairly constant underlying tension, suppressed pain and rage, I suppose, at nearly all times and in all places, a vibration in the air like one careless step would invoke an angry reaction from someone. I mostly felt safe among prisoners but never entirely. I treaded carefully and kept my guard up. Even if I personally tried to keep out of trouble and distance myself from danger, in the confines of a crowded prison, jail, holding tank, or transport truck, it is impossible to do so all the time. And I was keenly aware that just being in close proximity to others engaged in illicit activity or prone to violence could land me in trouble, as well. A prisoner doesn't have to be party to an offense to get blamed for it or tossed in the shoe while the matter is investigated. I certainly never trusted or felt safe with jail or prison overseers or with the prisoners that buddied up to them. For the most part, I conducted myself in prison much like I did on the run, walls up, head down, trying my best to fly below the radar. I cared about people without fully trusting them, and I didn't let people trust me with information unnecessarily. Better to see, hear, and know nothing about anything that might draw unwanted attention from other prisoners or guards. I chose, therefore, not to get wrapped up in the larger group social scenes or the black market economy, two major aspects of prison and culture. My happiest moments inside were the times that contrasted most starkly with my expectations of jail and prison. So, happy for me was a measure of joy mixed with surprise, relief, and gratitude. My ultimate fear with regard to prison, and what I expected of it from having read about the experiences of a couple of my co-defendants, was that I would be locked into a world of strictly human creation, stagnant and barren, severed from wild nature and from the elements. But my ultimate fear never came to pass. I was never disconnected from the wild world. There were times in county jail when the connection felt tenuous and fleeting. When the sun shone and the wind blew, I could watch shadow leaves dance against the painted window of my Portland cell, or, if I kept my head upturned while outside at SeaTac, I might catch a glimpse of a gull flying over the grate. But there were also times when nature made her presence known, undeniably, as when a fleet of baby spiders drifted down from the ceiling of my very first cell at the border, or when the rich aroma of slough seeped through the concrete of the jail outside Portland and the frogs bellowed beyond the walls. From the yard in Nevada, I saw roadrunners and coyotes. The wider world, the bigger, longer lasting, infinitely more powerful world than prison was there for me to see and feel as long as I paid attention. From beginning to end I remained vigilant for signs of life. I looked and listened and felt for the more than human world wherever I was, and, to my immense relief, wherever I was graced by some aspect of it. There were many moments during my imprisonment that I consider a deeper, darker shade of happy, not joyful exactly but rich and life-affirming. There were far too many of these moments to recount, and in any case they are mostly indescribable. They are the moments I would find myself looking in admiration and awe at the human beings around me. Jails and prisons are such a cauldron of courage, vulnerability, honesty, pain, suffering, perseverance, humor, madness, creativity, talent, beauty, brilliance, and resistance. And many times, in many circumstances, I felt honored to bear witness to the goings-on, or to be included and trusted to listen or give feedback, or even, in a few instances, to serve as a seakeeper. One of the most gratifying moments of my time in jail was receiving a letter from a woman who had been released from my unit some weeks prior. She was a tough, hard-shelled, lifelong repeat offender and the unit bully. Our interactions had been amicable enough, but we had never spoken at length. What she knew is that I cared about animals, that I didn't eat them, and that I was facing time for defending them. In the letter, she explained that she could no longer kill insects on the streets, something she'd thoughtlessly done all her life. Now, when the impulse struck, she was stopped by the memory of my crestfallen face after she'd stepped on a bee in the rec yard. It may sound small, and in the scheme of things it is small, but it matters to me that my presence had some kind of impact for the better. My love for the little beings of this world got through her tough exterior and stayed with her when I hadn't even been trying. There were other instances as well when fellow prisoners or even guards expressed support for my beliefs or let me know that the actions my co-defendants and I had been charged with opened their minds or hearts to the ideas and motivations behind them. At Dublin, I claimed Wicca as my religion and was, therefore, allowed access to a small garden space with a fire circle. Every single time I sat in a ceremony, the fire crackling, burrowing owls nearby, bare feet in sand, stars overhead, in a circle of brave, kind, strong women, I was struck so deeply with gratitude. Ignore the fences and it wasn't prison at all. Being in the company of that group of women, trying their best to live good lives in spite of circumstance, was medicinal. It may not always have been a positive space, depending on the inmates involved, but within a few months of my arrival, we managed to turn it into a welcoming, inclusive, safe space for anyone and everyone who came with openness and positive intentions. The circle was my happy place during a ceremony or relaxing with friends, but I also spent many contented hours there alone, tending the plants, meditating, playing guitar, and occasionally answering questions about paganism from curious women walking the track. It was probably while walking the track with friends in prison that I experienced the most joy. We walked and talked, vented, commiserated, gossiped, laughed, shared memories, and made plans. We had pure, light-hearted fun. We made fun of ourselves and everyone and everything around us, dark humor at its best, and killed the tedium of endless circles inventing silly walks that had us laughing until we nearly peed our pants. I remember a time in jail too when a few of us broke into a spontaneous, hilarious game of amateur interpretive dance during outdoor rec. We were like giddy little kids, laughing hysterically, high on only fresh air and exercise after too long inside, but I half expected a shakedown of our cells. Afterward, I learned a whole lot from the women in jail, about life, poverty, substance use and addiction and treatment, domestic violence, immigration, crime, and the state's failure to address, alleviate, or deal humanely with any of it. By virtue of just being there and having to cope and survive, my communication skills, listening, de-escalating, supporting improved immensely. My time in jail was an intense, immersion education. It was painful but ultimately mind-expanding and heart-opening. And there is no other place I could have learned the lessons taught there. In prison, I learned from my roommate the value of forgiveness and of taking people for who they are in present. I lost my dear grandpa midway through my prison term. It was agonizing not to be with my mom and brother in the immediate aftermath of his death. But it was worse not to have been able to spend time with him in the several years before he died, especially since he never seemed to be able to grasp the reasons why. He suffered from dementia for years, but he always remembered his family members. He knew me, remembered me, asked about me, and even exchanged letters with me while I was in prison, but he never seemed to understand or accept how his granddaughter could be in trouble with the police. It just didn't make any sense to him. So, I regret that our communications for the last years of his life were few and distant and lacking in real, mutual understanding. I coped with his death as I coped with our separation for all those years, and like I cope with loss anywhere, I remembered and lamented and cried. Because I'd read and heard about the emotional suppression that men are forced to endure in prison, I felt fortunate to be a woman in prison among women. For the most part, we allowed each other emotional expression and supported one another through grief. I also lost two very beloved canine friends while imprisoned. I had hoped with all my heart and believed that I would get to see them again. They would be old ladies when I got out, but they would remember me. The first dog died 2 years in, and the second while I was at the halfway house with less than a year to go to release. I cried so long and hard over that dog, my roommate called psych support to the room. I cried for all the days she was dying and I couldn't go to her, and I stopped when I knew she was gone. It is amazing how strong an impact seemingly small changes can have on prisoners' quality of life. When I arrived at Dublin, the windows in the cells had been sealed shut for a couple of years. But the new warden had them unsealed so that we could now choose whether or not to adjust the quality and temperature of the air in our cells. It was an enormous change for the better in most people's opinions, though a shocking number of women were too afraid of insects or dirt to open theirs. When, toward the end of my term, rumor spread that the windows were about to be sealed once again, the general mood began to plummet. If they would seal the windows, other negative change was on the horizon. And, in fact, negative change had already begun. For several months before I left, the administration had been cutting down trees, big, old, beautiful pines and willows, all of which provided shade and comfort for the women and food and homes for wildlife. They had also started plotting out areas of grass to pave over. All under the auspices of security. However, many women had heard officers and administrators in recent times state that Dublin was too pretty and that it didn't look enough like prison. It wasn't punishing enough, in other words. It breaks my heart to imagine how it must look now. It makes me sick to imagine the yard with no shade trees to read under, no nesting trees for the songbirds, no magnolia, no bottlebrush trees for the hummingbirds, and no women watching them with smiles on their faces. It was not just the eco-terrorist and her hippie friends who cared about the animals and plants and were affected by their destruction. When they chopped down the giant willow in front of my unit, officers had to cordon it off so women would stop walking out of bounds to pay their respects to the remaining stump. For a lot of women, a bit of beauty in the form of green grass and a sprinkling of flowers and trees provides a much needed buffer from the barren, ugly reality of prison. Our quality of life in the unit changed according to which officers were assigned to it that rotation. If we had the old guy about to retire who delivered our mail to the cell and said hello while doing it, turning a blind eye to anything amiss, we were a pretty relaxed bunch. But if we had the quiet sadist with the ball cap over his eyes, or the guys who got off on cell inspections and shakedowns, or the rager who'd cellaed us in for not wearing the right shoes in the lobby, or the guy who despised us and made us late for meals if we spoke over a whisper while waiting to go to the dining hall, or any one of a number of other power trippers, then tensions rose and life sucked. Likewise, if the officer in the kitchen had any compassion or pride in their work, we looked forward to meals, and we spent a lot more on commissary when they didn't. The day-to-day quality of our existence rose and fell according to the quality of human beings in control at any given time. But the overall, longer-term quality of life for the compound seemed to be influenced by those at the top, and it was definitely on the decline when I walked out the gate. I think I was shocked on a fairly frequent basis during my incarceration. The first shock came right away, when I saw from my shoe cell window all the general population prisoners doing each other's hair and makeup. I did not expect that. The second and most gut-wrenching Shock came within a week of my time at SeaTac when a woman I had met in holding the first prisoner I met after my surrender was taken to hospital to give birth. She was returned to the unit less than 24 hours later, despite being promised 72 hours in hospital with her baby. She was on immigration hold and would be going to immigration detention and deported. The newborn would be staying with the father's family in America. Even more shocking were the many stories of medical neglect I heard in every jail and prison and the evidence of neglect, resulting in death, that I witnessed. Lastly, I was shocked in prison by what may have been the world's largest dildo, made entirely of melted Jolly Ranchers. Nothing really shocked me after that. My proudest achievement was making new and meaningful friendships, despite the paranoia and distrust I carried with me from my time on the run. Some of the friendships last to this day. I am also proud to have been a source of emotional support for many of the people I met inside. I was a steady, grounded, calm presence in the county jail, where so many people were in the throes of panic, worry, agitation, anger, pain, confusion, withdrawal, and every possible manner of turmoil and being overwhelmed. I listened to people, sat with them while they cried or shook with fear. I talked people down from acting out, fighting, making decisions that would have been harmful for themselves or others. I told people to shut up and stop talking about their legal affairs. I told people to shut up when officers were listening and they were too spun out to pay attention. There were times, because I'd been in the Portland jail for so long, that the deputies let me sit with someone in distress until psych could get there, even when everyone else got settled in. I was also allowed to stand outside the doors of two women in severe distress in their cells, one bleeding and one at risk of self-harm. There was so much need in jail and so little in the way of help, but I am glad I had enough inner resources to be able to provide at least some of the women I met with a little kindness and compassionate company. I am also proud of having inspired, purposefully and not, deeper thinking about animals and how we relate to them and to the earth, about consumerism, feminism, paganism, and the concepts of terrorism and eco-terrorism. Most political or case-related conversations I had were begun by people other than myself, people curious to know what it was all about. I like to think I had at least a subtle influence in the direction of compassion and care for self and others, and I know I had a radicalizing influence on some politics and perso and dynamics. I felt conflicted a lot of the time I was imprisoned. I often wanted to express myself but held back to avoid conflict with others. It was a struggle for me to not side, loudly and honestly, with underdogs or people I felt were being treated unjustly. Mostly, I kept silent around cops, but with other prisoners I did at times attempt to de-escalate, distract, or redirect the attention of someone being aggressive or cruel. Even then, though, I wasn't really expressing an honest opinion so much as using different tactics to stop a behavior I didn't agree with or like. I found myself, in the face of potential conflict, being very careful with my words, more diplomatic and strategic than I am in the outside world. I didn't call an asshole an asshole. Rather, I might try to appeal to an asshole's ego, self-interest, or sense of humor to get them to GE course. Being locked in with other people is an ongoing, high-stakes test of one's social skills. I knew that unless I was willing to end up in an even more restrictive environment, like protective custody or the SHU, there was no escape from any situation or person. In order to avoid physical altercations or ongoing tension with others, I had to learn to get along, to be thoughtful and deliberate and considerate of an incredible spectrum of different people and personalities, while staying as true to myself as possible. Every major conflict I experienced in prison had to do with my witnessing or hearing about cruelty to animals or degradation of the local environment. I had many tense interactions with staff from guards to heads of departments to the captain and wardens and other prisoners over their treatment of wild animals on the compound. The list of abuses is too long and painful to recount, but includes guards throwing hot coffee in the faces of geese, prisoners kicking geese, guards harassing and separating goslings from their parents, staff letting birds slowly bleed out in razor wire in full view of helpless prisoners rather than have them euthanized, staff setting live traps for raccoons and not checking them or providing shade or water for days, guards crushing the active nests of swallows, and staff poisoning ground squirrels along with many non-target animals. I argued and pleaded with guards and prisoners about most of the above. I wrote letters to 2 different wardens about the poisoning, spoke to guards and a captain about the entangled geese, and encouraged other women to speak up about their concerns. Some women did speak up as a result of my encouragement, and many more did so of their own accord. In some cases, we were assured that the issue had been addressed and, at least temporarily, the abuse would stop or become less frequent. In some cases, though, the guards just got sneakier, harassing geese at night. For example, once the warden and administrative staff had gone home and the women were locked down, watching from our windows. There certainly was racism in every institution I passed through, but it didn't take anywhere near the extreme form it seems to among imprisoned men, and it wasn't as pervasive. Interracial friendships and interracial romantic/sexual relationships were commonplace at Dublin, and I don't recall anybody remarking on it, let alone making an issue of it. It was totally normal for people of different races, ethnicities, nationalities, genders, and religions to sit together, in pairs or in groups, at the dining hall or in the units, to walk the track or work out together, and to be cellmates. Staff at the halfway house in Portland tended to segregate both the women and men by race when it came to room assignments, and I suspected this was a carryover from the racial divide in men's prisons. But it was probably also due to the prevalence of white supremacist men and women in Portland. Throughout my time in custody, I chose to try to keep a low profile among prisoners and outside activists. I said nothing and wrote nothing publicly, and I did no radical organizing. At the time of my surrender, I had been disengaged from above-ground radical activism for many years, having chosen covert action in my mid-20s. I had also been disconnected from society as a whole while on the run, which is to say, I was used to lying low, and so I carried on that way while in custody. I also knew how the BOP dealt with outspoken and influential activists in prison. I did not want to end up in a restricted housing unit for my own sake, but also because it would jeopardize my ability to communicate on a regular basis with my mom. She had already been through years of worry on my account, had done everything she could to facilitate my surrender and provide me the best possible legal counsel, had supported me despite my stubborn refusal to cooperate against others, and I felt immensely grateful and responsible to her. Selfishly speaking too, I had really missed having my mom in my life. So as long as it didn't require a compromise of my core values, I was going to take care of myself and try my best to maintain our connection through my term. On the other hand, I did continue in prison, albeit quietly, with some of the work that is closest to my heart. At the Pagan Circle, for example, I facilitated meditations and deep ecology workshops. The concepts of ecocentrism and biophilia and animal/earth liberation were new to many of the women I met inside, even those drawn to the Pagan Circle. We discussed our relationships with animals and the earth, how our individual and societal actions affected them, and how we could all make changes for the better inside and outside prison. I was able to share with many of my fellow prisoners the books and other radical literature I received from outside supporters, and we would discuss a whole range of subjects inspired by those readings. Despite my attempts to lie low when I got to prison, word of unusual charges traveled fast and very quickly, and other animal lovers and advocates found me. I was told every sad and sordid detail of how prison personnel treated the animals and land and water at Dublin. I tried to encourage people to speak up about things they witnessed, write cop-outs to the people in power, tell visitors to tell the media, and refused to do whatever harmful deed their boss was demanding of them or switch jobs. 22. All moderate acts, but acts that in prison required courage, some sense of personal empowerment, and at least a little hope that the system would actually respond in ways that were productive and not retaliatory or spiteful. Amazingly, I was able to continue helping animals while imprisoned. I was recruited early on as backup cat lady to watch out for and feed the resident strays when needed and to replace their constantly confiscated water dishes. Once people learned I was a wildlife rehabilitator, I was consulted about every wildlife issue on the compound. I was called to catch and release birds from buildings, to disentangle birds from wire or string, to assess whether or not the condition of a goose or gosling required intervention, to tend to fallen nestlings, to get water to entrapped animals, and to help ensure that animals in need of medical care were kept hidden and safe from staff until we could get them out. Among a sea of prison staff who either disregarded animals completely or actively detested them, there were 2 or 3 who were kind enough to help us help them. If we could get an animal in distress to them, they would take the animal out for professional care. Delivering the animals to them, however, was no small feat. It was risky for us and the animals and could be logistically complicated, requiring a network of allies with secret routes and safe spots. The animal might be at the farthest end of the compound from where they needed to go before the friendly staff member left for the day or several days. Multiple prisoners, then, might need to relay the contraband animal across the compound, trading them off in view of guards, all within a 10-minute move. If we ran out of time, someone could be stuck out of bounds when the move ended, or, worse, stuck with the animal still hidden in a bag or a shirt and trying to get back into a building that might suddenly have a guard doing pat-downs and searches. It sounds dramatic, and it was. I was terrified of what one of the crueler guards might do to an animal discovered during a search. The head of safety at the time believed that all animals were vermin and posed a deadly disease risk, so even having a helpless songbird nestling inside a building was considered a serious infraction. I once carried a dead jackrabbit into my boss's office as proof that the prison was poisoning more than the targeted squirrels, and I was threatened with the shoe for my efforts. Thankfully, imprisoned women on the whole are less casually violent than imprisoned men. The violence I witnessed or heard about in prison targeted usually a lover, but sometimes ex-lover, or an ex-lover's new lover or some such. All the twisted, selfish motivations and messed up, abusive power dynamics that exist in unhealthy relationships on the outside can exist inside, and then some. Or the violence was between 2 people with competing, lucrative hustles. Or it was between cellmates getting on each other's nerves, but that was usually a milder violence. I coped with the possibility of violence by minimizing my risk of being a target of it or a witness to it. I tried not to piss people off. I tried to stay out of drama and away from people who fed on drama. I steered clear of people I knew to be violent and people in tumultuous relationships. I used caution in off-camera locations or areas, like the outdoor weight room, where fights with weapons most often took place. I kept my senses turned up, especially on the rec yard when officers weren't present. A fight there could last a while before guards broke it up. I also watched out for people looking to join their girlfriend in the shoe because the quickest way to go there was to assault another prisoner. I also coped with the violence by talking with friends who were similarly disturbed when truly brutal events took place. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support was immensely important to me throughout my incarceration. My family and close friends were my main source of support, emotionally and financially. My lawyer as well felt like a true ally, solid in his support as legal counsel and human being, for the duration. I was also grateful for the experience of people engaged in prisoner support and their offers of assistance to my family in navigating the overwhelming jail/prison apparatus. At least half the heartache of being imprisoned came from knowing what it did to my loved ones outside. I think my mom and others were more afraid of my going to prison than even I was, so a large part of my work inside was making sure they knew I was okay. Supporters gave comfort to my mom as well, letting her know that they were following and keeping in touch with me. My mom was also offered the option of communicating with other mothers who had been through similar circumstances, which was lovely and very much appreciated. Prisons and jails are such encapsulated worlds. Supporters, both those I knew and didn't, sent photos of beautiful places and people and plants and animals, reminding me of life beyond the walls. They sent photos and news of actions and action camps. They sent drawings and other artwork and incredible, colorful cards. And in turn I was able to share all of it with other women, many of whom had little or no outside support. I found that even tiny gifts were received with such joy and gratitude inside. A little beauty in an otherwise barren cell could go a long way in helping people feel loved and alone. The one thing I would suggest supporters do more for prisoners is send news of positive goings on in the world. Whatever the issue of concern for political prisoners, there has got to be good news resulting from the struggle. We may have to sift through reams of negative news to find it, but I believe it's there. It may be small, tucked away, and temporary, but when we find it, it feeds the spirit and makes us hungry and hopeful and determined for more of the same. It seemed to me that women in prison were unified when it came to subverting the rules in prison. It was generally agreed or accepted that we broke rules when they were harmful to self or others, when they seemed invalid or unnecessary, when they interfered with commerce or relationships or fun. The underlying motivation for rule breaking, though, more often than not, was self-interest, rather than the betterment of the population generally. It was resistance of a sort, but it didn't really challenge the operation of the institution or the values of society generally. Capitalism was in full swing, as was the pursuit of instant gratification. And the cops ignored a lot of it, in part because it wasn't truly reasoning. I do have one memory of unified defiance that stands out starkly in my mind like a snapshot. It is a blazing hot day and I am on my knees in the rec yard picking tiny green, poison-coated grains out of the desiccated ground with my bare fingers. The grains are everywhere, in the thousands, scattered throughout the crispy grass and inside the dry fissures and holes and underground homes of squirrels and burrowing owls, and I am desperate to find and gather as many as I can before the wild animals do. These poisoned grains have been spread via grass seeder over the entire prison grounds by inmates under the direction of the safety and landscaping departments. The purported intention is to kill ground squirrels for security reasons, but in actuality they are killing squirrels, blackbirds, jackrabbits, scrub jays, and many other foraging species dependent on this plot of land for food. Women have been crying over slowly dying squirrels outside the commissary, tallying songbird bodies outside their unit windows, staring with horror at the hawks and vultures feeding on poisoned bodies where they aren't being collected behind the units. Traumatized women being traumatized. I've already been warned that I could be charged with interfering with the operation of the institution or some such nonsense if I collect any of the grains, and my friends are also aware of the risk. The perimeter truck is honking persistently, and my boss is walking toward the truck, having told me quietly in passing that he can't see what the hell I'm doing but I'd better stop. When I raise my head, swiveling to look everywhere but at the truck as though terribly confused about why it's making such a ruckus, I see that at least 8 other women have joined me, gathering grains with brooms and dustpans and pails and pockets as quickly as I am. All of them are ignoring the truck and its now bellowing guard. In the end we did disperse when we were told the lieutenant was on his way and that he would order another poisoning if we continued, but we and many others continued surreptitiously collecting and disposing of grains until they were gone. Sadly, I am certain that way more of the grains were consumed by animals than collected by us. And, I have heard that the poisoning continues. But the outpouring of cop-outs, and distressed pleas to the warden and other staff that occurred after the poisoning eyewitness seemed to win at least a few years reprieve for THE animals. I can say that my time inside was tolerable because I could stand by the decisions I'd made, before my indictment and after. With the wisdom of hindsight, I may have realized I would do some things differently, but I had acted in accordance with my conscience in the moment, and that's probably the best I can ever ask of myself. I also entered the system with a simple, but very valuable, statement from a Buddhist teacher in my head. No one can humiliate you but yourself. In an environment that is forever attempting to denigrate and dehumanize, it is worth remembering. The officer telling women on their period to cough hard enough to drop a clot while being strip searched is only an embarrassment to herself. Nothing prisoners are forced to endure is a reflection of their quality as human beings, but a reflection of the perpetrators, individually and collectively. If I could tell my younger self about prison when she was alone, sobbing, terrified, and considering suicide as an alternative, I'd have a few things to say. Prison will be hard but survivable. Erase the prison horror movies from your head. In important ways, women's prisons are not like men's. You will come out of it with your heart and soul intact. You'll meet some incredible people with colorful pasts, become friends with them, and laugh together. Even cops and guards can be human, think critically, and see through the terrorist hype. You will never be severed from the wild earth but instead held in its web at all times and in all places. There will be flowers and endangered species. Think of prison, and life, as a school of hard knocks. Learn from it, and share what you've learned. There might be value in it. Your time won't be lost, but live differently than you would choose. Prison will cost you less in the long run than if you had lived your life at all costs avoiding it. 22. A cop-out is the filing of an inmate request to staff form. Hanif S. Habazbey. Hanif Shabazbey is one of 3 political prisoners known as the Virgin Island 3. Hanif Shabazbey, Abdul Aziz, and Malik Smith were wrongly convicted of murdering 8 people in the U.S. Virgin Islands in 1972 at the Fountain Valley Resort. During the 1970s, as with much of the world, a movement to resist U.S. colonial rule began to grow in the Virgin Islands, growing into a small-scale Mau Mau rebellion on the islands. 23. Hanif has served time in over 10 different federal facilities, both in the continental U.S. and in the Virgin Islands, during his over 48 years of incarceration. At the time of this writing, all 3 of the Virgin Island 3 are imprisoned at the Citrus County Detention Facility in Lecanto, Florida. P. Prison life. The first 3 years of any lengthy prison sentence are usually the hardest in trying to adjust to having your freedom taken away. During my first years of adjustment, I had the support of my family and comrades. Adapting to prison culture was made easier for me by being part of a prison collective. A prison collective is a group of comrades who look out for each other, share with each other, study together, and exercise together. I would say that my 1 year, 1979 to 1980, at Lompoc, California, was the best time I did, due to the comrades I was surrounded with and the unity inside the prison. The unity was much stronger in 1979 to 1980 because much of the rebellious spirit that was prevalent in prisons during the civil rights movement still lingered in the prisons. Today the generation of prisoners is more about what can you do. Oh, for me, I have never lost hope. There are days when the future looks dim, but those are the times when I tell myself, this too all pass. My happiest times in prison have always been when I and other prisoners are locked arm in arm in some form of protest or making demands against the prison crats. The protests and group demonstrations that stick out to me are the ones we wage to make them stop feedin' us pork. I lost both parents, 2 siblings, and my grandson since being incarcerated. I have dealt with these losses by telling myself that death is no enemy to human beings. It is a friend, who when the work of life is done, just cuts the human cord that binds us to earth, that one may sail on smooth the seas. My proudest achievement was spearheading a hunger strike at Atlanta Federal Prison in 1996, where 3 floors of a housing unit supported the food strike for 1 week. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. In the federal prison system, I met dozens of political prisoners and developed working and support systems to help each other. Veronza Bowers, Michael Alston, and Richard Picariello were all part of our collective in Lompoc. Other comrades that I have interacted with are Rafael Cancel Miranda, Muchalo Shakur, C. Cow Odinga, Jihad Muhammad, Grayling Brown, Bill Dunn, Joseph Bowen, Tim Blanc, Herman Bell, Gabriel Torres, and Kevin Johnson. 24. Lockdowns are actually advantageous to prisoners, as you have more time for constructive work and study, and you are free from the everyday priso and routine. I would try to give or make a balance of what I was sacrificing to the struggle to what I give to my family. Lukey. NG forward. I am satisfied with the support I have received throughout the years from outside supporters. To do a lengthy sentence, you need 2 things, 1, outside supporters, and 2, to be committed to something. If you are facing a long prison stretch, do one of 2 things, 1, get into the law books to have your sentence overturned, or 2, start writing and tell why. Our story. 23. The Mau Mau Rebellion was a war between Kenyan freedom fighters and British colonialists in the 1950s. The resilience and audacity of the African freedom fighters inspired later liberation movements of the 1960s and 1970s. 24. Veronza Bowers Jr., Kojo Bomani Sababu, and Jojo Bowen are current black liberation political prisoners as of 2023. Ashanti Alston is a former BPP and BLA political prisoner, an anarchist, and a lifelong black liberation advocate. Herman Bell was a political prisoner due to his involvement in the Black Liberation Army. Herman's story is included here. Dr. Muchalo Shakur was active in the struggle for black liberation his entire adult life and was imprisoned from 1986 to 2023. Denied parole 10 times, Shakur was finally released in 2022 after being given just months to live due to late-stage cancer. C. Cow Odinga was formerly a member of Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity, the Black Panther Party, and the Black Liberation Army, and spent 33 years as a political prisoner. Jihad Abdul Muhammad spent 23 years in prison as a political prisoner for his involvement with the Black. Since his release from prison, Abdul Muhammad has served as chairperson of the National Jericho Movement. Rafael Cancel Miranda was a member of the Puerto Rican Nationalist Party and was imprisoned along with Lolita Lebron, Andres Figueroa Cordero, and Irvin Flores Rodriguez for attacking the U.S. House of Representatives in 1954. Bill Dunn is an anti-imperialist political prisoner still imprisoned as of 2023. Bill's story is included here. Tim Blanc was imprisoned for his anti-imperialist actions in connection with the resistance conspiracy case. Gabriel Torres was a co-defendant of Herman Bell and Jalil Muntakim. Bell served 45 years in prison, and Muntakim served 49 years, as political prisoners before being released. Richard Picariello was imprisoned for bombings and expropriations. And Kevin Rashid Johnson is an imprisoned revolutionary and writer, as well as a founding member of the new African Black Panther Party. See glossary. Chels. E. A. Manning. Chelsea Manning served 7 years in federal prison for the 2010 release of 700,000 classified military and diplomatic documents to WikiLeaks while an intelligence analyst in the U.S. Army. This was and still is the largest intelligence leak in U.S. history. Chelsea was sentenced to 35 years in prison, but their sentence was commuted in 2017 by outgoing President Barack Obama. The day after their conviction, Chelsea declared their gender identity as a woman and began their transition while in the federal prison system. In 2019, Chelsea was imprisoned again for nearly a year when they refused to cooperate with a grand jury investigating WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. 25. Chelsea continues to speak out against the inhuman treatment that prisoners face in the US and published the book ReadMe.Text, a memoir. P. Risen Life. I was arrested for the leaks in May of 2010. They say arrested, but you're really ordered into confinement in the military because you're already in military custody. An officer comes along and signs a piece of paper saying I order you to jail. It's a formal process of sitting before my commanding officer, being read my rights and being carted off to jail. That's a slightly different process than in the civilian system. I was taken to Kuwait, where I was put into an 8 by 8 by 8 cubic cage inside of a tent with little air conditioning. It was extremely dusty. This was Kuwait in the middle of summer, so it was very hot. I was in a cage with no contact to the outside world. With the way the tent was set up, I couldn't even tell if it was day or night. My brain melted. My sense of who I was, my sense of anything, began to evaporate. Eventually, after 59 days, I was taken by Navy staff because I was in US Navy custody in Kuwait, and they gave me a lot of misinformation. They told me, you're going to Guantanamo. You're going to a cruiser off the coast of Djibouti. You're going on a ship off the coast of Africa. They were telling me all these things that I was going to have done to me, so I didn't really know where I was going or what was going on. I eventually landed stateside and was carted off to Marine Corps Brig, which is at the Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, about 25 miles south of Washington, D.C. While they said that I could communicate and interact with other prisoners, there were no other prisoners. I was the only person held at this jail, so the circumstances were similar to my cage in Kuwait. It was sort of a moot point there from a regulatory framework perspective. I spent the next 9 months in a constantly lit cell. I had running water and air conditioning, which was a massive improvement from Kuwait. The only food that they had at the Marine Corps base was from the officer dining facility, so I actually got fantastic food. Ironically, despite being in solitary confinement and not having a sense of who I was or what was going on at all times, I had officer level food. I actually started to gain quite a bit of weight from lack of exercise in this jail. I finally started to speak with lawyers, therapists, and experts. My restrictions were higher than typical solitary confinement conditions. They cited my own health and safety and used my trans identity against me, claiming, "Oh, you can't have things in your cell." I had very limited clothing, only very padded items of the suicide restriction type. I was not on suicide watch per se, but they were highly restricted items and objects. Any item that I could have used to harm myself or anything that could be made into a weapon was taken away, including underwear. I was not allowed glasses, even though I couldn't see. I am fairly nearsighted. While I was allowed to read books, I had to actively be reading the book to be using glasses. Even if I wanted to flush things in the toilet, or use the restroom, or brush my teeth, or engage in any other hygienic practices, I had to ask the Marine Corps guards who were planted outside of my cell at all times, watching my every move and annotating them from behind a one-way mirror. They saw me, and I saw my reflection. That's all I saw, a fluorescent light reflection, and I had to ask for toilet paper to use the bathroom and then return the item. I had to ask for a toothbrush and toothpaste. I was not allowed to lie down or rest or be in any kind of comfortable position from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. For 12 hours a day, I was sitting upright with nothing to do in my cell. These were my days for 9 months continuously. Eventually, I guess due to public outcry and pressure, the Obama administration finally relented, and I was moved to the general population at a U.S. Army base at Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. I was held there for the remainder of my pretrial confinement. I needed a period to cool down. It took me about a year to really reset my schema, my paradigm, my understanding of the world again after being in solitary confinement for this extended amount of time. I was resetting my brain by interacting with other prisoners, and I had to lean on them. My first interaction with other people for the first time in a very long time was with our inmates. Then I started going to the law library, learning about my case, about the legal structure, about how criminal cases work, and how civil cases work. Eventually, I had a very lengthy court-martial process, so I frequently flew between Howard County Jail in Maryland and Leavenworth, Kansas. I had limited access to the civilians, but I was communicating with and interacting with the mostly civilian jail staff and civilian inmates, which are basically the same thing. There isn't really a distinction between the military jail apart from the uniforms. That was the extent of interactions with people in general population. I eventually had a trial, was convicted, and went through a lengthy sentencing phase. I was given a 35-year sentence, which I used as an opportunity to come out as trans to the world. I came out through the Today show through my lawyer and told the world, "Hey, I'm Chelsea Manning, I use she/her pronouns, and I came out to the world," which I guess was its own controversy. I didn't know anything about the controversy because I was immediately flown to Kansas and held in a reception phase where I was integrated and introduced to the general population. I had to learn how to live and be and interact in this environment. I spent the next year or so integrating myself into the general population and then building ties. I didn't use my privileged position or my fame in any way. I didn't do any of that. I just sort of hung back, interacted with people normally, and tried to live a normal life. As I worked my way through the ranks, I decided I wasn't going to engage in prison drama, prison politics, or anything like that, which did exist. I just became somebody who wanted everybody to get along, to be chill, to have fun, and to have as normal an experience as possible. So I took on the diplomat role. I was somebody to come to whenever there was a dispute that needed to be resolved, especially between different groups within the prison and between the facility staff, who were always causing problems. I found my place in this environment where I had to really depend on the inmate population and be a leader while not being in charge. I wasn't somebody who could say, "Hey, you go do this and you go do that." I wasn't managing anybody or trying to control anybody. I was just like, "Hey, this is how we should deal with this. This is a fight that's worth fighting, or this is a fight that's not worth fighting." Doing what I would call union organizing. I believe very strongly in prison unions. I was familiar with the concept of prison labor, prison unions, prisoners' organizations, etc. I played an active role in organizing and working with prisoners to ensure that our rights were not being exploited too much because, obviously, doing prison labor, everyone is essentially being exploited anyway. It's a matter of how much give and take you get with that. I really fit within this role and lived my life as a prison labor organizer. At some point it started to become more and more real that I might have my sentence commuted by the Obama administration. The military would not consider me for clemency, and they rejected our requests. Our requests for clemency to the White House for consideration were denied, so we actually had lawyers that went directly to the White House to ask for a commutation down to 10 years, which was what we asked for at trial during sentencing. Obama commuted my sentence to time served plus 120 days, which allowed me to be released on May 17, 2017. However, this meant that I essentially spent the next 117 days under the new Trump administration, which was unlike any other administration that we had seen previously in that it did not seem to play within the standard role of government. It was very interventionist, had very different policy proposals, and was very aggressive. Every bad policy that you could think of was actively being implemented and being made profitable through the privatization of prisons. Dependence on the liberal establishment and on the rule of law were being circumvented. Every single loophole and vulnerability within the system was being exploited, so I had a lot of concern. However, I was released from prison on May 17, 2017, without a hitch, and was back in public again without a playbook. I had never been a public figure before. I went from working in the military in a very, very secretive role to being a public figure that everybody knew. Even if I'm not in the foreground of people's minds, they generally tend to know who I am, which is quite overwhelming for me. I've been learning how to adapt to this process ever since. The Trump administration did eventually decide they wanted to come after me, and in January 2019 I was given a grand jury subpoena. It was unclear what they actually wanted. The prosecutor informed my attorneys that they wanted me to recount what had happened in 2010, which I'd done previously before a court-martial. We were very suspicious about this whole process being used as a tool to come up with additional charges. We were under the impression that the Trump administration was finally trying to undo the commutation in some way. I decided that I was not going to participate in that process, and so I was held for almost a year in confinement, all the way up until the COVID-19 pandemic began. When I was released from that, it was a much quieter release. I went into a dark time in the history of the world with lockdowns and everybody was very much in shock. Subsequently, over the last 2 years, we've been dealing with the aftermath of the capitalist infrastructure being like, oh, shoot, we can't run this machine as well as we used to, and the sort of disaster capitalism that we've seen over the last 2 years, controversies and culture wars ramping up, and everybody moving online. It was a good time for me to be released from the grand jury process, but a bad time to be released in the sense of not really being able to go back to living what little life I had before the 18-month grand jury sentence. While I was in confinement, I found that my mindset shifted to a day approach toward things. I subsequently adopted this policy in my personal life today. I don't have control over everything, and I shouldn't worry about things that I don't have control over. But what I have control over is how I respond to things and how I interact with what things are in front of me, so I focus on a little bit of meditation and on eating well. In the military, we say chow, so I would go from chow to chow to chow to sleep, and focus on these chunks of time that were much easier to work through and much more survivable compared to thinking, oh, there's so many years in front of me. Oh, there's so much hardship that I have to deal with. But if I could focus on things that were in my control, then I could slowly start to regain some semblance of self, some sense of identity, some sense of what I want. That became a foundation upon which I have been able to survive, not just jail or solitary confinement but all kinds of circumstances. This applies to quarantines, crackdowns, a lot of uncertain situations. Just focus on health, safety, and well-being. First and foremost. I can't think about all this other stuff unless I have the things that I have specific control over taken into account. You can segment the places I've been confined into 3 groups. First, there was the extreme but temporary stuff that the military and the national security apparatus imposed on me in my first 11 months. Second, there was prison itself. About half of my time in confinement was in prison, which had programs and stability and many inmates. Sometimes, dare I say, I would forget I was in prison because I had so little contact or interaction with anyone other than inmates. Really, sometimes the staff sort of ran on autopilot. You wouldn't really encounter them. Like doors would open for you, but they would open for you from a distance, without guards being around all the time. It was a lot more transparent of an environment and much more transparently normal seeming than the middle ground, which was the third rope jail. In jail, you're interacting with guards constantly. You're not going to have a dining facility all the time, sometimes you'll have trays delivered to you. You spend a lot of time watching TV because you don't have a work program or education programs to attend or chapels to go to. Instead, you're mostly in the housing unit dealing with inmate drama more and more aggressively because you're interacting with guards all the time and the correctional staff fucking with you, being a pain in the ass, and really making your life miserable. They like playing inmates off of each other, playing favorites, and creating drama just because they bored. I would say that the U.S. disciplinary barracks was the most normalized environment simply because it was an environment that was most inmate-focused and inmate-run. If you weren't in the maximum housing unit, the special housing unit where you were with the people who are in solitary confinement and you were actually in general population, you could at least get some semblance of normality that would be punctuated by the intervention of the prison staff. I always find it remarkable how the amount of interaction you had with the staff directly affected the amount of frustration and discomfort you experienced. Generally, if it was inmate-run, you didn't have problems, but if it was staff-run, then you had problems. After the Pulse shooting in Orlando in 2016, I got very depressed about the state of things within the US, homophobia, transphobia, etc. 26. It was very demoralizing for me personally and started my path toward depression. But I saw a lot of inspiring things also. I saw people who changed while they were in prison and grew and matured as good people. One of the rules we had was that we tried not to learn about each other's past. It was like, as long as you didn't fuck with me in the housing unit, then we're good, but we didn't allow that to really color our housing unit interactions as much as possible. People band together. I saw these two people who were the worst of enemies, but whenever the prison staff would come and try to screw them over, everybody would band together, and these two enemies would all of a sudden be allies. It was camaraderie. It operated as a mutual aid support network that was vital to our survival and well-being. Seeing that working and pushing back against the prison staff was quite inspiring and has colored my whole relationship with organizing and politics in the IDE world. I appreciated seeing art and listening to music that was produced in prison in the music halls. The limited bits of freedom that we were given in which to show creativity and humanity would just shine through so much. It was so incredible and such a deep and powerful thing to witness firsthand. It's so fleeting because there's no record of it. It doesn't go anywhere. It's kind of sad that there are these moments of incredible inspiration that only exist as memories now. I've said this many times over the years, but I can't stress this enough. I've been in maximum security environments with people who are in there for murder, rape, all kinds of very long sentences by society considered very heinous offenses and things, and time again, the most awful and violent and dangerous interactions I've ever seen have come, with impunity, from prison staff. The only common denominator in every single jail, every single civilian and military prison, at every security level, was just the awful brutality of prison staff toward inmates. The worst people in jail or prison are staff, time and time again, and this was true across the board no matter where I went. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I was held in men's prisons. I forgot about this, because the distinction is moot, in my opinion. Yes, I was held in a male facility for all of the time in the military prison system. Then for the grand jury process, I was held in the women's wing of the jail, in general population, so I got to interact with PLE there. There was not a whole lot of racism that I saw, per se. Certainly the prisons and jails tended to try to stoke racial tensions in the jail. They put all of the white people in one corner, all the black people in another corner, and then all of the mixed race people, Hispanic people, in another corner, and tried to stoke that. However, I never got the sense, especially in the military, that it really ever worked, so I did not really see a lot of this. The jails would try to encourage segregation through their own policies, but inmates tended to not abide by that. The county jail that I was in, both in Howard County and in Alexandria, Virginia, for the grand jury sentence, the two typical civilian jails that I was in, the inmate population was 90% black, so it was not really an environment where you would see a lot of racism. Even the staff was very black and mixed race. So I didn't really see racism directly. As for sexism, definitely. The constant denominator was sexism by staff. Even among staff, the women guards were treated like shit by the male staff. Male inmates tended to be quite sexist in general towards women. I didn't really face that directly in either sense, but I definitely witnessed it. I think prison has had the most impact on my politics. A lot of people these days would say that they are liberal, centrist, or whatever. I just had a very policy mindset. I viewed myself as not identifying with a political party. Rather, I have a vision of how things should be, and that vision of how things should be has shifted over time. While my politics are very left-leaning, I don't identify as a specific thing. I don't view myself as liberal. I don't view myself as socialist, per se, or communist or anarchist or any of these different labels. There's a certain skepticism of certain institutions that I have, and certain practices that I think should be implemented throughout society, and approaches to things, whether that's in respect to privacy, surveillance, criminal justice, prisons, healthcare, government programs, or assistance, or just having a decent let's take care of each other kind of society. This causes me a little bit of friction, I think, with younger people because I still have that policy perspective. I don't care who does the thing. I mean, obviously, I don't want fascists to do the thing. But I don't care so much about labels, and I'm willing to work with a more general group of people, as opposed to I need to stick to this very niche set of people with this very niche mode of ideas. I learned that mostly through prison. I didn't agree with 90% of the people I worked with in prison about anything. You can't do diplomacy in prison without taking into account the needs and the demands and the wants of everyone there. It's the same thing as out here, you don't cater to what this racist neo-Nazi wants, which is not that common, but if it does exist and there is a strain of that, you're not going to deal with that. People obviously have differing visions and interests and things, so you have to be a bit more compromising. If in the eyes of some younger folks that makes me lib, I'm okay with that. There is no magic bullet, you either learn to survive in there or you perish. There isn't a tool or a handbook or anything that I can provide for people, but I got through it, and all I can say is that it is survivable. This is not a justification of it. I'm not saying that. I don't want that to be taken the wrong way. It's a horrific institution that we should abolish. That said, if you are inside of it, just remember that people have made it out the other side before. You never know what's going to happen. I had no idea when all this started that I was going to end up getting a 35-year sentence or be held in solitary confinement for almost a year continuously. But I also did not know that I was going to be released and come home to a welcoming community and family and be given access to opportunities in life again. So you never know. Don't lose hope, because things can actually happen. I doubted that, to be honest. While I was in that process, I was like, oh yeah, I'm never getting out. This is never going to happen. I was very much in denial for a chunk of time, and I totally understand that and relate to that concern that a lot of folks might have while being incarcerated. I was in a restricted communications environment that was specific to me for several months. Being disconnected from the outside world was very harmful to my emotional state. I assumed over time that I was forgotten about, despite the fact that I had many people thinking about me. This is the purpose of this kind of control, to psych you out into thinking you're forgotten about and have no hope. Lukey. NG forward. Pay attention to who's providing food to jails, where jails and prisons are getting their food, how they're getting their food, just as much as what food is provided. The back end infrastructure for most prisons in society is the same couple of companies and vendors. It's the same with commissary. Pay attention to that stuff. They have a monopoly on the stuff. They're price hiking a lot. The cheapest and least healthy food is provided to inmates at minimum. Commissary has the good stuff, but the price is hiked to an astronomical degree. I'm not going to name these companies and give them any credit, but they do exist and people should learn about them because they are deeply a part of this institution. I think they are an unlocked pressure point in the privatization of prisons. Everybody is focused on private prisons, but don't forget about the privatization of the phone systems, the communication, visitation, commissary, where prisons are getting their food, how uniforms are being made, how they're getting access to all these different things. They are just as much a part of the prison industrial complex as the prisons and jails themselves. They are an exploitative industry as much as everything else, and that is a major press. Your point. There's a lot of solidarity work that can be done because the USPS is the only protected means of privileged and free communication that inmates have. If the Postal Service goes, then the only protection that inmates have for communication with the outside world is lost, so I think that there's a lot of solidarity work and advocacy that can be done in that area, as well, especially with the massive lockdowns that have happened with the COVID-19 pandemic in jails. I think that those are key areas that I'd be looking at. Looking at the rest of the privatization of the jail system, not just the privatization of the prisons themselves, and the mail system, ensuring that people have access and communications to the outside world. I'm a prison and jail abolitionist, but if we can do harm reduction or harm mitigation in any way that we can, we should. My advice to people in prison today is don't give up hope. You have people on the outside who care about you and who haven't forgotten about you. Also, I think the tide is turning. I think people are turning on the prison industrial complex. Even the news that people watch on television and social media are two totally different areas. I think that the public sentiment is much more to the left now when it comes to prisons than they can see on their jail TVs. The only people who are really watching TV are older people, and you can tell it by the medication ads that you see on TV for this demographic. Whenever you're watching the news and you're watching how things are being portrayed in all of these older, traditional media outlets, they lean more conservative in their audience. This is not the sentiment of the typical person out on the street today. I think people are much more skeptical of these institutions. There's a lot of growth, and there's a lot of interest, and I haven't seen this much prison advocacy or activism before, and it's only getting bigger and bigger. It's easy for inmates to forget that because the mainstream media outlets, which are not really mainstream anymore, like your local news, the stuff that you get access to while you're in prison that is already limited and is just so disconnected from the Avera person. The way pop culture portrays the criminal justice system is that the story ends with the bad guys going to jail. For many, years of change and transformation and growth are forgotten about or ignored. This is often the beginning of a story rather than the end. 25 WikiLeaks is an organization that publishes news leaks and classified information provided by anonymous sources. It was founded by Julian Assange in 2006, and he was indicted on espionage charges by the US government in 2018 based on the release of information by WikiLeaks that was provided by Chelsea Manning in 2010. 26. The mass killing of 49 people and wounding of 53 more at Pulse, a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida, on June 12, 2016. Oso Blanco. Oso Blanco is an indigenous rights activist and anarchist who is currently serving 55 years in federal prison for bank robbery, aggravated assault on the FBI, escape, and firearms charges. Oso Blanco is a Wolf Clan Cherokee/Choctaw raised in New Mexico whose Cherokee name is Yona Unaga. He was known by the authorities as Robin the Hood after the FBI and local gang unit officers learned from a confidential informant that he was robbing banks in order to acquire funds to support the Zapatista rebellion in Chiapas, Mexico, throughout 1998 to 1999. 27. While in prison, Oso Blanco founded the Children's Art Project, which creates greeting cards with indigenous prisoners' artwork with all proceeds benefiting the Zapatistas. Oso Blanco has served time in over a dozen federal penitentiaries and supermax facilities across the U.S. He has published 2 books. Love Me Rebel Love Me and The Blue Agave Revolution, Poetry of the Blind Rebel. With Michael Novick. P. Risen Life. Routine, 4:30 a.m. to 6 a.m. prayer in Cherokee. 6 a.m. go to breakfast and work. Then 8 hours at work. Then to the yard to work out for 3 hours. Sweat lodge 1 day per week. Drum and singing meeting for natives 1 day per week, including pipe ceremony. Make calls, check emails. I hate technology, it's all just spy tools for this evil government. At 5 p.m. I pray with my eagle feathers and medicine. Then I also pick up the sacred pipe to pray for sundown. I must pray with the pipe at sunupan. Sundown. I work cleaning up the compound. Blood, bird poop, all types of things. But mostly I go all over looking for birds to help, and other animals. I run an animal hospital in my cell, no joke. Many call me Bird Doc. I know the Creator, and my ancestors' blood is all warrior blood, so I was happy to be back in prison so I could start working on recovering from being shot in the back by an FBI gang unit on February 7, 2001, in Albuquerque, New Mexico. 28. But I've been in prison before, in the 1980s, when it was really dangerous. In the 1980s, it was easy to get killed over any little thing in prison. I've been in the fire. So, yes, I was really mentally prepared. I had family and homeboy support. I still do. But I reject money from Vario. Us people. I've never been able to adapt to prison. It's unnatural and foreign to native/Cherokee people. I'm in a living hell living in this cement coffin. I'm not a lab mouse so I can't ever adapt to this abuse. I'd really be okay if they would give me the death penalty, which would be better than to do 30 more years I have left on this sentence. Prison culture is for foreign people. Natives never master this modern slavery. I hate being in prison, anywhere, at any time. That's why I fight on a life and death scale whenever a pig tries to take me to jail. I lost a lot of people. So, I made a promise to get revenge on the oppressor of my people and destroyer of my land. I'm Cherokee, we have a culture of eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Balance is our real law and part of our shaman way. Clan law or the blood law. We have to pay back those who rob us of our lost people, and I was not there because of the feds and snitches who helped them. So, I live to return the balance to those who robbed me of my life and loved ones. Last days. The quality of life has gone down. Yes, way down. The feds are worse than ever. Bad. Low grade. Food, old socks, old boxer shorts, old t-shirts. I have to buy. Government issue. Cleaning supplies. You can't get medical help unless you're bleeding. These places are like big county jails with no money to run them. The Bureau of Prisons Central Office in DC is extremely corrupt. It's all a sham, and a scam. What shocked me the most was how many guards seriously assault prisoners and get away with it. And now many break the laws and do illegal things like selling dope, doing dope, robbing our property from our cells, and destroying mail. My greatest achievement so far has been keeping clean off drugs for 21.5 years and keeping a workout routine that improves my health and mental strength. Without being clean and working out, I'd most likely be dead or in ADX for a killing, since I'm surrounded by negative jackass galore. 29. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. I've been in about 30 fights, beating up rapists and baby killers, and fights with gangs in native culture. I won every time except once. The man who won the straight fight was a communist from New York. He was also into using martial arts. He was my cellie, and he was radicalized in prison. But he had a habit of insulting me and Leonard Peltier and our faith in Creator, the Sweat Lodge, and the Sacred Pipe. So, one day I took it to him and ushed him. There are gangs in native culture. They wanted a beef with me in Leavenworth, USP. So, it set off years of them getting crushed until they wanted peace in 2009. It was over comas, rapists, or sex offenders. I crush them whenever I catch one. They slip up, and we get at them sometimes. So, I give the victims justice, if I can get them. What do you think? I'm a warrior above all else. I've spent a lot of money writing letters over the last 21 years. Preaching revolution and being prepared for the fall of this evil empire. Children's Art Project has been a project I've been trying to make happen for many years. Since 2012. Many people told me we would do it but did not come through for many more years. Now it has started, thanks to Josh and Joe and Illy and Sam. I've collected tribal members' art to enlarge CAP, as they are much better artists than I am, and all are enrolled. CAP is a good project, and we are going to help a lot of native kids in Mexico and on reservations up here, in what is called USA, but is truly Turtle Island and Estland. I started writing when I was in 2nd grade. Shane the Crane Lost His Feather was my first book, in the 1970s. It's at my mom's house, hidden someplace. I started to read better when I was 19 and in state prison in 1986. In Colorado, I started to write poetry. For 16 years I collected works with my grandma, Vinnie Stantz. This is now my book. Love Me Rebel Love Me. But I was unable to read and write very well at all until I was 19, in prison. Raising horses and hustling money off the streets was all I knew. I grew up on a horse farm in northern New Mexico, a place called Bloomfield. My mom is from Albuquerque, New Mexico. So that's how I got into the street hustle life. During lockdowns, I work out, write, create art, use other art to make my own art, and I fight the best I'm able. I did 9 years for fighting for my life in self-defense. And got sent to the SMU. It was a living hell at Talladega, USP Lewisburg, and USP Florence. 2 times I was sent back for 100% false charges or set up by the administration and sent back to SMU. Hell on earth. Most can't understand how bad it really was. The cops brutalize you and set you up to fight bad people or your enemies. They torture you with cuff chains and shackles. You are a fish in a bucket, and they love to shoot you in that bucket hundreds of times. Lukey. NG forward. I made many good relationships with people. Good activists, good earth defenders, good native and land rights defenders. A tiny handful stay with me, mostly because I'm not a very nice person to people if I think they're fake, or just posers trying to be cool for the pretty anarchist girls. There are a lot of drive-by anarchists these days. They are mostly out of school now trying to make money to buy a big house and serve the evil bankers and the American dream. Feel me? They look back now at us rad people and roll their eyes. I'm sure of it. They wrote me from a class setting 15 years ago, or 19 years ago, or 6 years ago. Now they have kids, a wife, and don't give a fuck about helping the earth. Oh. Our natives. People can't really understand who have not been in prison. With more than a 70-year sentence, a whole new reality manifests. People must realize support by real folks is a lifeline. Positive, loyal people can mean everything. Yes, there are more powerful works by supporters that can be done. Addiction is destroying all our strength. No unity in poison. 99% are afraid to unite. Racist and old views of segregation of races hurts us. Don't get high. Don't be foolish, like a child. Don't borrow money or gamble. Don't be a tough guy if you're not sure you're a real badass. Nobody is your friend. Live a spiritual life, not a secular life. Ian here. I want out. I want to be free no matter what so I can continue my work. The answers I gave so far, that's good enough, bro. The details are that I'm in a living hell. If someone gets me out, I'll answer all T. Hey want. Love, OB. 27 The Zapatista Army of National Liberation is an indigenous paramilitary organization based in Chiapas, Mexico, that opposes globalization, capitalism, and neoliberalism. See glossary. 28 The FBI Gang Unit, also known as the Violent Gang Task Force, pursues violent gangs through sustained, proactive, coordinated investigations to obtain prosecutions on violations such as racketeering, drug conspiracy, and firearms violations, according to the FBI website. They are known to engage in extreme violence, both inside and outside of prisons. 29 ADX refers to Administrative Maximum, or Supermax, ADX Florence in Colorado, a secure control unit federal prison. Ann Hansen stood trial as one of the Squamish Five, members of a radical Canadian anarchist group known as Direct Action who sabotaged government and corporate property in the 1980s. 30. Ann was handed a life sentence but was released from Canada's infamous prison for women after nearly 8 years. She spent over 30 years in prison and on parole and has returned to prison twice for parole violations. Now on the outside, Ann tirelessly continues her abolitionist efforts and continues to inspire younger generations. She has published 2 books. Direct Action, Memoirs of an Urban Guerrilla. And Taking the Rap, Women Doing Time for Society's Crimes. P. Risen Life. My name is Ann Hansen, and back in the 1980s, I was part of a group called Direct Action, and we identified as anarchists. We were preparing for our urban guerrilla campaign for several years, and we were very influenced politically and philosophically by the indigenous community. At that time, the American Indian movement was still very much active and part of the local communities. 31. We were very influenced by indigenous thinking or philosophy and by anarchists in general. At that time, the prison abolition movement was very strong, and then there was the punk rock movement, and of course, feminism. So, we were influenced by all those people in Vancouver and wherever we'd been. I had gone to Europe through an independent studies program at the University of Waterloo. I went to study anarchism in Europe and ended up living in a Red Army faction support apartment in Paris, just through a series of coincidences. 32. I was super impressed by these people, just the dedication and everything. As time went on, I had a little critique of some of their actions and some of their political philosophy. But even in high school I wrote a paper in support of the FLQ in 1970, I think I was like in grade 12. 33. I really knew nothing, but I seemed to have this knowledge, even when I was relatively young, that it would be very difficult to make systemic change through reform. I was not a violent person or someone who was fascinated by assassinations and bombings. So, long story short, Direct Action engaged in a political campaign for several years, and then we were busted. I ended up with a life sentence, but I got out on parole after 7 years, which is pretty good. I wasn't a model prisoner. Since then, I've been living in the Kingston area and have done different things, but I am now retired. I've actually rarely had a real job to begin with, but I'm living on a self-sufficient farm. At the time, there was only one prison for federally sentenced women in all of Canada. People were shipped from up in the Yukon all the way here to Kingston to do their time. It was really difficult for a lot of women. I spent just under 8 years in the actual penitentiary itself, and then my parole was suspended a couple of times. I was sort of making lemonade out of lemons. My parole was suspended, so I had to go back into the federal system. But I got to go to Grand Valley Institution, which here in Canada was one of the new federal prisons for women that they built after they closed the prison for women. So, I got to see what these so-called reformed new prisons were really like, twice. Once when they first opened and then another 6 years later, after they were well underway. I was a lifer, so according to their regulations they're not allowed to hold you for more than 3 months. You have to see the parole board within 3 months. In other words, you're going to serve 3 months, no matter what. In that particular case, I know it sounds unbelievable, but I'd shown a film on Prisoners' Justice Day in the public library. 34. But, it was in conjunction with a lawyer doing a talk on what are your rights in a civil disobedience action. So, for that my parole got suspended and I did 3 months. Luckily, I had people living with me who could take care of the animals, but it also cost like $4,000, and that was with a pro bono lawyer. It's because I owned a house, we'd bought this house. That's routine procedure. But most people do not get out. Once you get your parole revoked, usually that's it. I have often said that I am privileged in a sense. Because of my history of being with Direct Action, I've always had radical lawyers who've been willing to help me, whereas a lot of social prisoners don't have that privilege. You don't get all kinds of lawyers lining up to do pro bono work. For the average prisoner, if you don't have a lawyer, the odds of getting out are much, much lower than if you have one. In the prison for women, they hadn't developed the kind of technology in the 1980s that they have today, even in the early 1990s. We didn't have any audiovisual surveillance. For a prisoner, that makes a huge difference. The prison for women could be used as a set for any Hollywood movie that wants to portray a stereotypical prison scene. There were 2 tiers, the bottom tier with just the bars and then the top tier with a little walkway and the barred cells. At the same time, I was in the same cell for 7 years. The women around me were, by and large, there for many years as well. You're living in this little community on these ranges. They have this giant metal door, electronically controlled, that slides open and shut, but it makes a huge amount of noise. So, we knew whenever the guards were coming on the range. We could sort of do whatever we wanted for much of the day because there were no cameras. There wasn't even any intercom system. It wasn't great, it wasn't like some idyllic place to live, but in retrospect we had privacy. The prison for women also had a wood shop, like a high school wood shop. There was so much corruption. Every spring the CSC, the Correctional Services of Canada, would bring in piles of wood, and it would be gone in a week. It was so blatant. The guards and different people would arrive and carry out all the wood and leave us just enough to make jewelry boxes and typical stuff. We had an upholstery shop within the wood shop, and it was the same thing. All the guards would openly bring in their sofas and chairs to be re-upholstered for free by the prisoners. This is how it was. The prison for women was closed in 2000. The prisoners in segregation were acting up, throwing things, and yelling and screaming mainly because the guards had done something. They didn't just keep this up for no reason. They called in the goon squad from the men's penitentiary, which was right across the road from the prison for women. It was built in 1835, and the prison for women was built in 1934. When they built the prison for women, they built a tunnel that went under the road that separates them. So, whenever the goon squad came over, and they came over routinely to quell any kind of disturbance, they would walk through that tunnel. They'd have their batons and their shields, beating on those shields rhythmically as they marched through this round, cement tunnel. The sound would reverberate and increase. For the people in segregation, and even those on the ranges, it's nerve-wracking. They could be bringing the dogs over. So, they went into segregation, and they stripped the women with scissors, and they filmed it, which they always do. All of this was routine procedure. They left the women with their clothes cut off lying in their cells hogtied. The windows were smashed, possibly by the women, but it was cold. In this particular case, the footage which the guards took, they're supposed to keep a record of what was going on, but somehow, someone got it out to the TV station, to the CBC, which is like PBS. They aired it, and the public was absolutely outraged. It was like a grainy black and white porno film, with these guards dressed up in their black leathers and their helmets, forcibly cutting off these women's clothing, who are screaming and crying in the dark, leaving them hogtied. And all this. There was a big uproar. The government, of course, had a commission, which they always do, to sort of let the pressure off the situation. As it turns out, they forced the government to say that they would close the prison for women and build 6 new federal prisons across the country, 1 in each region of Canada. They were really billing it as being 6 new reformed prisons that would incorporate all these reforms. Women-centered, Indigenous-centered, sexual abuse counselors, and all this stuff. I went there in 2006 when my parole was suspended, and I spent a month or so in a local remand center. I'm sure it's the same in the States. These remand centers are the worst, where you get stashed until they ship you to a prison. We had 3 women in a 1-person cell, so it'd be like putting 3 people in a small bathroom. Everybody's coming down off crack in those days, so you're in a cell with at least 2 other women coming down off crack. It was so overcrowded, even though there were only 24 women in the entire women's unit. We had to take turns being locked up, 1 hour locked in and 1 hour out. So, when I got to this new prison, called Grand Valley Institution for Women, I was like, wow, this is great. I didn't want to think that, but I couldn't help it. At the time, there were these bungalows, basically houses, and there were 10 of them. Then there was the administrative building. There were no guards in the houses. There were 10 women in each house, and you could just walk around outside from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. You had to go in for count, which was 3 times a day. I thought, this is really working. All my critiques of reform are just going to go down the drain. It felt like a women's sort of communal collective place, but it didn't take too long to see that this was just a real illusion, although it was not bad in the beginning. To give one example, there's 10 women in a house and one of them is designated the cook. But because people are inevitably going to use anything they can as a means of getting drugs, money, or contraband, pretty soon food was a very desirable item. Not to eat, but to trade in. So, the cooks were usually the strongest, toughest women in the prison. You'd be very hard-pressed to find anybody eating roast beef, pork, or steak because they were being traded for cigarettes, which were contraband. As well. I got out in a short period of time because I was just suspended. But then I went back in 2012, and that was a real wake-up call. I was put into the maximum security unit right from the street, for nothing. The parole board even let me out after 3 months because they had no charges against me. But in every one of these federal prisons, 6 of them, they had a maximum security unit, which really is another word for special handling unit. They were small, separate buildings that held roughly 20 women. In the entire building, it would be 20 prisoners, but they'd be separated into what they call pods, which is a typical word now in prison lingo. A pod was just a small unit within the maximum security unit that held 5 women. Although, as time went on, even when I was in there, they had double bunking. In the pods, you'd have 5 women in this little, tiny pod and they would have audio-visual cameras. 360-degree video cameras, that were always on each end of this range that only held 5 women. We're talking about intense surveillance. And they have a guard or 2 sitting down on the main floor, in what they call a bubble. It's just a glass enclosed room, and all they do all day is sit and watch all these video screens of the 3 different pods. There were 3 pods in each maximum security unit. They'd sit and watch what's going on, and you weren't allowed any physical contact whatsoever. Once you start talking about prison, there's just no end to what you can say. It's just so much bullshit that you can go on for the rest of your life about one story after another. Here's another example. So, this poor woman had basically been in segregation for 15 years, but they would let her out every now and again, so that it wouldn't look so bad if the media ever got a hold of it. They'd let her into our pod at the time while I was in there. She was so disturbed from having been in segregation most of the time for 15 years that she was very paranoid. People didn't like her because she would misinterpret everything, and she was a very large, strong woman and was prone to act out. One day, she asked me if I could put on her nail polish because she had a hard time reaching her toes. So, I just sat there and started putting nail polish on, and a loud voice booms out, "No physical contact. They're threatening to take us to segregation just because I'm putting nail polish on her feet." She has her foot on my lap so I could put nail polish on. Or if you were to hug somebody because they were crying. Obviously, sexual relationships do occur, but you have to know the ropes to figure out how to do that quickly, very quickly. They have the intercom, and the guards are constantly reprimanding people for ridiculous stuff. You could try to lend somebody something surreptitiously. You could open your cell door, which might block their view of you from one camera, so you're hoping they can only watch one while you're trying to give some woman something she may really need. Then, if they see you, you're charged. This is the sort of thing that's going on in the new prisons, having maximum security units which are for anybody, really. If you get convicted of murder, and most women, over half the women who are in there for murder, have murdered someone who they've already reported to the authorities having abused them. In other words, the women have been abused by their husbands or their boyfriends or whomever are the most likely people to be in prison for murder. And they automatically have to spend 2 years in these special handling units. You don't get off these pods, there's no job, so you're in there all day, except for 1 hour in a little yard the size of a doubles tennis court. It was a big step down from P4W, where maximum dash, medium dash, and minimum security. Women were all in the same prison, with no audiovisual surveillance, and we all had the same sort of programs and rights and privileges. I used to say I was lucky. In the second book that I wrote about prison, I frequently use the word lucky. I had an editor who is indigenous, and she pointed out right away that it wasn't luck that I had radical lawyers and a lot of community support in general. It's because I'm a white person and I come off as middle class to people, like parole officers. If you're indigenous, you don't get the same outcomes, and it's basically just because you're indigenous and everything that comes with it. Also, I had worked with people in Bulldozer. And I was very involved in the prison abolition movement when I was young. 35. It wasn't really hard for me to adapt to prison culture. It's sort of funny when I look back on it. There had been a film that had just come out a few years before we got arrested about the prison for women by a couple of feminist filmmakers. I don't think they intended to glamorize prison, but they did sort of track these two women, a couple, who were in the prison for women who just so happened to be attractive young women. It wasn't that they were intending to glamorize the situation, it just sort of happened that way. They weren't given access to the women who were in segregation. So, a lot of the film revolved around their life. I remember myself and other women thinking, wow, it's not that bad. Here's this prison, it's all women, and we saw them in the film playing baseball. The gay culture was the dominant culture in prison, and still is, so that appealed to us too. But once I got there, I realized that the dark side had not been shown in that film. I wouldn't blame the filmmakers because I've met them since, and they're progressive feminists. But they weren't given access to segregation. They just didn't get to see the underside of the belly of T. He beast. I didn't come out of the juvenile detention center or have foster home syndrome, but so many prisoners have been in institutions since they were children and have been sexually abused. The history of most prisoners is not a happy one, from childhood on. That's a lot of the reasons why they're in there. Or they're indigenous and non-white populations that have been surviving colonialism and racism. I hadn't gone through all that. I was shocked by the complete lack of rights. The complete power of the guards and how the whole thing operated. For example, in the remand prison where I first went, they have a very small visiting room. If you had a visit, there might be room for one other person in there. I had noticed that there was this one woman who basically always got heroin at her visits. This is a long time ago, so they're all dead, but I certainly wouldn't name names. But you didn't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that this woman was getting drugs on her visits, pretty openly. Then, after her visit, her best friends and people that went along with her were all super high. This was all going on underneath the nose of the warden. That's how the prison was run. That's how a lot of prisons are run. The wardens and the guards figure out pretty soon which prisoners are not radical by nature but are very powerful figures. It's a bit of a stereotype, but there are times when there's a lot of truth to the stereotype. It doesn't always happen this way, but it's not that uncommon. These people will somehow end up being able to get drugs, whether it's through the guards, because there's always corruption within the guards, or just by being a little slack in their visits. They will be used by the administration to crack down on prisoners who could be setting up for some kind of resistance, like a lockdown. The prisoners who are running the show say stuff like, "What the fuck, you're going to ruin our visits. How are we going to get to see our kids? What the fuck, I haven't seen my kid in months." And that, of course, rings true. That's the sort of thing that happen. I'm not saying this is routine procedure, but I'm saying it does happen in prisons. That's how the administration can run the show, by finding prisoners who will do their bidding without even hardly saying a word. Just the threat of losing their open visits is enough to have that prisoner go back and use family disruption to keep people from resisting. There are all kinds of sneaky ways of keeping resistance from being rampant. In prison, I never really lost hope of getting out. In the beginning, I actually never believed I'd ever get out. I totally adjusted to the prison subculture. I was living with a woman in there, in P4W. Like I said, homosexuality was the norm, and most women who were in there for more than 2 years would become involved with another woman. There were a significant number of guards who were gay, as well. I just resigned myself to the fact that this was going to be my life. But as time went on, I realized that I was going to get out. I never actually felt as though I did anything special to get out, like I never joined groups, never renounced my political views or anything like that. But as time went on, I had a parole hearing, and I was sent to the minimum, and eventually I was released. It was very heartening, the resistance that we had. I found that, as a rule, when you're in prison, people are just like people outside. They're not these people with sophisticated political analyses. So, you don't go in there and expect to be able to just sort of run the show because you're a politicized person. People always seem to think they can go to jail and teach people things and organize this big resistance movement, but it's not that simple. Because most of the people that are in prison have been in some form of prison or another since they were children. Most of the prisoners have been in foster homes, training schools, juvenile. If you go in there with this attitude of trying to organize these people and having lockdowns to force them to stop keeping people in segregation for years, the other prisoners are going to very quickly put you in your place. The one thing they've experienced is having people look down upon them and not recognizing their intelligence just because they haven't been to school or they don't have any formal education. They are very sensitive to being treated in a condescending or even patronizing way. Even if you tried to go about it in a way that was humble, I'd say most people who've spent many years institutionalized are highly sensitive to that kind of behavior. It's the kind of behavior social workers and parole officers exhibit. Phony politeness. I can't say that I ever tried to organize a big resistance movement or anything. I remember one year, the guards tried to lock us up early on New Year's Eve at 11 p.m. That's the sort of thing that doesn't go over well. So, there was this decision by everybody that we weren't going to go in ourselves until midnight. This just shows how overactive they are to something that is so insignificant. Everybody just said we're not going in until midnight. Nothing bad was happening, everyone was in the common rooms playing their big boomboxes, blasting them and having fun. But all of a sudden, just before midnight, they warn us that if we don't go back in ourselves, they're calling the goon squad. But within seconds of saying that, we could hear them coming through the tunnel, we could hear the dogs and everything. And this is just because we had refused to be locked at 11 p.m. But it was a happy moment because everybody stuck together, and nobody went to their cells. Everybody blockaded ourselves in the common room and we had all this furniture up all over the doors and it was pretty cool. Eventually they came in and they filled up segregation, like tripled the people in each cell. But everybody stuck together. There were actually quite a few moments of solidarity like that. That always made me happy. It wasn't because I was political, just whenever there's unity like that and any kind of resistance against that kind of authority, you get a real buzz from it. Because there were so many indigenous women, and my girlfriend was indigenous, I did learn how to make moccasins and stuff, which is enjoyable to do. I worked in the wood shop for many years. I really enjoyed that. That's why the prison for women was a lot better than the newer ones. The newer ones don't really have much for a person to do all day. We worked out. I did a lot of jogging and stuff and played baseball with outside teams that were brought in. That was always hilarious. I just want to say, it's hard to talk about prison. On the one hand, our relationships with each other were really great. Of course there were problems, but compared to any other relationships I've ever had, and I'm not the only one that will say this, we have an unusually close-knit group of women. We just had Prisoners Justice Day here in Kingston, and 10 women, we're all old, we came from all over Canada to Kingston to the old prison for women site. The Indigenous women organized a healing circle. I have to admit, I am still to this day closer to my best friends who are women I was in prison with at P4W who live here in Kingston. We still hang together all the time and do stuff together. Often when I hear war vets talking, hanging together at the Legion, I think it's similar. Because you've been through an experience that's so unique that other people don't understand it. The bonds are so strong because you actually risk losing everything to be supportive of a comrade. Let's say you're going up the stairs and someone's got a bag of sugar that they want to sneak through because they want to be able to put sugar in their coffee, which seems like nothing, but then they can see that they might be searched. So, you say, I'll take it through, because you know that woman has a child who they're going to have a visit with, and if they get caught, they lose their visits. So now you may get caught and then you're losing something because of it. Your relationships have much more at stake than you have here in the outside world. On the one hand, there's a danger of making it sound like prison's so great because the relationships can be so powerful and intense, but the actual conditions in prison are really inexcusably bad. For sure. It was very, very hard for the woman I was involved with when I got out. I was in the minimum security house, which was right across the road from the prison. I went over to the prison one time to have a new ID photo taken, and she was behind the bars in a part of the prison. She must have known when I was going to be there, and she was all white and very pale. She said she was very depressed. Then she hung herself not long after. I was told it was very traumatic. And she survived, but she had severe brain damage. So, I was on my way out of the system, and I used to visit her at the hospital regularly. She was very brain damaged. And the worst part of it was that her adopted parents, not her real parents, had told the hospital after a short period of time that they didn't want anyone visiting her other than her immediate family, including the indigenous elder who went to the prison, or me, or any of us. She was completely alone in the hospital, except for the nurses. It was just terrible what happened to her, that she hung herself and then did not die. She spent a couple of years in Kingston General Hospital, strapped to a chair and unable to communicate. Nobody knew if she could understand anything we were saying. And then they flew her to Saskatchewan, where her parents wanted her to be buried. Meanwhile, her family never visited her, the adopted family never visited her. Her brother, who was adopted, visited her once. That's it, in 2 years. And yet they were very religious people. She died in the plane over Saskatchewan. Everybody always believed that it was some sort of a mystical thing. She had written in her suicide note that she wanted to be buried in a certain place in Saskatchewan by one of the indigenous women that she was very close to in prison. Maybe all along she knew what was going on but could anti-speak. The quality of life in prison has gotten worse. It's funny, I wrote an article once for this little feminist paper here in Canada, back in the 1990s, and I was talking about how reform seemed impossible. Yet I found myself over time sort of justifying it with the harm reduction analysis. I have been addicted to opiates for a long time. I've been on methadone for 20 years or something like that. So, I really believe in methadone because when I was an opiate addict, I tried everything, treatment centers, just going to my mom's, the typical cold turkey thing. I could not quit. And I was never abused as a child. I have none of those factors that people usually use to describe why somebody becomes an addict. I had a Leave It to Beaver childhood. I could have been in Leave It to Beaver. I always consider myself a very lucky person. It's really white privilege. And yet I still immediately loved opiates. In my case, I think it's brain chemistry. And I think the only reason I'm alive today is because in 1998 in Canada, they began opening up methadone clinics, harm reduction clinics. And methadone worked great for me, and it does for a lot of people. I didn't invent this harm reduction analysis to justify reform. But I thought I did, at first. I was writing about it in the early drafts of that book that I wrote on prison. I think many people in the addiction community started making the connections between harm reduction strategies and political strategies. It is difficult to say to people, especially people who really are suffering, that we have to have revolutionary change. We don't even want to talk about improving conditions because that's reform. It's a waste of time. Right? Especially if you're not suffering yourself as a political activist, You're not living with 10 people in a 2-bedroom apartment and you're not an immigrant from Nigeria. It's a different ball game for them. They may go, "Are you fucking kidding? My children will be dead before there's a revolution." They'll say that sounds a bit like heaven to me. And I can relate. It sounds a bit like a religious thing almost. If you believe in God, then you believe there's going to be heaven and we're going to sacrifice everything because we know we're going to go to heaven someday. Right? It's a classic example of reform. They closed the prison for women because it had been condemned over and over. When they were planning these new prisons, they included the Native Women's Association and the Elizabeth Fry Society, which is reform, but a lot of feminists are involved in it. 36. My first experience of that was positive. When I first went there, I thought, wow, this could be a feminist commune here. But by 2012, it was just horrible, way worse than before. I didn't even cover how bad it was earlier in this interview. My actual experience of attempts to make reform within the system do not justify it. Now when I think about it, it's so difficult. Because you don't want to just say to people, too bad if you have no food, or too bad if you've been in segregation for 2 years. We are only going to fight for the abolition of prisons. We're not going to just focus on getting rid of segregation. The government spent considerable time going over all the rules and regulations involved in segregation in Canada, because notoriously, and I'm sure it's true in the States, there are people who spent years in segregation for nothing. Or for yelling at a guard. And once they're in, they may tell a guard to fuck off and they get another 6 months. But, no, they do not eliminate segregation, they just made some little tweaks to the system so that they have to review your sentence every 30 days. Or you have to be able to get out more every 2 days or something. But they didn't eliminate it. It's just the same old thing. You don't like to say that nothing is worth doing unless it's directly related to revolution. And yet, in fact, that does seem to be the case. I could say that the problem with methadone, the reason I've been on methadone for 20 years, is because when you're on methadone, you don't learn how to cope with your cravings because it takes them all away. So, you end up staying on methadone for a long time because it's very addictive too. I could argue that, yes, I'm still alive and I'm happy because I'm on methadone. But I never actually conquered my drug addiction. So maybe my original reason for using harm reduction philosophies as a way of justifying reform is based on a false premise. Because even though methadone saves people's lives, for sure, and you feel normal, you don't actually overcome your addiction. You just have a legal drug that you can take every day that allows you to be very functional. And it's free. It's a substitute, but it's not the solution. I think what shocked me the most was the situation in segregation. It really is shocking. Even in the prison for women, the segregation unit was right behind our range. There were 2 ranges back to back. All that separated us was a plumbing and electrical corridor that ran between our cells. So, we could literally hear everything. One woman, who was mentally challenged, was always in segregation because she would do things like swear at the guards, which she just couldn't not do. She'd say fuck you, and she had a hard time controlling herself if they were being abusive. And they were abusive. She'd start tearing apart her cell, and, as she's doing all this, they're just writing up one charge after another. By the time she's acted out and been really mad, she's in for another year. And these are people who are mentally challenged. This was routine procedure. The people in seg who are there for years are almost always people with emotional issues. It's usually the people who have the least support and people with the biggest trauma issues because they're the least capable of not responding when the guards provoke them. And they just get worse, and it's still going on. Here in Canada, Ashley Smith was a very young Indigenous woman who was moved around like 14 times within a 2-year period. She deteriorated to the point where she was constantly trying to kill herself. She was under permanent 24 hours a day surveillance because she was constantly trying to kill herself. Eventually, the CSC here in Canada, Correctional Services of Canada, ordered the guards to not go into her cell. She was putting ligatures around her neck, anything, shredding up part of her sheet, just desperate to die. And she did it constantly, so that eventually they sent orders down that they were not to act, not to go into her cell and take off the ligatures unless they really thought she was going to die. One time they waited too long, and she died. They had inquests about it and everything. She was young, only 19. It just blows my mind that we live in this kind of a world. If you're going to judge people by how people treat their poor, it's a condemnation. It's just brutal. Prison changes all the time, the prison subculture, in any prison. Let's say the person who's running the show is a real asshole and picks on people with intellectual disabilities, a bullying subculture. But we were very fortunate that somehow within this group of women there was the subculture that was against bullying, picking on people who were older, or had some kind of disability. That wasn't my achievement, but I contributed to it. Lately I've been thinking this is very unusual and great because most of these women are also tending to be activists now too. Even doing interviews is a big deal for women on parole or who have done time. So, I'm very proud of having been part of that period of time in Canadian prison history where a group of women who were all in there together still maintain ties and are actually very aggressive. Politics and priso. And dynamics. You always have a few problems with another prisoner or with the guards, for sure. I mean, I had a few. It's especially the case where you don't know anybody. When I went to the remand center where there were 3 people per cell, I remember, I was keeping a little journal, but not using people's real names, or anything really about prison. It was just sort of about my headspace. I knew enough, even at that point, not to write about what's going on. But they searched our cells and took everything out. And one time, one of the guards complained about how many letters I was writing because I'd given them to my lawyer so I wouldn't have to go through censorship, and for him to keep so when I got out, I'd have my memoir stuff. So, I had a lot of trouble with the guard over this. And that guard also happened to be somebody who was giving cigarettes to the prisoners. And there were only about 24 women in the unit itself. This guard had manipulated some of the women who were running the show, so to speak. The guard was bringing them cigarettes, or pot joints, or even little letters and stuff. This guard was trying to get them to not like me because she thought I was writing about what she was doing. That really would never be my goal, to eliminate a contraband source for the prisoners. So, I didn't end up having to fight. But I had to make it clear that if this woman didn't lay off, I was going to beat her up, like I had a fight with her. And she did. Lay off. But it's very difficult to go through time in prison without ever being in a situation where you may have to fight with somebody. It's just the way, because there's no cops. Here on the outside, it's very rare that you'd be in a situation where you'd physically fight with somebody, but in prison, you're all over each other. You always have to be ready to defend yourself or align yourself with people who will protect you. It's Jews. Reality. When I first went to P4W in the 1980s, there might have been one black woman prisoner at any given time, but over the years, the percentage of black people in prison, relative to their percentage of the overall general population in Canada, has really increased. To put it succinctly, there is a disproportionate number of black people in prison, as there are indigenous people. I must say, it's really unbelievable how tough the prison regime is on indigenous and black and non-white people. I'm a perfect example of that. I'm still classified as one of a very few, classified as a terrorist in Canada. I have parole conditions that oblige me to report anything I say or do that is political in the public domain. Yet, despite being classified as one of a few terrorists in Canada, I was released on day parole on my full parole date, which is common for lifers. I was essentially treated as any other lifer would, as opposed to being treated more harshly by the parole board due to my label as a terrorist. However, I know an Indigenous woman who spent more than 35 uninterrupted years in federal prison for allegedly committing 2 crimes that she did not do. In order to make my point, I am going to tell you the story without using the real people's names and even changing some facts surrounding this case because I don't want to talk about other people's real experiences. Let's say there was an Indigenous person who took the rap and pled guilty to a charge that their brother actually committed. Maybe this young woman decided that she would do the right thing and plead guilty to this crime to spare her brother a very long sentence. As a result, she ends up in a federal prison. One thing leads to another, and before you know it, she's in there for 20 years. It is not uncommon for Indigenous people to end up in prison for things they did not do, or they end up doing an inordinate amount of time due to the many aggravating factors that come along with being Indigenous. It's quite mind-boggling that I, who had a very serious set of charges, and was never a model prisoner, got released on day parole at the usual time any other lifer would. I was not a prison tough, but neither was I a model prisoner. But on the other hand, I was always surprised that I got parole when I did. I attribute my good fortune to the fact that to my parole officers and the parole board, I look like their aunt or their sister or someone else in their circle of friends. I speak like them. I look like them. We share similar life experiences. They're all white people, so they're not going to identify with Indigenous or black people. Back in the 1980s, the percentage of black people in the Canadian population was very small. It started to rise in the 1990s with the increased immigration of black people from South America and the Caribbean. So, there were very few black people in the prison for women. However, roughly 30% of the prison population were Indigenous. When you take into account that about 2% of the general population was Indigenous, racism was just standing there right in front of you. Like, wow, these people aren't genetically predisposed to be criminals. Very few people are going to use that argument. So how the hell can you justify such a disproportionate number of Indigenous people in prison? Using transfers as a social control mechanism is a concept that's worth mentioning. It was very important for us that in the prison for women we didn't even realize how important it was at the time. I was in the same cell for 7 years, and my neighbors on the range were there for years as well. So, we were able to develop these incredibly powerful relationships and solidarity with one another. In fact, I think in a lot of ways, we influenced what the administration did without even knowing it, because there's a lot of things they just wouldn't even attempt to do because they knew that we just wouldn't obey, that we were very tight. Whereas, when I went to GVI, I noticed that people were moved often. In the maximum security unit, the last time I was there, I couldn't believe it. I was transferred twice, and there were only 3 pods. I noticed that even before I was transferred. One day, one of the 5 women on our pod was moved to another pod. I thought, why the fuck did they move that woman? She was getting along with everybody. Wouldn't it be more disruptive to the guards too, if people don't feel comfortable? But it was definitely happening a lot. The whole concept of transferring is true even within prison populations. In my experience in Canada here, it didn't used to be the case that they would move people around constantly, whereas now they do. This guy on the phone, he said that he had been in the cadets in the army when he was young, and they did the same thing. They moved them from one hut to the next in order to prevent the guys from developing more unity within their own squad than they had loyalty to their commander. He said it was a conscious thing that was going on in the army to prevent that kind of solidarity amongst the young cadets. And I believe that throughout history, there never used to be so many university departments with criminology, psychology, etc. The study of crime and prisons is now rampant. Here in Kingston at Queen's University, they have a whole department that studies prison, they call it prison critical theory. There are a lot of academics, and they're involved as well in prison support work. Lukey. NG forward. I think support is very important. The people who are in segregation for years are people who don't have a lot of support as a rule. I mean, there are exceptions to that. I think Leonard Peltier, I don't even know where he is now, but I'm pretty sure he was in Marion or one of the really high security prisons for many years, and he had tons of support, even from celebrities. 37. That didn't get him out, did it? No. But having support is one of the main reasons that people don't get abused. If they have outside support and a lawyer, it helps. It's extremely important. It is important to try to develop direct communication with prisoners. I don't know about the States, but it's really become difficult in Canada to even write prisoners. I've tried to write many times to the inmate committees even, and my letters haven't gotten through. They've really increased the criteria for writing or any kind of communication. There was a group here in Canada that was operational for many years called Joint Effort. It was a women's group in BC, and they would go in every week and visit with the prisoners as a group. They'd do whatever the prisoners wanted. So, if they wanted to do hobby craft, they'd do hobby craft. If they wanted to write letters, they'd write letters. They were very receptive to what the prisoners wanted, which I thought was great. But then all of a sudden, new regulations came into effect where in order to be a volunteer group, like Joint Effort, you have to put in an application. People say it's on the same level as applying for a job with the CSC. You have to agree to let them look at your bank history to make sure you don't have any bankruptcies. You cannot have a criminal record. Joint Effort has refused to fill out those forms, so they are no longer going in. Instead, there's this group called Walls to Bridges, which is mainly academics and university students who go in and teach classes. They've had to go through the same procedure, but they're more likely to get in. The women I knew from Joint Effort were real anarchists, they hadn't been to university and were just grassroots people. I'm not trying to be critical here of people who are involved in Walls to Bridges, because I know some of them and they're very good people, especially the women. But let's face it, there's still people involved in university, and it's just a little different. I know some people here who visit David Gilbert, so he seems to have access, or people have access to him. 38. But it could be that they'd still allow people who are high profile to have some access. I'm just guessing here, because they know that there would be a lot of pushback since he has a lot of supporters. If he's released on parole, that'd be so fantastic because he's such a great example of someone who's never lost their integrity. I've always admired him, I've read all his books, and he is great. I think I also was affected by stereotypes. You don't realize when you go in there how intelligent the women are, or the men. It's very easy to think otherwise because people have not been to school and the way people talk or whatever. But I think when you go into a prison, you really have to see yourself as someone who's got a lot to learn. No matter how educated, no matter how in-depth your political analysis is, no matter how much you believe you know about radical politics, revolution, even if you've got a PhD in anarchism or whatever, when you go to prison, you're dealing with the experts there. It's something you can't read and learn. You have to be there to learn, to know what it's really like. I think it's very important for people going to prison, and I've said this so many times before, to just shut up, listen, and just observe at first. Because if you go in there and right away start talking, and I've done this before, because I tend to talk, people don't like that. They see that as arrogant. You obviously think you know everything, and who are you to be sitting there blabbing away while other people are quiet? It is a good idea when you first arrive in prison or are transferred to another prison or part of one, to just shut up, learn and listen, because the people who are in prison are the PhDs of that world and you'd be surprised how much they know. Of course, there's complete assholes in there too. It's just like the outside. But still, it's a totally different world, and you can't just go in there and think you know it. I did think I knew a lot from having visited people and having read so much, but I really didn't know anything. Sometimes the people who are the least educated are the people who know the most about prison. People can be very compassionate who may not look like they are. You've got to learn a lot before you can go out in a prison environment and try to organize things. You'd be amazed at how many people think they can do that. And you'd be surprised at the shit that they get thrown at them from people. Within hours the people can smell it, they can just smell somebody who thinks they're smarter than them. And there's nobody to hate more than people who think they're better than them because that's who they've dealt with their whole life. Social workers and cops, and that's the category they put you in if you act like that when you come in. So, lesson 1 is just shut up, learn, and listen. 30 Direct Action was an underground group of 5 anarchists in Canada during the early 1980s. Once arrested for their bombings and other actions, the Squamish Five served various prison sentences. 31 The American Indian Movement was founded in Minnesota in 1968 to address police brutality, poverty, and violence and discrimination in Native communities. They organized for treaty rights, self-determination, and the reclamation of tribal land. See glossary. 32 The Red Army faction was a West German underground anti-imperialist organization active from the early 1970s through the late 1990s. The majority of the founding members died tragic deaths while in police custody. 33 The Front de Libération du Québec was a militant Quebec independence group that carried out several actions in the 1960s and into 1970. See glossary. 34 Prisoners' Justice Day began in Canada in 1974 as an act of solidarity and is now celebrated internationally on August 10 to support prisoners' rights and to honor those who died while behind bars. 35. Prison Legal News is a monthly periodical that has been reporting on criminal justice issues and prison litigation since its founding in 1990. Prison News Service, a bulldozer publication / the Marionette, was a prominent prisoner-led abolitionist paper during the 1980s and 1990s. 36 The Native Women's Association of Canada is an organization that advocates for the rights of Indigenous and First Nations women and gender-diverse people. The Elizabeth Fry Society is a non-profit social service agency that provides support for women and girls involved in the Canadian justice system. 37 Marion refers to United States Penitentiary, Marion, a former Supermax prison in Illinois, the other Supermax being ADX Florence. See glossary. 38 David Gilbert is a lifelong activist and was a political prisoner for 40 years due to his involvement in an expropriation gone horribly wrong. David's story is included here. Sean Swain. Sean Swain has been held without legal conviction or sentence since 1991 for the self-defense killing of a court official's relative who broke into Sean's home and threatened his life. In 2012, prisoners calling themselves the Army of the 12 Monkeys rebelled at Mansfield Correctional Facility. The prison authorities assumed that anarchist Sean Swain must have been behind it and threw him in Supermax isolation. While in prison, Sean became a jailhouse lawyer and in recent years converted to Islam. Sean has served over 30 years in prison, mainly in Ohio state prisons, though he has also been shipped to Virginia state prisons. He is a member of the Fire Ant Collective. 39. Sean has self-published numerous zines and has written 3 books. Last Act of the Circus Animals. Ohio, The Truth Behind Bob's Lanes. And Opposing Torture. P. Risen Life. I was not mentally prepared for prison. In fact, no one was ever less mentally prepared. I was 21 years old and a non-criminal and had spent only a total of 30 days in the county jail. I arrived at the prison in complete shock and didn't identify with the criminals and degenerates undoing me. I didn't have a hard time adapting to the prison routine because I refused to adapt. I was in denial. I wasn't guilty, so I knew I was just passing through. I attempted to stay invisible as the prison complex functioned around me. I saw the system as legitimate and saw criminals as deserving of punishment, and I thought of my conviction and imprisonment as an anomaly that would be corrected. This view was reinforced when my conviction was reversed and I was remanded for a retrial. What opened my eyes to the true nature of the system was the conduct of the court when I returned for trial, and the court did everything possible to tilt the scales and guarantee my conviction. When I was found guilty, again a foregone conclusion, given the court's conduct of the case, the prosecutor said, loud enough for me to hear, "It takes a good prosecutor to convict a guilty man, it takes a great prosecutor to convict an innocent one. I got this guy twice, what's that make me?" So, this became a critical disjuncture where I finally awakened to the reality that this larger system was not mine, that I was disposable to it, that my allegiance and loyalty had been misplaced, and that I had far more in common with the rabble I had so long believed to be beneath me. I accepted the possibility that those with distrust for the system, who rejected its authority with their actions, might know something that I did not, rather than believing I knew something that they did not. A transformation occurred for me as I began recognizing some fundamental truths about why the world operated as it did, and I began sensing that I had been duped, tricked, manipulated by a false narrative I had accepted without question, and I allowed myself to be open to the humanity around me. It was, in that sense, my own humanization. I no longer assumed my experience to be the only valid one and sought to understand the truths of those whose experience was greatly different and my own. I am always hesitant to reminisce about the good old days of prison. But there are two eras. In the 1990s at Mansfield, there was a really progressive administration. Wardens had power, and central office hadn't yet created cookie-cutter standards. Wardens could run their and prisons. At Mansfield, we had an inmate liaison committee we elected who acted like the warden's cabinet, proposing rule changes. We had food and clothes boxes, where family could shop and send in the boxes from home. Visits were very lax. Security staff didn't hassle anyone getting a tattoo or being in others' cells playing guitar or even smoking pot or drinking hooch. I remember an officer who paid a prisoner for tattoo work, and we had to watch out for supervisors so they wouldn't get caught. We had a program during the holidays where we could order food from Kroger off of an order list that was dozens of pages long. We had a celebratory yard day and fair day with all you can eat burgers and hot dogs, bags of chips and sodas, with live bands and boxing matches. One time, they let in bikers with motorcycles lined up on the recreation yard for us to check out. Men and women, and some of the women were not exactly dressed to meet visitation standards of proper attire. All of that is different now. It's an era of centralize, decontrol. It's easy to remember the good from that previous era. But, if we're being honest, I also have to tell you about going into the gym bathroom to take a piss and hearing the sounds of a rape occurring in the toilet stall. Or watching a guy get his throat cut in the commissary line and stepping outside long enough for the porter to mop up the blood before we got back in line, blood dripping from the ceiling. Or the big kid with a learning disability getting wheeled out on a gurney, lying on his stomach, a paintbrush broken off in his rectum. It was an era when I learned not to run when a stabbing happened in the chow hall, because you just had to turn your back to it and lean over your tray to keep blood from getting in your food. No sense running as the victim was already selected and it wasn't you. That's no longer the norm. Greater control also equates with far less serious violence and predation. So when anyone waxes reminiscent about any era of captivity, I always like to challenge them to remember the whole picture. Even me. I have many times been 10,000 miles in the mouth of the graveyard. All hope is lost. I experienced a year of torture, slowly starving to death in freezing cold, denied soap and contact with the outside world, subjected to months of sleep deprivation and really creative torments, including days of dirty toilet water raining down on everything in the cell. There are a few things I did to try getting through all of it as whole and functional as possible. First, when it feels overwhelming, remember, it's supposed to. That's the point. It's why your enemy does it. They employ all of the torments upon you that they know would break them if they were subjected to the same torments. So, each torture employed reveals a little about the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of your enemy. Second, it's all temporary. It feels like it will go on forever. It won't. And so, you don't have to endure a year of whatever condition. Or a month. Or a week. You just have to survive through today. Just today. And you know you can do that because you survived yesterday. In that sense, I didn't survive a year of torture, I survived 1 hour of it. 24 times in the course of a day. And I survived a day of it. 365 times. Third, I reminded myself that I didn't have a choice. I could either survive or else surrender and sit down on the curb and, sooner or later, the dogs and birds would eat me. I couldn't surrender and sit down on the curb and let the dogs and birds eat me because I didn't own me, too many others did. They were invested in me with love and blood and sweat and tears, and I owed it to them to get through everything by whatever means. Which leads to the fourth principle: I wasn't alone. I reminded myself of everyone who was with me, at least in spirit. None of us are ever alone. Others are with us. We're together in the same space, just kind of far apart. Sometimes miles. But together, just the same, because my struggle is our struggle, your struggle is our struggle, her struggle and his struggle are our struggle. I imagined their faces, I spoke their names, I included them in my daily routine. Our enemy doesn't confront a solitary individual. The enemy confronts an army. And again, when it feels hopeless and endless, it's supposed to. That's how the enemy designed it. But it's not. It's not. Exercise personal power to whatever degree you can. Determine the purpose of what you endure and how you can use this experience. Determine to continue resisting in creative forms. Give the experience meaning. How can you use this to help others? Never sink into, why me? Always remind yourself, why not you? Better you than someone else, someone who would break, would surrender, would submit to the forces of self-murder and oblivion. I've been 10,000 miles in the mouth of the graveyard. I crawled out, foot by foot. I'm not exceptional, what I can do, you can do. You'd be surprised at the shit you can crawl through and make it out alive. There are millions of little victories. When Anthony Racine first published my writings, I actually cried. When Friends developed SeansWayne.org. When LBC published Last Act. And then Ohio. When the Final Straw radio show interviewed me and then invited me to contribute regularly, when friends and supporters rallied to raise funds for counsel to protect me from the evils of the oppressor. All of these had meaning to me and brought me a sense of gratitude because each instance was a situation where others truly valued me and gave me the chance to make a difference in their lives and in ours lives. My dad died last March. He had been diagnosed with serious heart trouble the previous October, but no doctors were in a rush to get him to surgery. By the time he had a bypass, his heart muscle had sustained too much damage. The elderly get ignored. If I had been home, they wouldn't have done that to him. I wouldn't have allowed it. He might still be alive. I think of the years my communications were silenced while he was alive, years I missed him. I think of all the denials of parole that kept me from being home for him. My dad was a really incredible guy. I miss him every day. I found out in a call from my mom. We spoke and cried. Then I went on with my regular routine, sitting in the day room and writing, conversing. My dad would want me to continue doing what I do. If it was important enough to do it when he was alive, it means even more to do it when he's gone. I loved him. He knew that. I still do, and I honor him with everything I do. Those we lose only live on through us. We manifest them with our actions, or memory. I also lost someone I cared for very deeply. My friend Isan suffered great injustice and trauma and had lasting struggles with brain injuries. It became more and more difficult for her to manage her life, and others had her hospitalized. And we lost contact. She died 4 months later of an overdose. Again, I have to wonder if I had not been in prison but had been out there in the world, perhaps I could have been an advocate she needed, and maybe she would still be alive. ID. Auntie no. Everything is relative with quality of life. We have phone, tablets and email, movies on disc played over the institution movie channel. The medium prison in Virginia I just left had great pizza on Wednesday. But there's also a danger in comfort. Comfort is not freedom, and too often we confuse them. I see prisoners routinely who have forgotten this is prison, who have given up struggling for freedom and have accepted relative comfort. When that happens, when enough prisoners surrender to comfort, collective freedom becomes impossible. Maybe the most shocking thing is how unshocking all of it is. The mundanity of human captivity, how it grinds along. After this experience, having strangers look up my asshole, having my head open steel doors while I'm cuffed and helpless, watching someone dive off the second floor railing onto linoleum and seeing everyone stare at the growing blood puddle, hearing guards talk about sports while kicking a food tray under a rusty cell door with metal and bug corpses falling into the food, seeing guards unleash a billy club attack and snap someone's arm, the routine commonness of all of it. I can imagine passengers stepping off cattle cars between rows of Nazis, stripping naked, accepting bars of soap and stepping into the linoleum-tiled room. I can imagine those Nazis discussing the soccer game or their wives cooking, can imagine them going home to laugh and play with their kids after dropping the Zyklon B canister into that linoleum-tiled room, after dragging out the bodies while complaining about the cost of auto repairs. I can see the bored looks on their faces as they inspect the bars of soap they pick up off the floor and put back into the box, waiting on the next train and exchanging humorous tales of binge drinking, excursions, looking at the sky and pondering whether it might rain while kicking a corpse into the mass grave. The shocking thing, maybe, is how routine, how uneventful atrocity can be. I hope there are small things I've done, stuff I wrote or said that made some kind of difference in someone else's life. I don't necessarily know what those were. But those people do. A famous dead guy, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, once wrote that being a revolutionary is like plowing the ocean. Hard to see the results of your work. I'm not a home run hitter. I'm more of an on-base percentage kind of guy. Hopefully my singles add up to something. Politics and priso. And dynamics. Prison or not, we all have to ask ourselves, is this something I can live with? And I find the folks I emulate generally had longer lists of shit they would not do than the profiteers and opportunists I despise. A question for us all, can I keep contributing to this civilization program murdering our planet and our future? If the answer is no, then you have character and probably a lengthy FBI file. So do I. It used to be that when you arrived at a new prison, someone would try you, demand protection payment or pick a fight over nothing or call you a bitch to provoke you. How you respond proves if you are solid or not. But now, for me, it's not prisoners trying me, it's a warden or prison investigator who looks at my file and thinks he or she can break me when everyone else failed. Then I make that idiot famous, draw a cartoon of him fucking a dog, give her a nickname that sticks with her co-workers, talk about them on the radio or online, and their phones go nuts, and the fax machines fling out death threats, and someone posts a home address and then smashes a windshield. You can't stop the first idiot from trying me. But you can stop the second and the third and the fourth, when they see what you did to the first one. That goes for wardens and directors as much as for gangbangers running the C.L. block. I made a conscious decision early on to be who I am. I won't be anything else, won't pretend to be. I associate with people I respect, and I value opinions of people I respect. Everyone else can fuck off. I don't need their approval. I'm not adhering to anyone else's sense of what I ought to be or who I should avoid. No one is entitled to an opinion, particularly a racist. There's no such thing as an apolitical prisoner. The state is a political construct, judges hold political office, prosecutors make political choices, criminal laws are passed by politicians. The act of caging a human being is a political one. To violate law, to say, I am above the state rather than the state being above me, is a political act. All prisoners are political. Some are more consciously so. I have been accused of political work. Prison officials have, since 2008, accused me of encouraging a work stoppage, leading 3 riots, threatening the entire workforce of the prison system twice, extorting prison officials twice, promoting terrorist-type activities, arranging for all prison employees' home addresses to be posted online, conspiring to use drones to drop guns into the prisons, plotting to blow up the Ohio State House, and committing incalculable numbers of unauthorized group activities. I have challenged Ohio statehood in international court as a way to expose the invasion and colonization that passes as settlement and legitimate authority. Swain v. United States. In the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, Case No. 14.146. I have 2 books in print and a third on the way and years of radio segments. The FBI monitors my segments and publishing, and I have over 4,000 pages of FBI files, only a few hundred of which are not related to ongoing investigations. It seems that those in power think I'm involved in political activity. I will, in this one instance, uncharacteristically defer to them. As for the violence, I find that prison violence is rarely random. It's virtually always foreseeable if you're aware of what others are doing and to whom. In fact, random violence is more prevalent out there. School shootings, folks driving down parade routes, road rage, drive-bys, random attacks, cops and vigilantes gunning down protesters. If I had things to do over, and if I could change anything, I suspect I wouldn't give prison officials so much credit. What I mean is, I know my rights. I know what the courts say. But prisons are run by bullies in suits who don't read and who solve all problems by pounding them with a hammer. Don't ever expect them to apply reason. They can't. Don't appeal to their sense of justice. They don't have one. The same generally applies to the entire apparatus of the state. If you want to protect and insulate yourself from harm, in all of your dealings with the state, from the clerk at the Department of Motor Vehicles to an audience with the president, don't suppose yourself to be interacting with a human being but, instead, imagine that state representative to be an armed concentration camp guard holding pliers they just used to yank a gold tooth out of a corpse's head while holding a coffee can full of teeth as they look into your eyes to ask you what you want. Attribute to that state representative all of the moral and intellectual characteristics you would think that concentration camp guard to have. It helps you maintain healthier expectations. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support has saved my life, quite literally. My captors would have killed me and in fact plotted to kill me if not for responsive supporters outside exposing the plot publicly. Even now, my path home winds through outside support who magnify my voice and gather funds for counsel and coordinate on my behalf. On at least some small level, officials know the eyes of the world are watching, and I imagine that tempers their abuses and repressions to so me degree. Advice for anyone involved in support work: the worst thing you can possibly do is to say yes and to do no. That's important to remember before you say yes. For me, I would rather hear you say, no, I can't do it, and then give me the chance to find someone who can and will get it done, rather than you tell me yes, I've got that, and then not do it, or else get it done too late to be of benefit. No doesn't hurt my feelings. Unfulfilled yes hurts em. Why chances? So, it is important in support work, I think, to distinguish between all the important work you want to get done if you could click your heels and make a wish, and the projects you can reasonably and realistically get done in the midst of real life demands. And if ever you say yes to a project and discover you can't get it done right and on time, speak up as soon as you figure out you can't do it and maybe help find an alternative. Will anyone be mad? Maybe. But it's better than letting the project not get done or slapping something together. There are, of course, I see limits. If the goal is to get prisoners out, that's a simple process. There's a SEAL team composed of otherwise ordinary Americans who went to Pakistan, infiltrated an armed compound, got Osama bin Laden, and left. They're not superhuman. They're not 10 feet tall or bulletproof. In fact, anywhere in the world, institutions of captivity are constructed to keep people in, not to keep people out. If there's a dedicated cadre of outside support who really want to get a captive out, there is no security system that can account for all of the various strategies that cadre can employ. Period. That's just reality. But when we talk about getting captives out, we don't mean using drones or helicopters, guns, or explosives. We mean appeals to the captors' courts or arranging presentations to their parole boards, and those are processes that are more complex and necessarily involve recognition of state legitimacy and authority, and probably involve a requisite snivel fest. Some kind of admission of guilt and implicit rightness of the state response to crime, and so on. This involves groveling to the armed concentration camp guard with the bloody pliers and the coffee can full of molars to do the right thing. He's holding a coffee can full of the results of prior such appeals. I know. I've had too many encounters with him myself. Some of my teeth are rattling around in there. And, again, realistic limits. There's a difference between direct action and its predictable results and reformist appeals with their unfortunately predictable results. I don't think the process has started. I say this not as a critique but as an observation. If you want to tear something down, you get a sledgehammer, you get the tools for tearing it down, you don't show up with a picket sign or a petition or a bullhorn. Nobody ever tore anything down with a bullhorn. That's not to say those aren't useful tools for what they do. They are. So if you want to raise consciousness and gain popular support and so on, those are useful. But that's not tearing anything down. I think if you want to tear something down, if that is your goal, then you have to focus on the question of how to tear it down, not the question of how to get others to agree with you. Tearing it down is a simple process. An analogy. I don't know how a computer works. But I know how it doesn't work. If I want it to not work, I don't need computer science classes. I need a screwdriver to leverage the panel off so I can rip out the wires. I don't know what the red wire does or the green wire. I don't give a fuck. I'm yanking. And then the computer doesn't work. It's not brain science or rocket surgery. This goes for any complex system. See how it works. Interrupt its process. Very simple. But to achieve it, we must first think about it as a goal and talk about it and work toward it. If enemy terrorists had an armed base I wanted to shut down, I could directly assault it and take losses. That's one approach. Or I could locate its external warehouse where it stores its instant potatoes and toilet paper, and I could burn it to the ground. The enemy won't last long without potatoes, without toilet paper. That's just one vulnerability. We could identify a dozen in seconds and develop a strategy for attack. But, again, there are realistic limits. There are powerful deterrents. If only we transcend those, we could easily. Why succeed? Change never happens as a consequence of unity or by majorities taking action. It's always the minority, the small number of dedicated radicals who create change and do so through radical means. If coming to prison, be genuine. Be yourself. Don't try to be someone you're not. Other prisoners will sniff you out in no time. Be cautious. Don't loan or borrow. Be aware of your surroundings, but don't let on that you know anything. Set clear boundaries with others and enforce them. Imprisonment is a question of geography. Your carcass is on one side of a fence instead of the other. But there's no magical barrier between the world and you. You didn't get blasted to Mars. You're the same person you were on the outside of the fence, and it's not impossible to continue social and political engagement, to continue impacting the world from wherever you are. The world is burning. You have a responsibility to stop it, and prison doesn't give you a free pass to opt out. You know how capitalism creates disparity and victimizes the poor? Yeah. Well, here they are. Say hi. You know how structural racism hurts real people? Yeah. Well, here they are. Say hi. You know how the educational system lets too many fall between the cracks? Yeah. Well, here they are. Say hi. Henry David Thoreau, a famous dead guy, said that in an unjust society, the only place for a just person is in prison. Congratulations. You finally arrived. Get to work. 39. Fire Ant is a publication focused on spreading the words of anarchist prisoners, generating material solidarity for them, and fostering communication between anarchists on both sides of the walls. Martha Hennessy. Martha Hennessy is a peace activist and member of the Catholic Worker Movement, which was started by her grandmother, Dorothy Day. 40. Martha has been imprisoned multiple times for her protests against nuclear weapons, drone strikes, and the torture being carried out at Guantanamo Bay by the U.S. government. Most recently, Martha was imprisoned for taking direct, nonviolent, faith-based action for nuclear abolition at the Kings Bay Naval Base in southern Georgia on the 50th anniversary of the killing of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4, 2018. Martha spent 5 months at the women's camp at Danbury Prison in Connecticut and then 2 months in a halfway house in Manchester, New Hampshire, for her involvement in the Kings Bay action. In the 1980s, she spent 3 months imprisoned at the Brentwood Women's House of Correction for her protests against the Seabrook nuclear power plant in New Hampshire. She also spent a week in prison at the Onondaga Justice Center on 2 different occasions for her protests against the drone program at Hancock Air Base in Syracuse, New York. Martha has also spent time in the D.C. Central Jail for her protests of the torture at Guantanamo. P. Risen life. In prison, everything is dictated to you, what you eat, what you wear, what you do each day. It's very regimented and yet very dead of things to do and a lot of downtime. But I worked in the library. I refused to do any kind of paid work because I refused to pay restitution for the nuclear weapons. I took up knitting. They had a guitar there, so I was able to keep up a little bit with my guitar skills. I had a very large mail correspondence. I tried to help other women as much as I could. That included talking to people on the outside, getting phone numbers, getting names, getting information. Danbury does hold the Vermont federal women prisoners, so there were a couple of women there trying to work with Bernie Sanders's office, just trying to get information and D. Justice. With Seabrook I would say no, I wasn't prepared. But for Danbury, I definitely was. I had never served jail time with Seabrook, and it was a county jail right next to the nursing home. But I was with two other women, and I don't remember it being a terribly traumatic transition, other than being separated from my 2-year-old son. That was very hard. But with Danbury, I knew what I was in for. But just the same, all those bars and all that razor wire still is very shocking. At Danbury, because of COVID, there were no family visits. They were starting to do that just as I was leaving there. My support team was absolutely wonderful. The Kings Bay Plowshares support team has been amazing. 41. With most Plowshares actions, it is an amazing community that comes together. Even in Manchester, New Hampshire, at the halfway house, I ended up with a local support group there. It's just fabulous. I think the hardest thing for me was all the swearing. The cursing on the part of the prisoners and the staff, it's horrible. And the food was very hard to adjust to. But I'm a very well self-regulated, organized person, and I just sort of went right into the routine. I was in quarantine, and I was being held in a cell that had no toilet. I was being held in the place where they bring people in and discharge people from. It was not at all intended for long term. And I was there 9 days. That was pretty miserable. But the human being adapts to amazingly all things. She was still alive when I did my 3-month stint for Seabrook. A lot of the folks from the Catholic worker movement in New York were actually doing prison time too, for the same reason, so she was very much aware, very supportive. I wrote her letters. That was toward the last year of her life, so it was not easy for her to stay in touch with me. But I don't remember ever asking her explicit questions about her experience in DC with the suffragists. I think that was the worst, where she was physically brutalized, like many of the women during that time. I think a really important skill that I learned was listening, just listening to other people's stories. Those stories gave me moments of great sorrow and also moments of joy as well. One woman, her father was very much into the labor movement and workers' rights, and sitting and hearing her stories was fabulous. Prisons keep getting worse, everything deteriorates. Back in 1980, this is before I had my training as an occupational therapist, I knew the women that I was with had these special needs that were not being met. And then that became even more apparent with my week-long experiences at Onondaga Justice Center. The women of color, the indigenous women, the racism, that's why they were there, because of who they were. I do remember in New Hampshire in 1980, there was a woman that they brought to us from Concord State Mental Facility. She was actively psychotic, and that was just a real eye-opener for me to see what was not done for her. Most recently, at Danbury, the pill line is really long, everybody's getting their psychotropic meds. People definitely deteriorate. One woman had a heart attack. Luckily, the co who happened to be on corrections officer, not conscientious objector, the co just happened to be a person who was intact and paid attention. At the halfway house in Manchester, it was damaged people, both residents and staff. As far as deterioration goes, there were guys at the halfway house who didn't have their ID papers in place, and so they couldn't work, and they were simply sitting there. It was so unnecessary, so unnecessary. The basics were not being provided for people. The mental deterioration is very clear. I was able to see it and understand it better because of my training as an occupational therapist. I think that my choice of vocation was certainly influenced by my mother and my grandmother. You don't push papers, you don't sit at a machine, you work with people. Reading the curriculum really resonated with me, and I thought, oh, I love that combination of psychology and manual arts and independence, trying to gain independence after injury. All of those appealed to me, so, yeah, I think I chose the vocation based on the examples that my mother and grandmother et for me. I think the lack of recognizing us as humans is the most shocking thing. This whole creation of a system where the sole, single goal is to punish and to criminalize people are more than just what their charges were. My situation was different. I mean, I was kind of like a volunteer walking into that. The dehumanizing I found to be just so shocking. One woman tripping and falling and fracturing her elbow, and the way they treated her. They didn't give her care, and that was incredibly painful to watch. For those incarcerated, we end up policing each other in really bizarre ways because of the use of collective punishment. You don't want to put yourself at risk, and so community is deliberately broken down. I mean, the women are very strong and do support each other in many ways, I found at Danbury. But that can go only so far, where people just start policing each other, and there are snitches and all of that. Politics and priso. And dynamics. Prison conflicted with my personal ethics constantly. To give you concrete examples, let's take smoking. I hate cigarette smoke. I hate this corporate ripping out of people's lungs for profit and people doing it to themselves, and it just infuriates me, and I get militant about it. No, I don't want to breathe cigarette smoke. But there were women who were keeping themselves together with at least feeding that one addiction. I would complain when I stepped out the door, and it was all illicit, of course. I felt like I couldn't defend myself. And it was much more acute at the halfway house, where they were smoking in the bathroom because we were not allowed outdoors at all. I wanted to complain, and I didn't want to breathe the smoke, and I was putting them at risk. So that was a real issue. At one point at 2 o'clock in the morning, we were all lined up against the wall because someone had dropped contraband off at the assistant warden's house. They got the wrong place. And he woke up infuriated, and he came, and he punished us and took it out on us, and he was awful. One of us actually fell to the floor and fainted because she was woken up really quickly. She was on these particular meds, so she just passed out. Then after a while, I started feeling sick. And I didn't know what to do because I thought, if I tried to defend myself, it's just going to make it worse for everybody else up against the wall. So, there are dilemmas constantly. And also talking about nuclear weapons to some of the other prisoners and guards and talking about Catholicism. For the most part, people understood immediately who I was and why I was there. But there were other people who were just defending the status quo, and that really challenged me in terms of, okay, Martha, are you going to evangelize in a way that people can hear you, or are you just going to piss people off? So that was a real challenge. I tried to evangelize more than piss people off. They all understand systemic oppression. I experienced ageism more than racism for some funny reason. But, yes, once we started eating in the cafeteria together, everybody self-segregated. I ended up at the table with all the white blondes, bleach blondes, and I thought, I'm not doing this. They actually invited me to it. I ended up just rotating tables with different meals to try and break it up, to make the point that I wasn't sitting at the whites only table every single time. The women knew me, I was so mouthy, they tolerated me in many ways. I was like one of the oldest there. People were good about not giving me a hard time. It could have been much worse. As far as ageism, the young people wouldn't take the time to listen to you. They interrupt you. That happens a lot anyhow, but they just couldn't and wouldn't relate to me. Also, with this ear tumor, I wear a hearing aid, and the hearing is always a difficulty. One woman whom I actually got very close to because she had never been in prison and she was just barely holding on to her emotional stability during quarantine. She was from Bangladesh, and at one point she was ridiculing me because I wasn't hearing things properly. but she had great respect for me. But there are other US women for whom the culture does not respect the elderly. And so, I did experience some of that. I was imprisoned with Liz McAllister for 2 months down in Georgia. 42. At Camden County Jail, Claire Grady and Liz and I were in the same cell. Claire on the floor. Then in Glenn County, I was with Liz briefly, and then they moved her to another pod. They intentionally separate co-defendants, but at Camden County they couldn't. I worked in the library, and my case manager's little office was right next to the library, and I found this picture of Abu Ghraib, where the prisoner was standing on the box with the hood over his head, a classic CIA torture scenario, and I took the book next door and put it right in the face of my counselor, my case manager. He said, "I don't remember that. I was in high school." And I said, "Yeah, that's why I'm showing it to you. This is our history." So, every chance you get you try to make these points. Anytime I saw a head honcho coming through once they came right into the library, and I just immediately started proselytizing about the books that I was bringing into the library and how this prison complex industry needs to be talked about. People got tired of listening to me, that's for sure. At the halfway house, I kept announcing Daniel Hale getting 4 years in prison. 43. I don't know if I converted anybody. I think they understood where I was coming from, they appreciated the fact that I felt freed up to speak my mind, but, as far as converting anyone, I don't know. Then there is this whole question of Christianity. There was this book on the shelf by General McRaven called Make Your Bed. And he's an extreme right-wing warmonger. I put together prayer groups in the morning to do the daily readings, and I had a discussion with one of the people I was with about that particular book and what he was saying. It was rough. When she first heard that I was the granddaughter of Dorothy Day, she got all excited, and her husband was a cradle Catholic. She asked him to send the 2 books. The Long Loneliness and The World Will Be Saved by Beauty. One by Dorothy and one by Kate Hennessy, my sister. The moment she started reading these books, she realized what she was in for and couldn't talk about it anymore. Similar to my experience at the induction of Dorothy Day at the Women's Hall of Fame, my hosts were all excited, but the moment they heard her words, it was like, oh my God, that's what this is about. And they couldn't go there. They jump on the bandwagon when they think they're onto somebody who people love or like, and then they realize it's not there. Politics. Without my faith, I would have been more bitter, I would have been more angry, I would have been cursing a lot more. We have the example of Jesus trying to heal people, hanging out with the lowest, the supposed lowest of society. There you are, with drug addicts, with mothers who have abandoned their kids, mothers who were separated from their kids and they want to take care of their kids, just terrible situations. The faith component of it, that's the tradition that I come from, conscientious objector, Catholics in action. No, I would not have had the presence of mind or stamina without that kind of background. Lukey. NG forward. When you're on the phone, let the prisoner talk. That's pretty important. Outside support is critical, crucial. I just learned so much about how corrupt prosecutors and lawyers are, my God. My support people were wonderful, just absolutely wonderful. Not everyone in my family fully understands my faith journey, never mind this nuclear resistance journey. But it's really, really important to give the prisoner room to express themselves. Make sure they have enough stamps and envelopes. Make sure that you know somebody is staying in touch with them, so they feel like they're not totally, completely abandoned. Support is so critical. The BOP has billions of dollars to work with to keep this horrible system in place. We need to seize those dollars from the BOP and use them to get these women back to their families, to get them housing, jobs, training, and child care. It's just outrageous the way the money is being used to punish and to kill and torture, instead of taking care of people. All of this is very preventable. All of the huge prison population is an absolute result of capitalism. Capitalism makes sure that we have illness, that we have sickness, mental and physical. Capitalism is feeding all of this, and that just so desperately needs to be changed. But I really indict the media, they're just not doing their jobs. Even if it's one tiny, little voice saying no to the insanity, it's worth it. The mainstream media is off. There is solidarity, but everybody is so fragmented, and they're just trying to survive their day-to-day lives. Prisoners desperately need a Dan Berrigan to walk amongst them, to organize them, even just to start with a prayer group. 44. I wasn't good enough at that. Even some of the prisoners who really were in solidarity with each other were willing to work with the staff in ways that didn't help prisoners. That's a really tough thing, I don't know if we could do some kind of infiltration project to get political prisoners in to help organize on the inside. That's really needed, but it's so risky, it's so brutal. We have people who were definitely designated as snitches and were treated as such. Hold on to your humanity and realize that you don't have to scapegoat each other. At a certain level, that is innate and that does happen. It's incredible how some people go through that system and come out okay and don't ever come back. There are stories of that level of so-called success. But in terms of advice, just greet new prisoners and introduce yourself. I did this at the halfway house. People would be coming through all the time, and people would be leaving without a word, and I would try and encourage, and other prisoners did this too, people to say goodbye to the folks leaving and introduce yourself to the new ones coming. Just maintain that basic humanity and social skills, if you can. And nonviolent commitment, that's huge. We've got to change it, we've got to change it. We've got to care, we've got to pay attention, and we've got to act. 40 Started by Dorothy Day and Peter Morin in 1933, the Catholic worker movement has autonomous groups of nonviolent adherents around the world who live in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ and who participate in civil disobedience to bear witness to state violence. See glossary. 41 The Plowshares movement consists of Christian pacifists who protest against nuclear weapons and war. The name refers to the prophet Isaiah, who said that swords shall be beaten into plowshares. Many plowshares activists are jailed for their civil disobedience. See glossary. 42 Elizabeth McAllister was Martha's co-defendant in the Kings Bay Plowshares action. Her story is included here. Claire Grady, mentioned in the next sentence, was also a co-defendant in the Kings Bay Plowshares action, and she has done numerous stints in jails and prisons for her actions against military and nuclear targets. 43 Daniel Hale is a former National Security Agency analyst who leaked drone warfare intelligence information to the press and was sentenced to 45 months in prison in July 2021 for violating the Espionage Act. 44 Daniel Berrigan was a Jesuit priest and a lifelong radical activist who protested the Vietnam War as a member of the Catonsville Nine along with his brother Philip, and who spent many years in and out of jails and prisons due to his activism. Jalil Muntakim. Jalil Muntakim served just under 50 years in prison for his involvement with the Black Liberation Army. Jalil became affiliated with the Black Panther Party at age 18. Less than 2 months before his 20th birthday, he was captured with Alberta, Washington in a midnight shootout with San Francisco police. 45. He was subsequently charged with a host of revolutionary activities, including the assassination of 2 New York City police officers. Jalil was also implicated in the San Francisco 8 case and pleaded guilty to a lesser offense. 46. He was imprisoned for 49 years in numerous maximum security facilities in both California and New York and was released in October 2020. Jalil has published 2 zines on the Black Liberation Army and Letters from Jalil Muntakim, Reflections from Inside Prison Walls on Resistance to Police Terror. and 2 books. We Are Our Own Liberators, Selected Prison Writings, and Escaping the Prism. Fade to Black, Poetry and Essays. P. Risen Life. I'm Jalil Muntakim, and I'm a former member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. I was arrested on August 28, 1971, in San Francisco. It was basically a shootout with cops, and they captured me and my comrade Na, who passed in 2002 of cancer in prison. We were charged with a host of cases as a result of our activities within the BPP and the Black. As a result, I was sent to prison from the age of 19, and I was released in October of 2020. That's about 49 years and a few months in prison. I have always had family support. My family was always there. But there were times when I didn't have community support or outside support from organizations and so forth. I remember one time, I'm not ashamed to say it, I had to collect bottles in the prison in order to have sufficient funds to go to the commissary. Not long after that, a new organization in the community began to organize fundraisers for political prisoners. One organization in particular was the ABCF, the Anarchist Black Cross Federation. 47. That organization was very generous. They used their war chest very diligently, with certain individuals receiving a stipend, either monthly or every 2 or 3 months. That was helpful to me. And soon after, other organizations began to consider that political prisoners needed some kind of assistance. Because you have to remember that at the very beginning, especially after the more militant development of the struggle had diminished, there was no more Free Huey, or Free Angela. No more Free the Chicago 7 or the New York Panther 21. 48. As soon as those cases died down, then the idea of political prisoners, for the most part in public narrative, became extinct. There was no discussion or talk about political prisoners to any large degree. Of course, there were certain militant organizations that continued to support one another, like the National Committee for the Defense of Political Prisoners, with Yuri Kochiyama and Saifi Yabukari, which evolved out of support for the Panther 21 and did a ton of good work. 49. In San Francisco, there was an organization called the United Prisoners Union that was very supportive when I returned to San Quentin. 50. Also, the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee came into existence and began to help people inside prisons. 51. But for the most part, a lot of us in the early years, in the 1970s and 1980s, we had to fend for ourselves in terms of our own subsistence. Then, imagine, when I began to organize the Jericho movement in 1998, we started to get a real, serious federation of friends and supporters who began to give recognition to the resistance of political prisoners. Prior to that, the question of political prisoners was a nuance in the movement and not an actual thing or entity, or an issue that really needed to be considered for care and support. You survive, you do what you have to do to survive. You adapt. As human beings, in and of ourselves, we are adaptive to certain circumstances and situations, and so we adapt. I adapt. By adapting, I continued to study and continued to organize. That's how I survived in the pre-on system. I do not relent in terms of my own identity or who I am as an organizer and as a revolutionary. And so, me knowing myself and my own identity and understanding that I wasn't as sharp as I am today, but as a young guy, I knew there was something wrong with the system that must be changed. So, it was up to me to continue to study. As a matter of fact, my mom gave me instructions. She said, listen, if you're going to be in there talking all that stuff, you better read, and you better go to school. You better learn how to speak and how to write. She's the one who really told me to get into books. She said, go get a dictionary and read it. And that's what I did. I took a dictionary and read it from cover to cover. Then I started using words in their proper context. So, it took some time for me to really understand the nature of prison. That this is an opportunity for me, for my own growth and development, and how I will be able to continue to contribute to the overall struggle. I never lost hope, but there are days when you become depressed. Prison is a depressing situation, period. You don't go to prison to find joy. In prison, you're in the company of miserable people being guarded by miserable people. You're in a cesspool of misery, and people are coping within that. So, naturally there are times where you feel depressed as a result of, for instance, going to the parole board 14 times, as I did. I was eligible for parole in 2002, and I didn't get released until 2020, and I've had a couple of reversals and returns to the parole board, and I was still denied. Those kinds of things are not only depressing for me but also for my family. I'm a hopeless optimist. I always believe we're going to come out on the other end and be good. My strategy is to achieve that. Therefore, every time I get knocked down, I find a way to get back up. There have been times when I've had bouts of depression. I even wrote a poem about that in one of my books. You find a lot of that people trying to cope with depression in prison, particularly in the isolate ion wards. My happiest moments inside were when my children came to visit. The first time I had a conjugal visit with my family and was able to go into a trailer for a couple of days with my family, which was extremely important to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Because prison is not normal. Prison is an aberration to human social order. For me, having those opportunities to be with family for an extended period of time during those trailer visits was very comforting and brought me a lot of joy. Of course, at the end of the visit, when they got to leave and you go back to your routine, that's sad. But for those 2 days that you're with your family able to cook and really enjoy time with them, that's the best. Prison is a reflection of what's going on in the streets. Keep that in mind. So, when there's a high in political organizing and militancy in the streets, there's a high in political organizing and militancy in prison. When things are low in the streets, then the prison system becomes a cesspool of misery. When I first came to prison in 1972, it was right after the assassination of George Jackson and the brutal assault and murders of prisoners and guards at Attica. 52. There was an organized prison movement at that time, in the late 1970s and early 1980s. This was the result of the incarceration of many people who had been part of the movement during the 1960s and the 1970s, people who are now in prison and continuing to raise the issues of white supremacy, anti-capitalism, and anti-imperialism inside O.F. prisons. But because the movement on the outside had diminished, there was no real support base for those on the inside who tried to continue to build and organize. So, there came a period of time where there was no actual, real movement going on inside prison. Because there was no real movement going on in the streets. There was no synchronicity, no linkage, between the two. This was mainly in the 1980s and leading into the 1990s until we began to rebuild a movement in support of political prisoners and the idea of a prison movement. I watched the diminishing of the degrading of the consciousness inside prison as the individuals coming inside prison were more social criminals. Drug dealers, gangsters, and gangs came into the prison system in droves. As a result of that, it basically disturbed the prison system the way it was operating before, prior to this inundation of gangs. If you find gang violence in the streets, you'll find gang violence in prisons. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I have had problems with other prisoners but none that led to any violence. There are always contradictions because you have totally different personalities and characters that you have to deal with on a daily basis, but nothing that resulted in any form of violence or anything of that nature. In regard to prison guards, I definitely had conflicts with them. There are about 3 physical confrontations that I can recall having with guards over the years that landed me in solitary confinement. But nothing that resulted in any serious injury to me. Of course, there are individuals who are in prison who are politically conscious, so I always had relationships with them, black, white, and brown. These people tend to be motivated by the same principles and ideas as I. Those people do exist. And then there's also those who are contrary to that, white supremacists, the Aryan Brotherhood, and stuff of that nature, whom I have conflict with. No physical conflict, but an understanding that we have to stay away from each other. Otherwise, there will be a problem. There is one Aryan Brotherhood guy whom I befriended at Southport, and I saw him a year and a half later, when we were both at Auburn. He told me then that he was no longer engaged in any of that. He attributed his leaving to the friendship we had built up while together at Southport. He came up and told me that, and that made me feel good. I don't know what it's like today, but New York used to be notorious. Especially at Elmira, Comstock, Clinton, and Attica. You couldn't get away from the idea that you may be dealing with a KKK member or a Nazi adherent in the prison system. They run in droves in the pre-on system. That's one of the reasons why, in 2016, the New York Times did an expose on racism in the New York State prison system. It was a pretty big, pretty significant expose, and guards, institutions, and organizations were being called out. That turned the lights on, because they got away with a lot in the darkness. When you turn the lights on, the mice and rats scatter. That expose by the New York Times in December 2016 shed light on the extent of white supremacy and racism in the New York State pre-on system. I did time with a lot of other political prisoners. They kept me and my co-defendants separate from each other. We've never been in the same prison together unless we were traveling to go to trial or coming back from trial. Besides that, Herman, Nuh, and myself have never been in the same prison together. I was with Nuh at Clinton, before he passed, very briefly before they recognized we were co-defendants, and then they separated us. They decided to send one of us to another institution. But then again, there were other BLA members and BPP members whom I got to spend time with while in New York State prisons. One person was Teddy Yahith, who passed away in prison in 2004, I think. 53. Also, Robert Seth Hayes and I spent time together in different institutions during different periods of time, and we got to spend a lot of time together. 54. I am so glad that he was able to make his transition outside of prison. When I was in San Quentin in 1975 until 1977, I began to organize a petition to the United Nations. The first petition to the United Nations was in 1977. It was the U.S. prisoners' petition to the United Nations. While I was there in San Quentin in 1977, I also organized the first National Revolutionary Prisoners newspaper, which was called Arm the Spirit. Arm the Spirit evolved out of a newsletter that was no more than 4 or 5 pages, originally called the Voices of San Quentin. Both of us who were at the Adjustment Center at San Quentin, which is the maximum security part of San Quentin, were writing our thoughts and political essays, and sending those to organizations in the streets who would type them up, staple them together, and distribute them to various progressive organizations and groups in the Bay Area. People really wanted to see these, the Voices of San Quentin. So I decided perhaps we needed to do something bigger and devise a paper. With the help of the United Prisoners Union and the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, we began to organize those newsletters into a single newspaper, and we titled it Arm the Spirit. This became the first revolutionary newspaper created by prisoners in the whole nation. Claude Marks and Diana Block were involved with Prairie Fire at the time, and I think they may have assisted in the printing and distribution. 55. but the writing and the editing was a brother named Kalima Aswad, who was one of the major editors. 56. After I was paroled, he took over the editorship of Armty. He Spirit. Then I was involved in a lot of lawsuits against the 13th Amendment, lawsuits for a prisoner's right to vote, and campaigns around that. Then, in 1998, I called for the March on Jericho, which evolved into the National Jericho Movement. I'm the last living co-founder of the National Jericho Movement, which has been going for over 21 years now. The Republic of New Africa had these marches in Washington, calling for the release of political prisoners, what they call Jericho marches. 57. By 1997, they had stopped doing them, and I didn't understand why. I felt it was needed, so I made a proposal for a reinstituting of the Jericho March. Comrade Baba Herman Ferguson and Sister Safi Yabukari came to visit me at Eastern Correctional Facility, listened to what I had to say, and agreed to help resurrect the Jericho marches. 58. They began to organize and build a campaign in support of this. Then we had the National March in Washington, D.C., in 1998, and about 6,000 people came. As a result of that enthusiasm and support, we began to feel that this had to continue, and we organized the National Jericho Movement. I've written books, one of which was called We Are Our Own Liberators. In part of that book, I called for the building of a national liberation front. As a result of that, a group of revolutionary nationalists came together and began to organize the New African Liberation Front. Unfortunately, we did not maintain the organization for various reasons, but it set in motion the idea of the need for a national liberation front. Then I wrote another book called Escape the Prism, Fade to Black, which is a compilation of essays and poetry. Organizing petitions, organizing strikes, organizing demonstrations, all those things were part of my own sanity and trying to make sense of this madness. I had the attitude that we have to fight back. In 2018, I was in solitary confinement at Southport Correctional Facility for 4 months for a disciplinary charge that was ultimately reversed and expunged from my record. They charged me for teaching a class at Attica, teaching a Black history class that I was approved to teach. But they didn't like the curriculum. I started the class from 1861 and brought it all the way up to October of 1966, when we talked about the Black Panther Party. They took umbrage with the fact that I was teaching the principles, policies, and history of the Black Panther Party. I compared and contrasted the principles and ethics of the young people who joined the Black Panther Party to the attitudes and behaviors of the 3 gangs that we have on the streets today, particularly the Bloods and the Crips. 59. For some reason the administration felt that I was trying to persuade these street organizations to become revolutionaries, and so, by virtue of my teaching, they put me in solitary confinement for 4 months. Lukey. NG forward. We need to increase our capacity to highlight the existence of political prisoners inside prison. Use all of our print, digital, and social media platforms to raise the idea that political prisoners exist in the US and that they should be supported. Also, in doing so, we have to raise the question of why there are political prisoners. This supports the overall struggle itself, which political prisoners evolve from and are spawned to. We need to build and strengthen a prison abolitionist movement. We need to build a campaign like BDS in terms of a fight against mass incarceration. 60. Any corporation or business that does business with the prison industrial complex should be boycotted and sanctioned. BDS is important in that regard, so we need to build a BDS movement and take the money out of prisons. Fight the corporations that are exceedingly exploiting prison labor. Challenge them and raise these questions in the name of political prisoners. If you do so, that'll be a tremendous help in regard to the issues of building a campaign that is opposing mass incarceration. Keep in mind that the idea of the abolitionist movement is to correspond with our history of the abolition of slavery. Why? Because slavery was never abolished in the US. The continuum of that needs to be brought into focus, this narrative of why we are against mass incarceration. There were abolitionists against slavery back in 1619, when they were first bringing African people to the US. We have to look at the exception clause in the 13th Amendment, which indicates that slavery has never been abolished for those convicted of a crime. So, the penal systems in the US are basically slave institutions. Thus, involuntary servitude and slavery does exist in the US in the prison system. Therefore, if you create that narrative of abolishing slavery, then you actually have a BDS movement as part of that process, taking the money out of the prison industrial complex. Then you would really be building something substantial in this fight against prison slavery and in support of decarceration. Anyone who is concerned about mass incarceration, who is opposed to prison slavery, needs to bring these issues to every struggle. There should not be an issue in the community that is not attached to prison slavery, whether it's housing, working, or minimum wage. If you're fighting for a better minimum wage outside of prison, imagine what the minimum wage is inside of prisons. That kind of interlinking is very important. If we can do that, then essentially you have made that movement whole. You cannot have the organizing of the prison movement, or organizing the workers' movement, because they go hand in hand. There are efforts made by those individuals who are, in my opinion, apolitical prisoners, as a result of them having changed their relationship with the state. They went from socially conscious prisoners to political and revolutionary conscious prisoners. As a result of that, they're changing their study, and their relationship to the state is evolving. They are then treated more harshly than regular, common prisoners because they are fighters. They resist the forms of oppression and white supremacy that go on inside prisons, either illegally or by organizing or by speaking out against it. Therefore, as a result of the change in their relationship to the state, they qualify as political prisoners. So, those individuals inside prison, like Rashid Johnson or Kwame Shakur, and many others across the state, are organizing a resurgence. 61. There have been some strikes in Alabama, in Florida, and there's a major hunger strike in California. Please do not forget those brothers in Pelican Bay who have been on a serious hunger strike. I think 1 or 2 have died as a result of that hunger strike. They have resurrected, in many instances, a movement or an idea that there needs to be resistance inside the pre-on system. At the same time that Jericho came into existence in 1998, so did critical resistance. They weren't competing, but there were contrasting viewpoints in regard to organizing the support of political prisoners, organizing support inside prisons, and opposing mass incarceration. This helped to raise the profile of prisoners who are conscious and are fighting back inside prison. And it gives them a venue by which they could speak, and by virtue of that to organize inside prisons. Kwame Shakur has now organized Prison Lives Matter, and there are individuals and organizations across the prison system who are joining in Prison Lives Matter. I encourage that in order to build something substantial in alliance with the new resurgence of a movement that's going on in the ETS today. Study. Recognize you don't know what you don't know and find the means to find out. Do the research, study, and take advantage of any college programs. Most people coming to prison have no GED, have no education. Some are functional illiterates. The first thing I would suggest, and I always said while I was in prison, is go get your GED. That's the first thing. Second thing, if there's a college program, get into that college program. When I first came to prison, the old guys in the system would go out in the yard and tell the younger ones to go get a GED. That you can't hang out with us, walk the yard with us, until you get your GED. That was the principle of the older guys coming into the system in the 1970s and 1980s. Also, the guys who were in the college program were going into the yards and trying to persuade some of the young guys to go to school and get their GED as a way to keep the college program going. So, the more people you had out there encouraging others to get their GED and take the college program, he better. That's one reason why, in 1994, they wanted to take college programs out of prison. I think it was under the Clinton administration. As a result of that, there was a dumbing down in the prison system. You now had guys coming into prison who had no way of getting a proper education. At one point in prison, they were telling guys that an 8th grade education was all the knowledge you need, that it was sufficient. This idea stretches back through the history of slavery in the US, where they didn't want to teach African people how to read. There has been a dumbing down of the prison system across the country. That's one of the reasons why it's so important to support our political prisoners, because they are the stalwarts who speak truth to power inside prisons. That's one of the reasons why they need to be supported by the movement, in whole and in part. That is what I would tell young people coming in. It's what I was telling people on the inside when I was there. You can't hang out with me if you don't have your GED. You can't walk the yard with me if you're not trying to improve yourself, if you don't get your GED or go to a vocational training program. Do something so that when you come out of prison, you have become an asset to the community rather than a liability. When it comes to prison, you have to have an end product. As far as the community and its relationship to the prison, there's no community scrutiny of that end product. There's no community watchdog of the end product. If an individual spends 10 or 15 years in prison and they come out, they're going to be aged. This is not good for the community, it does not serve the community well. The end product of a person coming into prison in terms of rehabilitation and redemption is to be a better person. The prison system won't do that, and it won't do that because that would end recidivism. It would stop people from returning to prison. Recidivism keeps the system going. It is important that the community at large challenge the prison system and ensure that the individual coming to prison, for the most part, will get a good education and/or a vocational skill. That will transfer the funding of prisons into the areas that better serve prisoners. Of course, this must support the abolitionist movement. I'm not advocating that we've got to keep prisons open in order to improve people's lives. No, that's not what I'm saying here. Certainly, we must ensure that when people come out of prison, they are an asset to the community and not a continuing liability. We have to have a symbiotic relationship between the prison system and the community. Keep in mind that the majority of prisoners, particularly in New York State, come out of 5 different boroughs. And those are the boroughs they are coming back to. My argument is that if the community is not organized, if the community is diseased, and you take a person out of that community and put them in prison, and that person is then brought back to the community without challenging conditions in that community, then we are just putting that person right back into a diseased community. They have this symbiotic relationship. We have to improve the conditions outside of prison, in the community at large, and we have to make sure that those individuals inside prisons, when they come back to their communities, that they are an asset. The struggle continues. A luta continua. There is no break. You're not going on vacation if you're going to prison. You're going into another battlefield. It's important that you understand that the movement continues, from the streets into the prisons. And that's what I did. I was organizing before I was in prison, I was organizing in prison, and when I came out here in the streets, I'm organizing again. That's what I do. Second of all, education is important inside prison. Get as much education as you can, and study all that you can. At one point, I had 500 books in one of my cells. They hated searching my cell. I had so many books, bags of books, that I was studying in the cell. Let me make one last point, and that is the issue of white supremacy. The idea and the thinking of white supremacy is a human aberration. It is a scourge on the planet. I think it is a neurosis. For any people, any person, to believe they are superior to any other people on the planet, they are the problem. It is either extreme narcissism or some kind of maniacal thinking in terms of who they believe they are. I'm going to take a lesson from El-Hajj Malik Shabazz, Malcolm X. 62. Reading his book, he once said that after he gave a presentation, I forget where, a young white woman came up to him and asked him what she could do to help. And he told her nothing. That this is a black problem, and we need to resolve it ourselves. And so, this young white girl was discouraged, and she walked away. After his own evolution, El-Hajj Malik Shabazz regretted having told her that. He stated that he should have told her to go back into her community and deal with the issues of white supremacy, the issues of white racism. That is the lesson that we need to address, continuously, regarding the issue of white supremacy. White supremacy should not be a black or brown or yellow person's problem. It's white people's problem. So, it's important that white people go back to Aunt Jenny and Uncle Buck and Sister Sue and tell them to put down that Confederate flag, and tell them what they're thinking, how they're thinking, is an aberration to our common humanity. If you do that, then it lessens our problems in terms of our own quest for freedom and liberation and emancipation. White supremacy is only my problem when you try to impose it upon me. When you try to systematically, or systemically, or physically impose your idea that you are superior to me just because of the color of your skin, then you essentially violate my human rights. This is a narrative that needs to be expressed all across the country, that white supremacy is white people's problem, and they need to address it. This has happened before, in part, as a result of the Civil War, the North against the South. This was white people fighting against white people to maintain the idea of slavery. We are saying that similarly, we have to engage in that kind of struggle today to end the scourge of white supremacy. We need to free people of color from the scourge of white supremacy. That means white people will have to go against white people in order to make it happen. I'm going to end with that. Once we can get people to really understand that dynamic of the prison industrial complex, that is not in fact divorced from the history of slavery in the US, they get it. That light bulb turns on. Then we can make the charge that we are abolitionists, and we come from a long history of abolitionists and abolishing slavery. Let's abolish slavery. If we abolish slavery, we'll end the prison system or at least knock it down a bit. 45 Albert Na Washington was a soldier in the BLA who spent nearly 30 years in prison before dying of cancer behind bars in 2000. There is a collection of his writings called All Power to the People. 46 The San Francisco Eight were former members of the BPP who were arrested in 2007 in connection with the 1971 murder of a San Francisco police officer. Herman Bell pled guilty to involuntary manslaughter and Jalil Muntaqim pled no contest to conspiracy to commit voluntary manslaughter, though all 8 of the defendants suffered tortuous conditions during their confinement. 47 The Anarchist Black Cross Federation, or Anarchist Black Cross, is an anarchist political prisoner support organization dating back to Russia in the early 20th century and popularized in Europe in the late 1960s. ABCF chapters began to appear in the U.S. in the mid-1980s, providing support to political prisoners from the liberation movements of the 1960s and 1970s. 48 Free Huey refers to the 1967 campaign to free Black Panther Party co-founder Huey P. Newton from jail, and Free Angela refers to the campaign to free Angela Davis in the early 1970s. The Chicago 7 refers to defendants charged with conspiracy for their involvement in the 1968 Democratic Convention, and the New York Panther 21 were arrested and accused of planning bombings and attacks on police stations in 1969 but were all acquitted by a jury in 1971. 49 The National Committee for the Defense of Political Prisoners was founded in the early 1930s by the Communist Party USA in defense of the Scottsboro Boys and others facing white supremacist terror. Yuri Kochiyama was a civil rights activist and lifelong political prisoner supporter. Saifi Yabakari was a former political prisoner and former member of both the BPP and the BLA. Both Bakari and Kochiyama worked to free the New York Panther 21 and were integral in kickstarting the Free Mumia Abu Jamal campaign. 50. The United Prisoners Union, formerly called the California Prisoners Union, began in 1970 and worked to unionize prisoners and former prisoners in order to realize their rights and improve their conditions. 51. The Prairie Fire Organizing Committee was a revolutionary anti-imperialist organization active from the mid-1970s to the mid-1990s. They were an above-ground affiliate of the Weather Underground Organization, and their name comes from the 1974 WUO Manifesto. Prairie Fire. The PFOC focused primarily on international solidarity with people's movements in Nicaragua and El Salvador and support of the Puerto Rican militant organization Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional Puertorriqueña. 52. Jackson's murder during a supposed escape attempt was in August 1971, and the uprising and subsequent massacre at Attica Prison was the following month. 53. Teddy Yahith was a political prisoner affiliated with the BLA who spent nearly 30 years in prison before dying of cancer in 2001. 54. Robert Seth Hayes was a political prisoner affiliated with the BLA who spent 45 years in prison before being released in 2018. He was a founding member of the Certain Days, Freedom for Political Prisoners Calendar Collective, and he died in 2019. 55. Claude Marx and Diana Bloch worked in the anti-imperialist underground for several decades, primarily in support of Puerto Rican political prisoners and with the Prairie Fire Organizing Committee. Marx spent time as a political prisoner and has since founded the Freedom Archive, which compiles information about the civil rights and black liberation movements. Bloch has written several informative books and newsletters and was a founding member of the California Coalition for Women Prisoners. 56. Khalima Aswad spent 46 years in California state prisons and was a leader in the black liberation struggle while there. He edited Arm the Spirit 4 years before finally being released in 2015. 57. The Republic of New Africa was a black nationalist organization founded in 1968 in part based on the teachings of Malcolm X. The RNA has had many prominent members and seeks to establish a black majority country in what are now the 5 southern states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. 58. Baba Herman Ferguson was a progressive black nationalist educator in the New York City school system and an associate of Malcolm X in both the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity. Ferguson was also a member of the RNA. 59. The Bloods and the Crips were formed in Los Angeles, California, in the late 1960s and early 1970s as youth community organizations turned street gangs. Members of both continue to be targeted for imprisonment. 60. The boycott, divestment, sanctions movement works to end international support for Israel's oppression of the Palestinian people with the intention of pressuring Israel to comply with international law. 61. Kwame Shakur is the co-founder and chairman of the New African Liberation Collective and the national director for the Prison Lives Matter movement. 62. El Hajj Malik Shabazz, also known as Malcolm X, was a black nationalist leader, a minister with the Nation of Islam, and an inspiration for millions before and after his assassination in 1965. He was politicized while in prison. Jeremy Hammond. Jeremy Hammond is an activist from Chicago, founder of the computer security training website Hack This Site, and former political prisoner connected to Anonymous. 63. Arrested numerous times for his civil disobedience, Jeremy has served 2 prison sentences for his activism, one in connection with the hack of the pro-war protest warrior website in 2005, and again in 2013, for hacking the private intelligence firm Stratfor and releasing data to WikiLeaks. In 2019, while still in prison, Jeremy refused to cooperate with a federal grand jury investigating WikiLeaks and its founder Julian Assange, and he was held in civil contempt of court. Jeremy served most of his time in county jails, various federal prisons, and the Alexandria Detention Center in Northern Virginia. he was released from prison in November 2020. Jeremy is the co-host, along with his twin brother Jason, of the podcast Twin Trouble. His sentencing statement is included in the book. Defiance, Anarchist Statements Before Judge and Jury. P. Ricin Life. Obviously there's a very big difference between jail and prison. Also, in solitary you're kind of in your own world, and you develop your own routine. Prisons are very structured and regimented and political, where people are doing longer stretches of time and stakes are higher. Every move is calculated and unpredictable. I'd been arrested, I think, 2 or 3 times before I actually did any kind of time. A night or 2 in jail is not at all preparation because you're by yourself mostly. And so, doing prison, I was really young, like 19 or 20 when I actually went into a medium security federal prison. And there you're dealing with people who are doing 10, 20, 30 years, sometimes life, who have already done so many years. I was of a completely different mindset at the time. Even though you do the best you can to think about it and prepare yourself for it, I wasn't prepared. It was all very shocking. But I was supported by my friends and family, obviously much more the second time around. I wasn't alone, I was never alone through the whole thing. Actually. First of all, you have to adapt. It really is a sink or swim type of situation. There's a lot of fucked up things about these rules and these systems. The most shocking, obvious thing I think is the outright segregation and racism. There's just no way around that. It just permeates every part of prison culture. I've never had to experience such clear-cut racism. Also, being a white person going to prison, the expectation is that you're supposed to fall in line with your race and you're supposed to keep your head down and play along. I wasn't like that, and it's a tug balance. For one, that's just how the rule is in prison, so they say. There's pressures and expectations and risks you take going against the grain, certainly. But ultimately, we're not here to keep our heads down. Wherever you're at, that's where the battle lines are. I was never the person to just play along and compromise my principles. Just me being who I am, interacting with people and going against the grain, definitely got me in problems, especially the first time. Fortunately, there were people who respected that too. I was kind of taken in as well by people. Developing a routine is a very easy way to regiment your time in a way that's structured and productive. People recognize that too. As a matter of fact, at most places if you aren't following the program, people are going to look at that and be like, man, you better get with the program. I think it's a configuration where the whole thing is just to make sure that everybody has the ability and freedom to do their own time and do the easiest time possible. Of course, it's so full of contradictions because everybody can't do what they want because nobody wants to be there, obviously. It results in a lot of risks and desperate moves and conflicts all the time because not everybody is going to be able to get what they want. Then, of course, there's the politics and the racism, that is a whole other dimension to PR. In life. But I worked out and read a lot. Basically life revolves around the movement of the clock, on count times, and what type of job you're working or who you're hanging with. You make your own schedule, but a lot of it just revolves around the prison schedule. So, I was able to adapt to it. Once you get into a groove, it's better. Honestly, people want to get into a groove because time flies that way. When things are unpredictable and uncertain and things are being changed, this stuff is actually kind of irritating. You might be used to a workout schedule that's every day at 6, and now it's not. It's just a workout schedule, but if something were to happen, some prison security situation where all the moves are cancelled for the night, then your whole night's messed up, your whole day's messed up. All these rules are set up, and you're forced to play along. You don't just bump into somebody without saying, "Hey, I apologize, brother," because anything like that could trigger some type of action. There are rules to prevent these types of things from happening in the cars and stuff too. 64. But there's also an unpredictable element. You're dealing with people who are broken people, who could at any time just. You're not supposed to get in conflict with somebody, you're supposed to ask permission, you can't just fight somebody. But sometimes shit happens, so it's just unfair. Predictable. One of the earliest lessons I learned was to mind my own business. Be careful what you say to people, don't repeat stuff. But even in that case, it wasn't anything that I was revealing other than what a lot of people already knew, but nevertheless, sometimes you say things that can start stuff. So anyways, it's just the pressures of being a white person who isn't like that. Throughout my bid, I had all kinds of chellies of different races. I never respected that rule. Over time, you gain the trust, and people recognize your character. Really, if you're down with the convict code, even some of the white boys who saw me as a race traitor, they kind of recognize my character, even though I didn't respect anything that they were doing. Nevertheless, they see that and they kind of just let it ride. The other thing about it, because I was kind of accounted for by a different group of people, they couldn't even do anything to me. Prisons are set up that way. They could have whatever opinions they wanted about me, but I don't answer to them. The thing that sucks is everywhere you just start over. When you get transferred somewhere, you start with nothing, and you've got to do the whole thing over again, It sucks. Also in prison, spending years in the feds, it's kind of a small world. Eventually, everywhere I've been, I've always known people that I've seen at other prisons. So people would speak for me. And, of course, people do background checks too and then realize that you are who you are. So, I was often in some places the only person in the prison who could go sit with the white boys and also go sit with the Chicago dudes. So people respected that about me, and I was one of the only people who could do that because it is kind of bold. But people knew that I was just the type of dude who could do that. And people have their own opinions about that, even the white boys, but they couldn't do that either. There's a lot of different ways to think about it. There's something to be said about being a white anti-racist. You should be organizing other whites to become anti-racist. Absolutely. Also, I didn't completely just say fuck all white people either. In prison, you get actual white supremacist gangs, Aryans, then there's also the independent white boys, who are supposedly not racist. They were kind of formed in opposition to white supremacist gangs, saying you can still be a solid white boy, and we will keep everybody accounted for and protect each other. It's stupid as hell, it's still self-organizing. White people just because of resentment and fear. But nevertheless, because I was also not a rat and not a child molester, which is basically the two criteria to where you could become vouched for even just based on the strength of that, everywhere I always went to the independent white boys and the shot callers and said, look, here's who I am, I'm a solid convict, I'm not a rat, and here's my paperwork. This is so you all know who I am. Because a lot of times people go to other cars because they're hiding stuff. They might have burnt the white boy somewhere down the line because of something stupid, like they owed a bunch of money, and then they turned and told on everybody and then went to another prison. They don't want to roll with white boys in case they check who they are, so they go and answer to somebody else. So, a lot of times a lot of white boys will also look at other people who don't hang with them out of suspicion and skepticism, like there's something wrong with them. I never met a jail I liked. I mean, there definitely are degrees. Jails are often designed to break somebody. They basically provide the minimum possible conditions, and they're not at all concerned about programming or yard time or anything like that. It's basically a tactic to get people to plead out. You just want to go home at that point or do something to get out of there. You'll even accept some terms just because the time is easier. At prison, what makes it more tolerable, to be honest, is just when the guards leave you alone, when you're in a groove where you never have to have any type of interaction with them. If you could go a whole day without ever having to talk to a cop, that is ideal. The things that made it intolerable was when they're around walking in your face, stopping you, getting in the way of doing what you and to do. What made it more tolerable was just having the most amount of freedom. To be able to move to the yard, to be able to go to the library if you want to that day, or to be able to have the day room open so you can play cards with your friends. When things are a little bit more opened up, when there's less security and restrictions and less cops and less work. If you're not working, you have more freedom to be able to decide your own schedule. It's just all about autonomy and persona. Freedom. I never really lost hope, being in and out of jail so much. I also had it a little bit easier, the first time at least, when I got a chance to self-surrender. And I could psych myself up a little bit. So I had that little bit of freedom there, which is a privilege that most people aren't afforded. As far as the uncertainty when first getting locked up, you just don't know what you're looking at when you first go in. It took me a day or two before I even knew what I was charged with by the feds because I was arrested and they wanted to talk to me, and I refused to talk. So, basically you don't know anything. What did they get me for? Is it this, or is it this other thing? What am I being charged with? And then when you do find out, you're told the worst you're facing is maybe 30 years, but if you cooperate it could be less. The uncertainty of not knowing is certainly a huge stressor. Also, when you are pre-trial, the outcome of it is based on your decisions. There's a lot of stuff that, of course, is above and beyond your hands, and that's another characteristic of prison. As much as we talk about serving time, we are just passive spectators for the most part. You could buck and rebel, no doubt. And we have to. But there are some big systems in place here, so sometimes we're just a number being fed along a conveyor belt. When you accept the worst, you're never disappointed. They could take everything from you, literally everything but your body and your mind. That's all you have. So, when you just accept that that can happen, then it's harder to be disappointed. It's also easy to lose hope when things are happening in the world that you're completely unable to be there for, things having to do with your family specifically. I don't have kids, so that's another thing I didn't have to worry about or stress over, which is the hugest thing for a lot of people. The hugest thing, of course. My grandparents passed away while I was in prison, and not being able to be there for them was a major thing. When my brother and father were both locked up at the same time, it was really hard. You're viewing things from afar, almost like you're watching reality from a TV screen, and you can't interact with them or do anything about it. So there's a little bit of hopelessness there. Although people do find ways to be involved. But just not being able to be there is hard, and, sadly, sometimes people move on with their lives. Even friends and family members. As far as how to manage that, like I said, they can take everything, but they can't take that last thing. And if that's all we've got to live with it. You have two hands and you could always do things with your hands, you can always do things with your body, so you just practice autonomy where you can. I don't have any hope in a cosmic sense that things will naturally arc toward one way or the other. I think things just happen when people make it happen. So, even if they took everything, you still have to do your best to make it happen, even if it takes a long way to chisel away at the brick. Even if it sometimes seems futile, it's like sand and little drops of water eating away at concrete, even if it takes a long time. I never lost hope. But it is probably very different for me because I was never alone. I always felt basically every step of the process that people had my back, so maybe it was easier for me to keep going in that sense. Knowing that what you do makes a difference is important. It's easier to see that in my case, where there was attention on what I was doing. But in a lot of places, people who don't have that level of support, maybe they don't realize that what you're seeing does make a difference, but what you do does make a difference. Whatever skills, hobbies, and accomplishments people make in prison are always because of stuff on their own, almost always, and not because of prison. It's almost always in spite of prison, actually. They basically erect a lot of barricades and hurdles to prevent people from being able to do that. Even though, of course, ostensibly the whole thing is about programming and rehabilitation, but that's just a big lie. I learned how to play guitar during my first bid, which was kind of cool. Also, it took me years, but I can finally read Spanish pretty well. I was in a prison one time that did have vocational training, so I managed to weasel my way into that, and they had a carpentry program and an electrical program, and I took those for a while. That was the only prison I was ever in that had that type of programming. As a general rule, prisons always get worse. They always take and never give, man. For one, the COVID lockdown has changed everything, of course. At most places you can't go to the yard, or you can go to the yard but you're only going to the yard with your group of people. It used to be that you'd be able to go to the yard with everybody. Now, you might not ever see somebody on the other side of the prison. You might not even know that they're there. You definitely can't share anything with them, be it a book or a story of something in the world. You're not going to be able to see them. Whatever individual study programs you might have had with somebody, those are all gone. Most places don't have libraries anymore or programming. Everywhere is different, and maybe it's changing back a little bit. Everybody had to go through a lot because of the pandemic, but they really don't give a damn about protecting people. I mean, they're completely unable to stop people from getting sick. I caught COVID twice in the BOP. Memphis, at the time when I got back there, it was kind of a flagship for COVID. I was only there for like another 5 or 6 months, but in that time it became an epidemic, and somebody died the week after I left to go home. Everybody just got sick. I remember I got sick the week before I left. They were putting people who had the disease in the same units where people are supposed to be isolating because they're trying to go home, or they're isolating because they just got there. They were putting everyone together. So, the COVID lockdowns definitel. Why got bad? There's also supply chain issues. In Illinois, the commissary suppliers just dropped the contract, so they haven't even had commissary in Illinois state prisons. As far as general trends in the prison system, another huge thing is the ban on books and literature and magazines, and the digitization and the copying of mailed stuff. That is another huge thing that's happened in the past 3 years that is just an absolute tragedy. They just want to go more corporate, with Amazon and Walmart. And the consequence of that is now a lot of people can't send books individually, even in places where ordinarily you could, like at a low security place. Also, the books to prisoners groups are no longer considered authorized vendors. I do books to prisoners, and we just get that shit all day, every day. We're going to battle with them. Given everything else that's been going on in the world the past 2 years, a lot of people might not think of prisoner access to literature as high on the list, right? But of course, it means everything to us. Another big thing is the drug problem. And I don't want to give rise to the system's sensationalist arguments about the war on drugs. I don't want to give any credence to their sensationalism about that. But I will say that it has absolutely been a huge difference in the past 5 or 6 years, particularly because of the proliferation of synthetics. When first getting locked up, people are always smoking weed and making wine and stuff, and they are always trying to catch them, of course, and lock them up. People are always trying to cope. In a general sense, maybe there's something wrong with drugs and alcohol, sure. But in the other sense, it's a little bit more innocent than the shit we have now. People aren't going to cope. You're talking about a desperate, stressed out population of folks who are going to try to find ways to deal with the pain. But K2 kind of took over the system, and everybody was messing with it. 65. Every dimension of life is actually kind of absorbed by it now. After a while, I saw that people were writing home and asking for money, people were getting debts and getting stabbed and beaten up borrowing money, which is now the main reason why people get in trouble. It just kind of undermined the convict code, and it undermines solidarity. And then I saw the damage it was doing to people. People were getting zombified, and it was definitely a very different animal than marijuana. So now you've just got people who are chewing out. You hear all the talk from cops about the drug epidemic in prison and how we have to take the mail away. In reality, they don't give a damn. Like, it's almost a joke. And I've been to several places where they just sit there and laugh and watch people just fuck up and fall out, and almost every day someone is carried away in a stretcher. Almost every day, and they're just laughing. I don't want to see people get locked up in the hole and get charges. I don't think that's a solution to this problem, of course. So, I just think that has played a role in eroding inter-prisoner solidarity. It keeps people preoccupied and caught up with this thing that obviously isn't furthering or helping anybody in any way. Every prison I've ever been in is completely dominated by that shit. I mean, look what they did in the 1960s and 1970s, they've always done this, right, historically used vices as a means to control the population. We spend more time fighting each other or fighting our own battles than realizing who the enemy is. And Pfizer is the one with patents on all these synthetic cannabinoids. Why would they even make this stuff? I mean, the pharmaceutical companies are the biggest drug manufacturers in the war. LD, right? The biggest accomplishment is just walking in a way that reflects what you truly believe. Helping people and the relationships that you build over years, they just circle back to. There's little stuff too. I was a GED tutor my first bid, and I was in the class, but I also helped people individually. This one time they had a graduation, and they had everybody who was graduating stand up, and I realized I worked with a lot of people over the years. So that was cool. I typed motions and grievances for people. I wasn't a lawyer, but I would often help if I could, mostly just typing and giving my opinions. I've definitely filed a lot of grievances over the years. Most of the time, sadly, they don't work, but sometimes they do, and people get love. There is nothing better to fucking see than someone go home because they made something happen, they did the work, and they did it right. To be able to help them in any way, even if it's just by typing something, is cool. Generally, just speaking up or people. I played bass and was in band programs too. One thing I realized when I was in Kentucky in a band program was that the cops were all white, and they basically had all the music equipment, and the only bands playing were white metal bands. I played in bands, but that was fucked up. There was another group of people from DC that were into go-go. 66. The feds have the DC people, who are kind of a special category in the federal prisons. So anyone who is locked up in DC, doing any kind of time, goes to federal prison. So there's a group of DC people. The DC car was kind of notorious, and they wanted to play in the band program. But the cops erected all kinds of stupid ass rules basically to prevent them specifically from playing. One of the rules was that you actually need to have 2 or 3 people in the band who are playing actual instruments. So they wanted me to play just to be able to meet the requirements. So I did, and I kind of went to bat for them, and the cops didn't like that at all. They didn't like that at all, they hated this group of people. They kept trying to get them to not be part of the band program, and they kept using stupid, two-sided rules as far as rules applied. They'd let it slide when some other band broke some drumsticks, but then when the Go-Go band broke drumsticks, they kicked them out of the band program. So I filed paperwork and went to bat for them. There were a lot of little successes like that. We were talking about that last inch that they can't take from you, so every time that you are able to express that, and to buck and to get over on them in any kind of way, is a victory. It's a small victory, and you have a lot of small victories. Even something as mundane as the everyday ongoing conspiracy of prisoners to steal from the bosses, right? Everybody's got each other's backs, everybody just works with each other to get over on them. And there is a sense of satisfaction in a job well done. Sometimes it can be a little bit more bold. At MCC New York, we actually had 2 hunger strikes. At MCC, they had 3 elevators, one for visitors, one for staff, and one for prisoners, and the prisoner elevator was broken for a week or 2. So what they did was have a prison-wide lockdown, and they kept everyone in our cells, denied phone calls, denied visits for everybody. So we were just in our cells. At the time, I was actually in a dorm type of setup. At MCC, one of the floors is kind of like 6 dorms. Then during the day, they opened the doors so everybody in the dorms could hang out in a smaller area together. But at night and in the morning, they locked us in this room with 26 people. There's 6 rooms with 26 people in each. They had the old style bars where you could sit there and yell at other people in the dorm and stuff. We were in downtown New York, so a lot of people had visits. People wanted to be able to use the phone. It was ridiculous. The elevator was broken, so we couldn't even use the phone. What the fuck? We can't even call our people and tell them that they can't come visit. I was like, man, fuck that. So the food trays come, and every single person refuses them the first time. Everybody did. Even the orderlies refused to hand out the trays of food. The captain had to come up. He was pissed, and everybody was just yelling at him. Eventually, they let us out and let us use the phone, although they still didn't allow us a New York visits, politics and priso, and dynamics. So, I participated in the drug program RDAP 67. It takes 9 months to start with, and then you can earn up to a year off of prison. The whole thing is a tough question. Would you rather do easier time but more time, or would you rather do harder time but less time? For me, the sooner I could get out, the sooner I could get back into it, the sooner I could rebuild relationships with my friends and family. I mean, hell, everybody's in prison with you, right? Who wouldn't prefer to do easier time? But it's a year off your sentence. I'm not trying to say anything about the importance of drug therapy and stuff like that because it is an alternative to incarceration. But the main thing about it is it's more than just a drug program, it was actually more of a security ass-kissing contest. It really was a straight-up boot-licking thing. Plus, I was in a low-security place, so the caliber of inmate, I mean, there were straight-up rats and bootlickers. And in a program like this, they're rewarded and protected because it really is a dog-eat-dog situation. Only 1 out of every 3 people are graduating, so you basically have to sink somebody else and shit like that. I was probably at the worst one, like the worst one. I was skewered repeatedly, and that was with me trying to play along. If you would listen to me, you would even think like, damn, this guy is fucking a mockery of everything he stands for. And so I felt kind of fucked up. I never did anything in any substantial way that would compromise that. But, nevertheless, I felt like a puppet going up there and playing along and talking the talk. I didn't feel good about it, but I ultimately thought that it would earn me a year off prison. Ultimately, I could return to the struggle and then make more of a contribution into people's lives in a meaningful way, instead of me just sitting around for another year just doing nothing of any substance. Well, I mean, I was doing stuff, but I could be doing easy time where I do my own shit, or I could go to this program and get out of here earlier. So I put up with that. I didn't like everything that I had to say, and ultimately it didn't work out for me, and I ended up getting kicked out. But during my time there, I like to think I made a contribution and difference to the scene because of the way I went out. Everybody saw it for what it was. It was an ongoing, sad thing, man. Like every day somebody gets up there, and they just destroy somebody, and somebody gets kicked out, almost every day. And then you're dealing with people's actual lives. It's not just like, oh man, I got kicked out of the program. Instead it's, oh, man, my outdate got set back a year. So, you're dealing with real people's lives? And then there are people who are really straight up bootlickers who are going around door to door, making sure you aren't breaking any of the little rules. Man, I got set back so many times. The whole time I was inside, my whole thing was trying to walk in a way that matched what I believe. I didn't feel completely good about myself, with RDAP and whatever. In retrospect, I guess it was also just a waste of time when I could have been doing something productive. In general, I look back at my life and my tactics and ask, am I being the most efficient or productive? Am I fucking squandering an opportunity? Then again, life is stressful, man, life is painful, especially in jail, so people do what they have to do to get by. I definitely had a lot of cops mess with me over the years. A lot of times they don't like you, and they'll just wait for the opportunity to fuck with you. On the one hand, ACAB, hate all cops, but on the other hand if you're going to be seeing them and working alongside them, there might be a cop who's maybe not the biggest asshole. 68. He is an asshole in that he's going to pepper spray you if he has to. This one particular cop actually did pepper spray a bunch of people, but nevertheless, since I was a little cordial, he would let me slide on certain things. He would look the other way. On the other hand, you do also have to call out the assholes, and that comes at the cost of them not letting you slide. Remember, though, that the first chance they get, they're going to crack your head. That's happened to me multiple times. When I was in Kentucky, I was working laundry, and I was beefing with this cop who was just the biggest asshole. I called him out one time, and I embarrassed him in front of all the prisoners, repeatedly. During the uprising in 2020, he was so bold that he would feel comfortable saying some obnoxious stuff, saying, I would blow his noodle off myself, in reference to George Floyd. 69. He was a piece of shit, man. I filed grievances and had case managers tell me straight up, you want to keep filing grievances? I'm just going to fuck you over. What do you think about that? I'm going to boost your points. I'm going to send you to a max. Is that what you want? You're going to make enemies. I told him, I just want to be very clear. Are you telling me that you're going to retaliate against me if I file these? He said, I am. What are you going to do about it? It's just naked, raw power, man. Anyway, I was a prolific grievance filer, all the way to DC, all the time. Mostly about male stuff. I would say most of the time, it's smarter to just duck them and not let these cops even know you. But you have to push back Oh, right. The main thing, I think, is that the system is a catalyst, just a factory for manufacturing white supremacy. One time, the saddest thing in the world, my first time being locked up, there was a young kid about my age from Wheaton, the western suburbs of Chicago. I talked to him at first, and we had been to some of the same places. But then I saw the white boys kind of roll up on him from afar, a whole group of them go and start hanging with him, kicking it with him. The next thing you know, the kid shaves his head, he's getting tattoos. Then he's not talking to me anymore. Just think about things like that, right? I went and sat next to him once, and he told me, they said I can't sit with you anymore, man. I said, you're just going to do whatever the fuck they tell you? Why? And he said, it's just how it is, man. It's sad. I mean, all white people are racists, in a sense, but when that kid came in he wasn't like that, like, he wasn't a Nazi. But nevertheless, he just became that way. Maybe it was because he was young and needed protection, or maybe it was just the pressure. There's this sense of uncertainty, and you just become a sponge when you're first there because you want to survive. It's very, very different with the white cliques versus other groups that may be self-organized, based on race or affiliation. Very different, 100% different. All the feelings of life of white resentment and the bullshit sense of reverse racism is magnified there. A lot of white people feel like they're the minority and they have to protect each other and organize themselves. I've also heard a lot of people say they weren't racist before coming to prison, but prison made them racist. There's a lot of racist bullshit in there. Prison tends to cause a lot of people to lose faith in general human nature. Because you deal with a lot of broken people, and the system just breaks and breaks and breaks people further. Generally speaking, prisoners are overwhelmingly against police and prisons, and there's definitely a sense of pride in defining yourself in opposition to that and defining yourself as a convict that's true to the code, That's down. In the feds, there's definitely a sense of fear that you just can't beat them. For one, during trial there's no shot, almost never. Nobody ever goes to trial, and everybody who does gets crushed absolutely. Which is a terrible, sad thing. So the consequence of that, not to mention the cooperating thing, which is much more prevalent at the federal level than the state, is that you're dealing with a lot of people who really see the system as unbeatable. The best thing to do is keep your head down and try to avoid the shots and just play the game. A lot of people really just want to keep their head down and do easy time. If you want to make a stink against the cops, know that the retaliation is real. So, a lot of people try to avoid that, especially if they have things going on, like Sid. He hustles. And then there's another set of people who really kind of internalize and justify the logic of imprisonment. They're bombarded by being told, you fucked your life up. You did this. You need to get your shit together. Some people will even thank prison for saving them, saying, where I was in my life, I could have died. I mean, there's a very real sense of that too, and that's kind of a consequence of society in general. Some people feel like they deserve to be in prison. At the same time, there are plenty of moments when authorities push too hard, and when they go too far, that's when people start talking about it, and other cars start talking together. That's what they fear the most. Sometimes that's when they'll even throw concessions, which is like a sense of victory. It's a protracted tug of war, and ultimately I don't know what it's going to take to win the overall thing, but in these battles most of the time they win, but we have moments where we win too. I hung with Connor Stevens, and I hung with Jerry Koch, the grand jury resistor, in New York. 70. I got along very well with both Connor and Jerry. I also did time with Elijah Davis, from St. Louis, who was arrested during the Ferguson uprisings. It was an FBI entrapment to blow up the arch with the new Black Panthers. He's one of the most brilliant and going places type of people I've ever met. He was a real deal. I played in a band with him, and I was in the drug program with him. He was very well loved, very talented, very intelligent. He's going places. I mean, almost everybody I messed with was political, was into revolutionary stuff. But they were people who had either become politicized in prison or politicized in the world. There was a sense of solidarity, for sure. Connor and I ran together for running down the walls one year, along with another friend of ours. 71. We supported each other, and there was definitely a sense of bonding. To the extent that I was able to participate politically from prison, it was basically writing articles and tweets and stuff like that. I wrote a lot of articles about what was going on in prison and my reflections of life outside. Just commentary from afar. I was lucky enough that a lot of people really did reach out and try to amplify my voice. Wildfire published some of my articles, and we'd publish things on Twitter and my support site. 72. I tried to the best of my ability to keep our Twitter account running, and later on during the grand jury thing, me and my brother did a podcast. Everybody doing some amount of time is inevitably going to be in the hole at some point. Whether it's because of something they did or didn't do, or whether it's just simply because of being in transit or whatever the case may be, they're going to end up doing whole time. So I did spend months here, months there, months here, months there. A little bit more than a year probably, in total. You kind of get used to them doing the worst thing that they could possibly do to you. You get used to the idea that they could just literally take everything from you, even your clothes, your letters. Whatever meager possessions that you're able to amass, to surround yourself with, things that are familiar or are yours, know that they're going to take that from you entirely, put you in a completely different place with no understanding of when you're going to get out or anything like that. I mean, it is a constant struggle inst time. But just like in regular prison, in the hole you develop a routine. I read a lot. I loved getting absorbed in books. You have to go about it with humility too, because at this point they use solitary with so many people in prison. Oftentimes, it's not something special that's happening to you, it's something that they do to everybody. And so when we complain and speak out about solitary, it's often not just a personal struggle. It's more like complaining about generalized conditions, that solitary is used as general policy. It takes a strong mind to survive it, but it comes down to that last inch. If you don't let them take that last little bit of you, then you'll be all right. I don't have any regrets for doing the things I did to get me here. I look back pretty fondly about the ways that I fought back the whole time, and that I did good for the most part and walked the way I believe. I learned lessons along the way, but I would like to think that I reached a lot of people and developed relationships with people that are lasting beyond the time that I was in jail. I correspond with a lot of people still that I knew inside. I always look back and think, did I pull this off with the most precision? Could I have done it better? It's always important to reflect on your actions and see if you met your goal and what things can be improved. I'm always looking to see how I could be more effective. I think I did a pretty good job, I would say. Lukey. NG forward. I was very fortunate to have been very well loved and supported every step of the way, especially this time in prison. People went to my court dates, had rallies at the jail, sent me birthday cards, and I got letters from different ABC groups and books from books through bars. 73. I was always very well taken care of. People were always helping me amplify the voices of projects that I was working on. So, those are all the things that you can ever possibly imagine in Solita. Righty work. In a sense, people aren't going to be really free until we tear down the system. People's only hope is to tear the whole prison system down. There are no appeals left in the equation. It's all or nothing for most people. I had a lot of Chellies who were lifers, pretty wise folks. It also has to do with the system's attempts to make their atrocities invisible. They try to hide the shit that they do on the inside to people on the outside world, and they try to prevent the people on the inside from speaking out to the outside world. So us undermining that in any sense, just making it visible to people, is undermining it. And I think we do that Very well. Think very carefully and completely though before you do something, and accept the consequences. If you're going to be involved in this type of work, even if you aren't even doing anything illegal, nevertheless, we know what we're up against. Be very real and clear about what type of consequences you could have, and accept those. That way you're not completely caught off guard. Also, study other people's cases. That's something that we do pretty well. Before you get involved, just understand and think through your actions very carefully and what it means to yourself and other people if you were to be caught. Keep your head up and remember that even the non-direct action type stuff, what you do every day, the small interactions, and walking in a way that reflects what you truly believe is tremendously important. 63 Anonymous is a decentralized hacktivist collective that started in the early 2000s and has targeted corporations, governments, institutions, and individuals for their lack of transparency and their criminal and immoral conduct. 64 In prison, a car is the group or clique that one rolls with and allies oneself with. This is generally based on race, geography, or political affiliation. 65 K2, or spice, is a synthetic marijuana with effects that can be more unpredictable and dangerous than cannabis. The prevalence of K2 in prisons has increased, leading to increased scrutiny, mail restrictions, and conflict. 66 Go-Go is a call and response type of funk music that originated with black musicians in Washington, D.C. 67 Residential Drug Abuse Program is a Federal Bureau of Prisons approved program of therapy related to substance abuse. Reduced sentences are often offered to incentivize prisoners to participate in RDAP. 68 The phrase "all coppers are bastards" originated in England in the 1920s, was shortened to ACAB by striking workers in the 1940s, and was popularized in the US during the punk scene that emerged in the 1970s. The acronym is also often written as 1312, the numerical representation of the letters in English. 69 George Floyd was a black man murdered by Minneapolis, Minnesota, police officer Derek Chauvin on May 25, 2020. His death sparked worldwide protests. 70 Connor Stevens was one of the Cleveland Four Occupy Cleveland activists who were arrested in 2012 and accused of plotting to blow up a bridge after being coerced by an FBI informant. Jerry Cook was a grand jury resistor who was imprisoned for his non-cooperation. His story is included here. 71 Running Down the Walls is a 5K non-competitive run/jog/walk/roll held annually since 1999 to raise awareness and funds for political prisoners currently held in North American prisons. See glossary. Find one or start one near you. 72. Wildfire was a newsletter focusing on solidarity with U.S. anarchist prisoners, support for prison rebellion, and anti-authoritarian struggle against prison. 73 Books Through Bars are informal groups that send free books and information to incarcerated people. Find a BTB group or start a Books to Prisoners group near you. Kojo Bom Ani Sababu. Kojo Bomani Sababu is a new African prisoner of war currently serving a 55-year sentence for his involvement in a bank expropriation on December 19, 1975. 74. He was subsequently charged with conspiracy for an alleged plan to use rockets, hand grenades, and a helicopter in an attempt to free Puerto Rican prisoner of war Oscar Lopez Rivera, who was convicted in 1981 of seditious conspiracy for his part in struggling for a free Puerto Rico. Kojo has served over 45 years in more than 10 federal penitentiaries, including Leavenworth, Lewisburg, Marion, and ADX. Florence. P. Rison life. I was not prepared to spend this much time behind concrete and steel. Psychologically, I've always been strong, so no problem there. Throughout the years support grew and then decreased. It is pretty much stable on the family front. No time is tolerable. In the 1980s and early 1990s, the programs existing in the institutions gave you the opportunity to have true leisure. These places are warehouses of human flesh used for misery, inundated with young men without any guidance. My quality of life has gotten worse. I have hypertension, diabetes, I can't exercise, and I need hip and knee replacements, both on the left side of my body. I also have a prostate problem. But through it all, I manage gracefully. My most pleasant moments have been when I'm with like-minded people. The best times were with the following: Jihad, Oscar, Ray, Mutualo, Sikau, and many other comrades, like those in May 19th and Ohio 775. We had great discussions and ch warmth. Since being imprisoned, I lost my wife, sister, 2 brothers, 3 aunts whom I loved dearly, and an uncle. Coping was not hard. I knew I could not change the results, nor would I be allowed to attend funerals. The amount of rage, lack of morals, low education levels, psychological problems, and hopelessness surrounds you daily. You must navigate around this always or get with it. My proudest achievements inside included teaching a few people how to read and helping prisoners overcome doubt in what they can achieve. It's a great feeling to have someone thank you for making them see a different alternative than incarceration. Politics and priso. And dynamics. You are always faced with a situation that may run counter to concepts you live by in prison. Racism is a normal product of federal prisons. It is a tactic used by employees to maintain control. Keeping people divided into gangs or other social groupings denies prisoners the ability to unite on issues regarding their imprisonment. Racism is paramount in prison. You cannot hide from it. It will confront you at every level of confinement. Wading through rough waters in this swamp is normal. Progressive people in prison do not allow racism to ruin ties. When the tension is in the air, people stick to their base. My stints in Marion and ADX commenced as a result of disciplinary hearings. They find you guilty and make a referral to the regional office for placement at administrative maximum institutions. Once transferred to those prisons, you are scheduled for a review at yearly intervals. Marion replaced Alcatraz, ADX replaced Marion. Seemingly all these institutions are now using mind control, behavior modification, and ideological control programs. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is essential to the political prisoner. There is a need to remain connected to your roots. It keeps the PPS energized and abreast with matters confronting the movement, and they could contribute insight on matters. PPS should exchange information that may become useful in resolving problems. The prison reform movement died many years ago. It attached itself with many people inside that were no good. Needless to say, we still have to have a strong movement to abolish these places. Organizations that stand up for the rights of the oppressed are faced with imprisonment, so their quality of life in these places should be better than what we have now. If you become a person in confinement, you should first realize this is a serious affair. Do not destroy any ties with family, friends, kinfolk. You'll need an outlet, a pressure valve. Nothing makes you feel better than a hello from someone not within arm's reach. Don't be antisocial, but be careful when you talk to or get involved with others. Study. Take advantage of all this free time and apply yourself to things that are useful to you. Keep supporting PPS who are confined. Subscriptions to magazines, books, and newspapers make time pass much more easily. Stress is a functional part of separation from opportunities you once held. You will be commanded to do some of the most absurd things. Understand this is a life you have no control over, but you can control your responses. 74. According to former political prisoner Sundiata Acoli in his essay A Brief History of the New African Prison Struggle, we use the term New African instead of black to define ourselves as an African people who have been forcibly transplanted to a new land and formed into a new African nation in North America. But our struggle behind the walls did not begin in America. 75 May 19 Communist Organization was a revolutionary anti-imperialist organization dedicated to acting in solidarity with and following the leadership of national liberation movements inside the borders of the US and around the world. The name refers to the birthdays of Malcolm X and Ho Chi Minh and the date of the death of José Martí. May 19 worked with Black, New African, Puerto Rican, Mexicano/Chicano, South African, Palestinian, and other groups fighting to free the land and for independence and socialism, and analyzed the U.S. as being a white settler colonialist state. The group organized white people to join in anti-imperialist solidarity in a number of projects including the John Brown Anti-Klan Committee and in support of political prisoners. The Ohio Seven were captured defendants and members of the anti-imperialist underground organization the United Freedom Front, including Levasseur and John Lawman, both of whose stories are included here. Laura Whitehorn. Laura Whitehorn served almost 15 years in high-security federal prisons for her involvement in the anti-imperialist armed actions that culminated in the resistance conspiracy case of the mid-1980s. 76. She served time at the Baltimore City Jail, the D.C. Jail, the High Security Unit at FCI Lexington, FCI Alderson, FCI Dublin, and the High Security Unit in Marianna, Florida. Laura was involved in Students for a Democratic Society, the Weather Underground Organization, the May 19 Communist Organization, Prairie Fire Organizing Committee, and many gay rights and AIDS support groups. 77. Since her release at the turn of the century, she has been involved in a number of causes and is a co-founder of and organizer with Release Aging People in Prison. 78. Laura edited and wrote the introduction for The War Before, the true life story of becoming a Black Panther, keeping the faith in prison and fighting for those left behind. P. Risen Life. No matter where I was, I exercised, and in some places it was really hard. At Baltimore City Jail, it was ridiculous but fun because it was on the roof. From the roof you could actually shout, and people from the neighborhood would come. And then we were all singing, "The roof, the roof, the roof is on fire. We don't need water, let the motherfucker burn." It was a ridiculous way to exercise. You had to run around it probably 20 times to make a mile. But exercise was something I did wherever I was, including just running in place and my cell. I felt mentally prepared for a few reasons. 1. I had done jail time in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County Jail, and in Cook County Jail for political protests of different sorts back in the 1960s and 1970s. So, I already knew that jails and prisons were the belly of the beast, that they were full of Black people, many of whom had ridiculously petty cases. In Baltimore City Jail when I was there were women who were in there because they couldn't pay a bail of $50. So, I was ready for the community that I walked into, and that was really important. Because of my politics, I had some grasp of the role of prisons and jails, so I was ready for that. And because we were doing illegal things when we were underground, it wasn't a surprise to be arrested, but it was a shock, total. Why a shock? There wasn't that much of a support system in Baltimore when I was arrested because my dear late comrade Marilyn Buck and my still current comrade and friend Linda Evans had just been arrested in New York at the same time. Susan Rosenberg and Tim Blunk had been arrested up there almost a year earlier. So, there wasn't anyone in Baltimore who could come down and see me and stuff. But I had support. I felt support from the people in New York, and then I was able to create support in Baltimore. That was back when you still had phone books, and I got the phone book from the chaplain's office and I went through and looked under committee, and I wrote letters to all of the support committees asking them to pay attention and to come visit. And CISPs did, they sent people in, and I met some of the Catholic left people that way too, who came in and cited me. 79. In our case, because we were white, because we were from a movement that already had some coherence, and because Linda and I right from the beginning were out lesbians, we attracted support that we tried, over and over again, to make more general and to make apply to the black prisoners in particular. There was some success but not enough. I think we had more support than most political cases from the beginning. Our families all gave us supper. Tea as well. The first thing that happened was that I formed friendships and was so embraced by the other women. And of course, the fact that my case in Baltimore was in the news, and that it was clear that we had done actions in solidarity with the Black Liberation Movement, Puerto Rico, Central America people were really curious about me and also reached out to me immediately. With support from inside the jail, even though the guards were ordering them not to come near me. So, they said, "Fuck that," and just came around me, supported me, brought me food. When you get arrested, you have nothing. They brought me very thing. I hate being told what to do, so getting used to the prison routine was hard. It was such a learning experience for me because I was the only white incarcerated person for most of the time that I was in the Baltimore City jail and a lot of the time I was in the DC jail. I had to learn which of my attitudes about authority were legitimate and when to stand up and help give voice to the complaints of all of us in the jail, because I was used to doing that. But then I had to realize that some of my fury came from expecting to be treated better than that, from the assumption ingrained by white privilege, that I would be treated more humanely. I wasn't used to being treated so brutally, as opposed to all the black women in the jail with me who had been treated this way all their lives. It was really a learning experience. CE for me. I also learned that I had social standing in the world that was different from the social standing of the guards who had direct control over me, but who were black and mostly not college educated. That was something that dawned on me after a while. At first I felt like, yeah, I'm standing up, and I'm getting away with that. And then I realized it was because there's still a social standing issue here. I think for white people in prison, that's generally a reality. You still have white privilege. Without that, I think I would have been in the hole even more than I was. And I would have been beat down much or often. I was in very bad conditions in the Baltimore City jail. They had me under 24-hour lockdown at first. For the first month, I didn't get out at all. All the security around, even with all of that, which was not pretty and not pleasurable at the same time, I realized that I had connections outside. I was held in pretrial detention, and Filiberto Ojeda Rios, from the Puerto Rican struggle, had been in preventive detention for years. 80. Yet through legal connections, I was able to get an op-ed in the Washington Post about the issue. So, you know, those things don't go away just because you're a political prisoner. I may have been treated worse, but at least someone on the outside knew about it. It's so funny, the conditions and the food at the Baltimore City jail and in the DC jail were so fucking horrendous. By the time I got moved out of the Baltimore City jail, I had gone from probably 110 pounds when I got arrested to weighing 89 pounds because the food was so hideous. There were roaches and mice. It was really unbelievable. No heat and no hot water a lot of times. But I actually liked it better in those places than I did when I got to MCC in New York and to Dublin. Because in the feds, a lot of the women prisoners were embezzlers or tax evaders, stuff like that, but there was a sense of entitlement, of I shouldn't be here. And the way federal law worked, the only way you could get any break on your sentence was by snitching, so there were quite a few snitches in MCC in particular. There were enough people like that to make that an actual kind of culture, whereas in the city jails and county jails, people had more of a collective attitude of struggle, resistance, and community. I mean, you did hear that. Some. In the city jails, but less often. I was in Dublin with the Independentista Political prisoners from Puerto Rico, Marilyn Buck, Linda Evans, and later Donna Wilmot. 81. For a few years, we had an amazing collective of women political prisoners. We had that revolutionary community, and we were able to affect the culture of the prison but also have relationships to movements on the outside. When I was moved to FCI Lexington, all of the DC women were there because there was no federal prison in DC and no long-term facility for women, which they built later. There was a different atmosphere and collectivity and sense of resistance there too. You find joy and community wherever you can. I was very fortunate that I was not in Florence or in Marion, in some of the men's isolation places that were more brutal and isolating. There was one moment that jumps to my mind in terms of losing hope. I had this dear friend at Lexington. She had also been in the DC jail. It was a DC case, although she was originally from North Carolina and her name was Amira Cooper. For some reason, some universal power, we just loved each other enormously. We were best friends. We spent hours talking together, sharing our lives, which were so different, and everything. She was my heart, as they say. This is 1990, I guess. And for people who had AIDS, we the political prisoners did a lot of HIV work, but it was AIDS. Somewhere in there, the virus was discovered as the cause of AIDS, but remember there were no effective HIV treatments yet. People were sick, they were dying hideous deaths. There was terrible, terrible discrimination from the institutions. I mean, it was just horrible. So, everywhere we went, we all created AIDS support and education. And we created that at Lexington, where all of the women in the federal system who had AIDS were sent because it had the hospital. We had created what we called the A-Team. A for AIDS. Obviously. But Amira and I were two of the people in that group, and she was fierce and great and amazing. One night, right before count, I was in her cell and I wasn't supposed to be there. She had a single cell because she'd been there a long time. And one night, right before the 9 o'clock count, she said to me, "Laura, I just have to tell you, I have AIDS. And no one knows." At that point, it was a total death sentence. And then they called count and I had to clear the unit. I went up to where I lived, which was a big dorm, and I went into the bathroom and threw up from my guts. I cried, and I missed count, and I got written up for it. Luckily, the guard knew something had happened, and Amira got him to tear up the shot. But at that moment, I felt like there was no hope because all these people were dying and we couldn't fucking do anything about it. As a movement person, someone who had been fighting for all these different movements for so many years, I felt like we just didn't know how to do this, we didn't know how to save people that we loved. The same thing was going on already on the outside, so I had a body of grief in my heart from all the people on the outside that I knew who were dying. And then, I'm happy to say, she later won an appeal and got out on this compassionate release thing that the people in DC did for people with HIV. She lived a little bit longer, and then she died while I was still in prison. So that was a moment. I think the other was when I heard that Kawesi Balagoon died. 82. I was in solitary in MCC New York and had gotten written up. That happened to me a lot in the first 5 to 7 years, until I learned how to do the same things without getting caught, how to operate clandestinely in prison. I was in the hole, and it was December 13, 1986, Marilyn Buck's birthday. I wasn't in general population, but she was, so she could make a phone call. She snuck to my cell and told me Kawesi died. That was another moment where it was just really hard because again it was AIDS, and we had no sense of a movement that would really be powerful and anti-racist and give a shit about people in prison, about black people, black queers, black women. At that point, the movement that was supporting people with AIDS, which was a great movement, was really still defining AIDS as an issue for white gay men and straight men, and not white women, let alone black CK people. As far as the AIDS work that a lot of us political prisoners were working on then, when we all were sentenced and sent to where we were going, it became easier to communicate those things. But, yes, we did very similar work. When I was together with Marilyn, Susan, Linda, and Sylvia Baraldini in Marianna, Florida, there we were able to do a lot of good AIDS work because we had so many connections on the outside, and people would come visit us who were doing work on the outside. 83. I lost my father while I was inside. I couldn't be with him as he grew ill and died. That was hard. I so appreciated how my sister not only took on his care but helped me connect to him during the decline. And Susan's father, Manny Rosenberg, that was a big loss. He was diagnosed with cancer and died really fast. He was a wonderful, wonderful man who really threw down for political prisoners and was very connected with the Puerto Rican prisoners, in particular. There's so many people, I can't even remember all of them. Mike Regal, a queer leader who died of AIDS and had been a friend. 84. And then inside, especially at Lexington, women were just dying of AIDS every week. I grieved, and I would go out and run if I could, and cry there. I also, I guess, turned my grief into anger. I started doing artwork around AIDS because I was so infuriated when the government came out with that stupid red ribbon stamp, when they were actually doing nothing. So that started me on creating, and that helped to bring some artwork. Ceremonies with people inside were important, all kinds of memorials, candle lighting, just holding each other, and when I say holding, I don't mean physically. In most places, we weren't allowed to physically hold each other, so we were holding one another. Ours grief. I was arrested in 1985, and I got out late in 1999, and that was the beginning of what's called mass incarceration. And for women, the numbers went up by 800% or so. For example, when I was first in the federal prison in California, I was in a cell that had been built for one, but it held 2 people. I came back after a few years when I was sent there again, that same cell had 4 women in it. A tiny cell. And when I got out, some of those cells had 5 women in them, and the TV rooms were converted to dorms. So there was that. The quality of life, of course, became more punitive, things were taken away. In the beginning, when I was locked up in the feds, you could get clothing from home. But by the end, not only couldn't you get clothing from home, but you could only have a certain number of things. They would do shakedowns all the time and do that. There were also supposed reforms that were actually forms of repression. The system would institute programs that we had been doing ourselves, but now the programs were headed up by staff and there was a prohibition against us meeting together without staff. All to make it harder for incarcerated people to organize and resist, even to learn together without supervision. The other thing about it was, and this was true in the beginning too but not the same massive numbers, I was in with women from California, which meant there were a lot of indigenous women who had federal crimes because they're committed on a reservation. They were some of the most stand-up people because they were convicted of violent crimes. Whereas the white women in federal prison, a lot of them were on sort of financial crimes and such. The black women were the victims of the drug war. So, there were women I was in with who were in their 20s and 30s who were serving double life sentences for some bullshit drug conspiracy. Thankfully, through a lot of advocacy and struggle on the outside, some of them have gotten out now. But at the time, the people I was with, my friends, they had kids, or they didn't yet have kids. And I really could see the fabric of genocide. You're taking oppressed communities, and you're removing an entire generation, and a future generation, because the numbers were so huge of incarcerated women. That was really when I understood mass incarceration from the inside, and not just a matter of numbers but also as a strategy by the state to repress resistance, to keep communities from fighting back by destroying the fabric. And then, of course, when I got out, I could see that by walking to Harlem and seeing how the housing stock had just been depleted because so many people had been sent to prison, and then their families got the burden. I saw that and I felt it. The quality of life went down. Mass incarceration created the basis for gentrification and ethnic cleansing. When I first was arrested, because they stacked charges, I was facing a total of 78 years. The other women thought that was an unbelievable amount of time. By the time I left, if I had done 78 years, it would have been PAR for the course. People were facing hundreds of years of sentences. I think that kind of blew me away. Mostly, everything I saw just sort of affirmed what I had thought my entire life, since I was old enough to notice that black people were being segregated in New York and lynched across the country. In the federal system especially, even though it's the most racist, patriarchal piece of shit system, they have to let you celebrate Black History Month and Women's History Month. So, from early on, I was part of these committees in different places. The Black History Month committee, for example, which was like 5 black women and me. And in that, I was able to use my connections with people on the outside to get things in. The best was when we showed the murder of Fred Hampton in Lexington, I think. The guard who was assigned that night, luckily, was a total idiot, because I told him it was a mystery story about black people. So, it's for Black History Month, and we were able to show that. Then in Lexington, which was full of the poorest, sickest women from DC and elsewhere, we created a Black History Month show that was like an Oprah Winfrey show where people played the first black women to do whatever, to work at NASA and all this very kind of petty bourgeois sense of what success is. This was my great honor. When we performed the show, instead of having to play a slave catcher, I got to play Gerda Lerner, a white woman who wrote a book called Black Women in White America. 85. It's hysterical. It was a bullshit role they created just for me. But the joy was, I sat there in the auditorium, watching this play and realizing how revolutionary it was that this group of women had come together and fought with the administration and created this powerful show. The administration almost closed it down at the last minute because some of the racist white women went to the warden and said, "This is anti-white." Amira again came and got me and said, "Come on, white person, you can support us." We went to the warden and I gave him my white person word that the show wasn't anti-white. So, being part of that creative experience, it really felt like something was being accomplished because the way that everyone felt the next day was different. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. In our case, the resistance conspiracy case, through a lot of really hard legal wrangling with our lawyers, especially Alan Berkman and Linda Evans, both of whom were really brilliant on being able to understand the law, we were able to fight our case. 86. We were able to have a situation where we didn't go on trial, appeals were going up to the Supreme Court, and Alan had developed first Hodgkin's lymphoma and then a repeat of Hodgkin's lymphoma. He was really, really ill. At different points, he almost died. Finally, we were in the DC jail and were looking at going to trial. Because of Alan's treatments and the radiation, he was paralyzed from the waist down, and he was deathly ill. At that point, there were 2 federal medical centers for men, one in Springfield, Missouri, and one in Rochester, Minnesota. They were as different as day and night. Rochester had the Mayo Clinic right there, and Springfield was a butt-share shop. We had been discussing taking a plea deal, and I had been totally opposed to it because we wanted a political trial, and our position was, yes, we had done these things, but the government was so violent and illegal that we had to. I was the person who was the most opposed to even considering a plea bargain. And one night I was in my cell in the DC jail, and a friend of mine who worked in the infirmary came down, and she told me Alan was in a dire condition. Then the next day I walked into our co-defendant legal meeting and I said, I'm ready to deal. I'll take my whole 45 years, I don't care. It was hard. I look back, and I think, I didn't even give my fingerprints when they wanted to take my major case prints. When I was arrested, I fought that for like 3 years because it would help them. I wouldn't stand up in court. I don't have a problem with those sort of, I guess, performative gestures at certain points. But I was dead set against a plea bargain, and I had to do it because if we had not done it and had stayed in that jail, and he had been sent to Springfield, I definitely thought he would die. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I thought. That was hard for me. By the way, we wrote a whole position paper about why we did it to try to explain, and we sent it to our comrades in Germany and Italy. 87. And we got a letter back from the Italians saying, basically, what the fuck is wrong with you, explaining that? Of course you did that. Revolution is about love. There's nothing wrong with that. With other incarcerated people, especially in Lexington, at Dublin, and at Mariana, where there were white women who were either anti-abortion people or members of biker groups that were racist. There was this one woman in California when Linda and I were first there in 1987, who would make these pretty note cards. She would make note cards and sell them to other prisoners. A lot of the women really liked her because she would give them cards for free if they needed one for something. This one woman one day came to me and Linda in the yard and said, "Why are you so mean to this woman?" We'd say, "Because she's a fucking Nazi." So, sometimes it was on hat level. Other times I had some physical confrontations. I had physical confrontations with bullies a lot at different times, especially in the DC jail and then in California. When I was first there in Pleasanton, it was co-ed. That was right before AIDS totally blew up and they stopped having co-ed prisons. It was still co-ed, so the guys who were there were all snitches. They were horrible, and I had a lot of confrontations with bullies and snitches there who were men. I hit and I got hit, there were physical confrontations, but I never got the shit beat out of me, which was kind of fortunate for me. I'm little, so when I stand up to a large person, sometimes it takes them aback. One person even said to me, "You're not scared of an ass whipping?" And I said, "No, I'm scared of a lot of things in my life. But I grew up with very strict parents. I got a lot of whoopings. But, again, it's different if you're black because you're more vulnerable to being physically abused by guards and punished if you fight back. And it's different in the men's prisons, where physical confrontations can be generally more violent. I remember talking with Alan about this when we got to the DC jail. I was talking about the little Nazi enclave of women and how we challenged them, and he said, in a men's prison, you have to handle it really differently because you can get knifed. It just was different. Because for me, I was really fortunate that things worked out that way. But in women's prisons, there was also violence, and especially sexual violence by guards, or the constant threat of sexual abuse by he guards. For me, one of the hardest things was being pat-searched every day by male guards. I actually got written up once for attacking a guard. I just elbowed him to get his hands off me. That was a constant standing up, avoiding, and confronting the sexual abuse of women in the system. It happens every single day, and it's not even seen as abuse. It's just what they do. Strip searches, group strip searches where you're with 5 other women and you're stripped, not by men, usually by women guards, but still. That was one of the things I had the hardest time with and had the most confrontations with guards over, personally. There was one time when being Jewish was a bone of contention, and that was in Mariana, Florida. When I got there, Marilyn, Susan, and Sylvia Beraldini were already there. Susan and Sylvia had been sent there from the Lexington High Security Unit for Women, which is an experiment that the government tried and failed at. Marilyn was probably just sent there because she was high security. I got sent there as punishment for a rebellion that we did at Lexington, where we just all gathered in the main area and wouldn't go in for count, which is, of course, the worst thing you could do. When I got sent there, you did an intake, and it always asked you what religion you were. And usually I put none because I'm not observant. I didn't think it was important to say. But there Marilyn said to me she noted that she was Jewish because there was a lot of anti-Semitism amongst the guards and the staff there. So I said, okay, well, if you can do it, I should do it too. So I did it, and we fought for certain things like getting matzo for Passover. They had an Easter pageant in the chapel there where some of the prisoners performed and said the Jews killed Christ. It was really bad there. Then I had a cellmate who was one of the Black Hebrew Israelites, which is a very small religious organization. 88. She and I were friends and, because she was Jewish, she also got the matzo for Passover. You had to take your matzo with you to the cafeteria for meals, and she came and joined me at my table. She had forgotten her matzo so I gave her some of mine. And the chaplain wrote me up for giving away something that I had that only Jews could have. He looked at her, and he saw a black person that couldn't be Jewish, even though he knew, because he had the list of Jews, which were like 5. He couldn't put it together, so to me that was a really clear example of racism. But I never got called names for being Jewish. I got shit from guards for being a lesbian. There was one guard in particular in the DC jail who absolutely hated lesbians. When she would strip search me, she would make me stand there naked, she would leave the room, she would do all this shit. She would poke my breasts really hard. There was also a guard at Lexington who, when he was pat searching me, grabbed my breasts really hard and squeezed them. It was painful, and that's the guard that I elbowed. It came out that he was doing that to all the out dykes on that compound. The main thing about being an out lesbian for me was that I could support the young women who were having their first lesbian relationships while they were inside. On Sunday, the chaplain would preach that if you're gay, you're going to hell. And young women would come to me crying, saying, I'm going to hell. I don't know the Bible, so I'd have to say stuff like, well, does God create people he hates? But even by embracing them, it played a role, and also I stood up for T politic. I already talked about being in with a whole group of us. Anti-imperialist. And independentista. Political prisoners in Dublin. But during my years in prison, I was also inside with some of the Plowshares prisoners, and that was really cool because we all quoted Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without a demand. But we advocated fighting in armed struggle, and they said we have to destroy those arms. It was really interesting and I learned a lot from some of them. I loved being in with the Catholic left women. They really knew how to work the media. This one time, we had no water for a while. They gave us porta potties and a bottle of water a day, and we were all furious. Now this one woman from the Catholic left calls the media, and because of her status as a Plowshares person, she was able to reach someone, and she got the THIRD fixed. I think Liz McAllister was in with Lolita Lebre. Oh. Anne and Marilyn, I think in Alderson. Also, Dulcia Pagan was there at the same time, and I think Asada Shakur at one point. 89. Asada was there, I think, when Marilyn was there in the 70s. I think that might have been before Liz's time. In California, we would do programs in the chapel together where Marilyn, Linda, and I would bring a certain kind of view, and the Catholic left people would bring a different kind of view, both about how to embody political principles. It was a great chance to learn and teach. As far as being housed with my co-defendants, when we were in DC together, it was because we were on trial. But when we were in the other prisons, At that point there was only Dublin, California, and Denbury. They hadn't even opened Tallahassee yet. And then on the lower security level, there was Alderson and all these low-level places, but there weren't other FCIs for women. Obviously, when they started to lock up 2 million people in this country, that changed quickly. Then there were times when I learned about performative principles, things that were being performed but not really enacted. There was this one woman whom I really loved. We were in Dublin, and there was this part of the compound where there was grass and a sign saying "Don't walk on grass." She told me, "I'm going to walk on the grass because I shouldn't follow any of the rules here." And I said, "If you're not going to follow the rules, when you get brought into the institution, you have to refuse to give your name, refuse to give your information, and get put in the hole. Do your whole time there. You can't pick and choose." And then I went back and I thought about myself and how I, at times, had picked and chosen where to make a stand because it just felt like something I wanted to do, treating resistance sort of as an emotional outlet. So, that changed me. I learned so much in my years in prison. The night I was first arrested, I was put into this horrible cell in Baltimore City Jail, and it was hot as hell. It was May, the cell I was in was over the laundry, and I couldn't sleep. I lay there, and I thought two things. 1, you better fucking believe in your politics, girl, because now you're going to do life in prison for them. So, you better figure out right now how you want to do this. That one was kind of easy. And then the other thing was, you know how people say they can take everything but my dignity? Well, I thought to myself, if they start taking my sense of humor, they've won. Because that's what keeps me going. Just being able to look at life and see the absurd and find some kind of joy in that. You feel like you've been part of a movement that you thought was going to win, and then we didn't win. Instead we got all this repression as a result, and all of that. Susan and I, especially in Mariana, used to just make up stories, make up screenplays for television. I mean, we didn't really write them, but I think that really helped to alleviate some of the grief and some of the fury. We still laugh about those made up TV sitcoms we thought of back then. But the first thing we were all doing was the AIDS work. David Gilbert and my dear friend, co-founder of RAP, Mujahid Fareed, they were two of the three men who started what later became PACE 90. I think we all did that because of where we found ourselves and what we felt about it. There was this moment when I was in Lexington when the Rodney King beatdown happened, and I was getting some newspaper, I think it was The Guardian, some left activist newspaper. 91. And Barbara Smith, whom I had known back in Boston, and who taught me a lot about the difference between what white lesbians and black lesbians face, had an article saying all these white left organizations are issuing statements condemning blah blah blah. 92. And she said, stop making statements that just say you support what we're doing and start organizing against racism yourselves. Taking us back to SNCC and what Kwame Ture was saying, we don't need you to organize the black community. 93. And I thought, what am I doing? And I started to write for publications on the outside. After a while, I had a column in Prison Legal News, which was started by an incarcerated man and still exists today. I wrote articles and statements promoting anti-racism in white spaces. This could never have happened without the support of people on the outside. Being in Dublin, California, we were 30 to 40 minutes from Oakland, and we got visits all the time from activists out there, especially women activists who were doing work on Mumia Abu Jamal's case. 94. That was one of the first things we did, even back in DC, when he was facing the death penalty and people had not heard of him yet. We got the word out. Alan Berkman alerted us as to what was happening to Mumia. We did a lot of collective artwork around Mumia and sent that out for an art show called Art Against Death or Art Against the Death Penalty. Again, it was because we had connections on the outside. We also tried to get the attention of the movement around HIV, to the situation of people in prison with HIV. That was also an anti-racist struggle in many ways. There's a guy who was a grand jury resistor, Bob Lederer, who, with other people in New York, was very open to that argument and tried to help from the outside. 95. He was consistent with his work. Bonnie Kernis is a dedicated activist from New Jersey who's done a lot of work against solitary for many years. 96. A few years ago, she asked me to contribute to something called Survivor's Manual, Survival in Solitary, put out by the American Friends Service Committee. The one I always talk about is making a schedule for yourself and sticking to it, so that by the end of the day, you don't fall into depression. Instead, you feel like, okay, I didn't do much because I'm limited, but I did omithing. The actual control unit I was in Marianna, Florida, was a trip. It was created after a very powerful struggle had succeeded in closing the high security unit for women at Lexington. One thing that happened that helped fuel the campaign against the Lexington unit was that church groups were able to tour the facility, and they could see the outrageous conditions. So the new control unit was, as we thought of it, tour-proof. It looked very nice, we could wear our own clothes, there were privileges that were supposed to make us forget we were in a tiny controlled place with no contact beyond 100 women there. At the time, comrades on the outside were agitating against control units, and quite naturally they focused on Marion and the other prisons for men. And they defined control unit by the conditions. 23 hours in cell. For example, we wrote them to argue that it's actually the goal of the control unit rather than the conditions that define it, because if the goal is to crush revolution, they can try to achieve that goal through a combination and variety of conditions. In general, physical brutality is more commonly used against men in prison because with the difference in size and number of incarcerated people, women in prison can often pose less of a physical threat to the institution. So you have to look at things other than physical conditions to see how the system functions. If you only look at what happens in men's prisons, you end up obliterating the realities of incarceration. For women, I wish I had been less arrogant. I wish I had figured out sooner what I was taught after I got out by Eddie Ellis, former Black Panther who died, very important in the prison movement in New York, and from Fareed, whom I mentioned before, and from Jose Saldana, who's now the director of RAP, that we had to build more of an ideological connection between political prisoners and the situation of prisons. 97. I mean, we were all abolitionists before we knew that word because we're revolutionaries, and abolition is revolution. You can't just remove one huge aspect of state violence without confronting the system as a whole. But I wish that at that point I had been able to open my eyes and really see what mass incarceration was and how intimately it was connected with the repression of the Black liberation movement in particular. I saw these pieces of it, but it wasn't until years later when Chokwe Lumumba, the late, great lawyer and mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, and I were in New York and were talking after a presentation he gave. 98. I was talking about mass incarceration and how I knew it played a role in repressing communities. He said, look, first they did COINTELPRO and they destroyed revolutionary black organizations and organizations from other national liberation movements. Remember that J. Edgar Hoover said black youth should know that if they want to be a revolutionary, they'll either be dead or in prison. That was a serious plan, and mass incarceration has made that a reality. 99. Not everyone in prison is a revolutionary, but if you can destroy communities and undermine their economic and social health, you can turn people against each other, you can prevent another era like the 70s with black consciousness. It was right in front of my face. And yet, when I got out, I started doing work on political prisoners that isolated Cases of political prisoners from the overall situation and role of prisons in the United States. And it took some years. I mean, there was part of me that got it. In my AIDS work, working for POZ magazine when I got out, I was able to make some connections, but it took years. Plus, now working with family members of incarcerated people, I have a much clearer sense of how mass incarceration undermines and destroys families and whole communities. Rap really started in 2013, and I got out in 1999, so that's a slow learning curve. I don't see any problem in saying political prisoners are a particular class of incarcerated people and that one of the key roles of prisons is to incarcerate people who are rebels or who threaten the system in some way. I still believe that. But there's something about making a between political prisoners and the rest of the prison population that I wish I had got. And sooner. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is utterly critical. People should listen to what the incarcerated people want. In the beginning of the pandemic, when people were dying in prison, RAP did some of the first rallies. We actually did them in person outside Sing Sing and other prisons. And we always made sure to communicate with people inside and say, are you going to get shit if we're outside doing this? What's the administration Lee? K there. Part of why we started RAP was because we were hearing from the people inside that they were not able to get out due to the parole system, the way it worked in New York, and could we do anything to change that? So, listen to what people inside want. I always say to activists, do what's needed and not what you feel like you want to do. Sometimes that means doing very unsexy things like fundraising, and people don't want to do it because it's not like doing a rally. I really feel that we need to understand that the one place in the US where people know about political prisoners is in the joints. I found this out when I started doing work with RAP. When we started RAP, we would go to these meetings at a place where a lot of reentry housing is. There would be a room full of like 45, mostly formerly incarcerated men on a Saturday morning, who had gotten out, and the rest of us would be either advocates, family members, or formerly incarcerated people from elsewhere. We would start by going around the room and everyone could call the name of one person they wanted to bring into the space. Sometimes it was like Malcolm X or something. And guys I had never known would say Herman Bell, Jalil Muntakim, David Gilbert, and they knew them through their practice. CE inside. That was something I knew myself because all of us most people who are political prisoners are doing something for their community when the community is inside. Read Susie Day's book about the lives of Eddie Conway and Paul Coates. 100. Eddie went in and was like, okay, I'm in prison, I'm not doing anything. And immediately he became a mentor and a leader in there. When I was in Baltimore, I was in the women's jail and was hearing about Eddie Conway because of that. I think that putting those cases in the context of trying to end the system of permanent punishment, the racist prison and policing systems, is important. Political prisoners are political prisoners because we are revolutionaries. So, to build a movement of support for political prisoners. Separate from the politics that we started with. In other words, look at the 10-point program of the Panthers. It was like, black people shouldn't be in prison, Attica, you know, tear down these fucking prisons. To only focus on political prisoners separate from that, I think, is a mistake. That's what we tried to do with RAP by looking at the actual mechanisms that are preventing the release of people inside. When we started, there were 5 or 6 political prisoners in New York State, and now, while very sadly some of them have died, the rest have now gotten out. We can free political prisoners and have everyone out and nothing else changes, or we can free political prisoners and have, like in New York, all these other people getting out on the same pressures that we put on the parole board that allowed for the release of Herman, Jalil, Seth, and David. A lot of other people who had violent crimes against police and the cop unions had sworn that they would all die in prison and we were able to get them out. It can be done. Same thing in Pennsylvania, with Maroon and Move. 101. I think people are doing amazing work. We all say all the time that there should be more unity, more of a central, free political prisoners effort, but it's hard because there are so many distinctions in how the political prisoners could be released. I mean, some we have to push parole, some compassionate release, etc. And I do think politics is local, meaning a struggle needs to be centered in and strength gotten from the location, so if we want to actually get people out, it kind of makes sense that the work gets localized rather than centralized. But if we can unite more in the way George Jackson said, settle your quarrels, come together, understand the reality of our situation, understand that fascism is already here, that people are already dying who could be saved, that generations more will live poor, butchered half-lives. If you fail to act, do what must be done, discover your humanity and your love in revolution, then we can make the most use of all the groups. 102. For instance, the Jericho movement has a great directory of political prisoners. I do think we're beginning to share and learn from each other's strategies, though, and that's a really good thing. Forcing the state to release people is a huge, hard task, so we need each other. Don't snitch. Don't see power as those who are the biggest and meanest. Understand power as a collective process. Let us know you're there, because there are people all over the country who are now aware. You don't put millions of people in prison and keep it a secret. That's the downside for the United States of their policies. This is one of RAP's principles: do not throw anyone under the bus. Jose talks all the time about how there are classes inside of cases, and that sexual abuse and sexual abuse of children is at the bottom. As a crime, you can say that, but as a person who committed a crime, if we throw people under the bus, then our whole claim of being humane, of everyone deserving to be seen. Something that Mutulu Shakur always said when we were in MCC together for a minute, was, even the guards don't look at the uniform and think, okay, I'm not going to try to reach you. People change, people's ends open. Know that there is life in prison and life after prison. You're still alive when you're in prison. It helps to be able to find some way of feeling that every day. Herman Bell and I talk about that a lot. We both always found a tree somewhere that we could see out of a window or that was in the yard and sort of enjoy it. Look at the beauty, look at it changing, and have some kind of sense of knowing this is not permanent. This prison is not permanent. I'd like people to understand how hard it was for Susie. How hard it is for a lesbian who has a loved one, because there's no recognition. Now, it may be different, but certainly back then, it was more restrictive. If your husband came to visit, you were allowed to kiss, to hold hands, at the beginning and end of the visit. For us, though, it was not permitted. I want people to understand what the family members go through. RAP now has community leaders who are family members, mostly black and Latinx women who were isolated before they met us. They didn't know other people who had family members. We found them through leafleting in their neighborhood or something, then talking with them, and now there are community leaders. The pain they carried every day, they are people whose loved ones will fucking die in prison if we don't win our demands for RAP. I think of their courage. They don't quite get the same notice that the incarcerated people do because, of course, they can go home. They can go to McDonald's, they can cook dinner, they can do all those things. But the trauma of having someone inside and not knowing from minute to minute whether they're alive. Did they not call because they were in the hole, or did they not call because the line was too long? When C. Cow Odinga was still in, I remember talking with Dekwai, when C. Cow had pneumonia at one point. 103. His friend was calling her to report because C. Cow was too weak to leave his cell and call her. She couldn't talk to him. She couldn't be there with him. I think about when my father was dying, I couldn't be there with him. Seeing it from the point of view of millions of people on the outside, and the courage that they have to stand up, and what we as a movement, if you're a political person, what we have to do for the families in terms of love and existence and respect, is huge. But really, don't throw people under the bus. If RAP's initiatives restricted the benefits of going to the parole board when you're 55, no matter your sentence, if we cut out people with certain kinds of cases, especially cases involving cops, we would have gotten it passed last year. It's such an easy bill. But then we'd be building the system, creating a new undeserving group of incarcerated people whose cases involved cops. I think we always have to remember, reforms that don't change some fundamental piece, that don't organize masses of people to understand the need to destroy the prison system, only make it harder for the next round. On the other hand, I would say to abolitionists, remember, when struggling around conditions, that the people who are suffering under those conditions, they are the people who will make a revolutionary movement. Those people inside, and those getting out, that's the movement. So we need to fight for their humanity while they're inside, along with fighting to get them out. 76. The resistance conspiracy case started in 1985 when 7 anti-imperialist activists were charged with bombing military and corporate targets in the U.S. throughout the early 1980s. See glossary. 77. Students for a Democratic Society was a predominantly white student activist organization that rose rapidly in membership between 1960 and 1969 before splintering. One of the groups that resulted from the dissolution of SDS was the Weather Underground Organization, a militant clandestine organization that carried out bombings of corporate and government targets throughout the 1970s in solidarity with Third World communities inside and outside of the U.S. 78. Release Aging People in Prison is a New York-based advocacy and education organization created and led by formerly incarcerated people that works to free incarcerated elders. See glossary. 79. The Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador is a grassroots solidarity organization that has been supporting the Salvadoran people's struggle for social and economic justice since 1980. 80. Filiberto Ojeda Rios was a Puerto Rican militant who co-founded the Boricua Popular Army, better known as Los Macheros, and its predecessor, the FALN, to struggle for Puerto Rican autonomy. In 2005, Ojeda Rios was killed by the FBI outside of his home in Puerto Rico. 81. Independentistas was a term used to describe Puerto Rican independence fighters. 82. Kawasi Balagoon was an anarchist and lifelong activist who was involved with the BPP and the BLAT. He was a defendant in the infamous New York Panther 21 case. He escaped from confinement numerous times, and he was imprisoned from 1981 until his death of pneumocystis pneumonia, an AIDS-related illness, in 1986 at age 39. There is a collection of his writings called Soldier's Story, Revolutionary Writings by a New African Anarchist. 83. Silvia Berardini is an Italian activist who supported black liberation and Puerto Rican independence and was imprisoned in 1982 for grand jury resistance and aiding in the prison escape of Assata Shakur. After being transferred to Italy in 1999, Berardini was released from prison in 2006. 84. Mike Regal was a journalist, gay liberationist, and prisoner rights activist who wrote for the anarchist paper The Fag Rag and Gay Community News. He was a part of the Red Book prison book program and advised the American Friends Service Committee and the AIDS Action Committee on the concerns of prisoners. Regal died in 1992 after a long struggle with AIDS. 85. Gerda Lerner was a radical historian and writer whose work was prominent in the 1960s. The book, Black Women in White America, chronicles over 3 centuries of black women's contributions to history. 86. Ban the Box is a campaign that fights to remove the checkbox in hiring applications that asks if applicants have a criminal record. 87. The Red Brigades were an armed and militant Marxist-Leninist organization active in Italy primarily during the 1970s. The group made a minor resurgence in the 1990s and 2000s. 88 The Black Hebrew Israelites are a group of African Americans who believe they are descendants of the ancient Israelites, though many of their expressed views tend to be racist and anti-Semitic. 89 Assata Shakur was a member of the BPP and the BLA who was imprisoned from 1973 until 1979, when she escaped from prison and was later given political asylum in Cuba. 90 Mujahid Farid served 33 years in New York State prisons and was denied parole 9 times before he was released. He then co-founded Release Aging People in Prison with former political prisoners Laura Whitehorn and Kathy Boudin. 91 Rodney King is a black man whose extensive and brutal 1991 assault by the Los Angeles police was recorded and led to international condemnation. The acquittal of the officers involved led to the 1992 Los Angeles riots. 92 Barbara Smith is an author and activist who was a leader in defining and establishing the field of black women's studies in the U.S. Barbara and her co-conspirators in the Combahee River Collective are credited with originating the term identity politics, defining it as an inclusive political analysis for contesting the interlocking oppressions of race, gender, class, and sexuality. 93 Kwame Ture, formerly known as Stokely Carmichael, was a prominent black leader and organizer with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, an organization started in the South in 1960 that was a catalyst for pushing the civil rights movement forward. 94 Mumia Abu-Jamal is a journalist, author, and former member of the BPP who has been imprisoned since 1981. His death sentence was overturned in 2001, but supporters have been advocating for his release from prison ever since. As of 2023, Mumia remains in prison. 95 Bob Lederer is a journalist, longtime queer anti-racist and anti-imperialist activist, and member of the grassroots collective resistance in Brooklyn. In 1985, he was a grand jury resistor and political prisoner, and was a co-founder of the group Queers United in support of political prisoners in the 1990s. 96 Bonnie Kernis is a lifelong activist and organizer who has been a human rights advocate on behalf of prisoners since 1975, working as coordinator of the American Friends Service Committee's Prison Watch Project. 97 Eddie Ellis was a former member of the BPP and a former political prisoner who never stopped fighting for prisoners' rights. Jose Saldana is the formerly incarcerated current director of RAP. 98 Chokwe Lumumba was a radical human rights lawyer prominent from the 1970s onward. He also served as second vice president of the Republic of New Africa and was later elected mayor of Jackson, Mississippi. 99 COINTELPRO was an illegal and top-secret government counterintelligence program that was most prominently orchestrated by the FBI from the 1950s through the 1970s to discredit, neutralize, and eliminate subversive individuals and organizations. 100 Eddie Conway was a former member of the BPP who spent over 40 years incarcerated as a political prisoner in Maryland. Paul Coates was his friend who campaigned for Eddie's release and started the publishing company Black Classic Press in order to get books to prisoners. Susie Day is a journalist and Laura's partner. 101 Russell Maroon Shoatz was a former member of the BPP and the BLA who spent 48 years in Pennsylvania prisons before being granted compassionate release in 2021 and dying less than 2 months later. The MOVE organization was founded in Philadelphia by John Africa in 1972 as a spiritual, back-to-nature group with a revolutionary ideology. MOVE faced police abuse from the start, and 9 of its members spent decades imprisoned as political prisoners before 7 of them gained their freedom. See glossary. 102 The quote is from George Jackson. Soledad Brothers, The Prison Letters of George Jackson. XXV. 103 Dakwaikiani Sadiki is a tireless coalition builder, organizer, and educator and has served as chair of the Malcolm X Commemoration Committee. She waged a successful campaign for the release of her husband, Sekou Odinga. Eric King. Eric King is an anarchist political prisoner who was arrested and charged with an attempted firebombing of a government official's office in Kansas City, Missouri, in September 2014 in solidarity with the protests following the police murder of Michael Brown. 104. In 2016, Eric accepted a non-cooperating plea agreement and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Since his arrest and subsequent incarceration, he has been held in solitary confinement for years on end and has been assaulted by both guards and white supremacists. He has faced unprecedented mail bans and restrictions and has served time in numerous federal prisons, including USP McCreary, FCI Florence, USP Leavenworth, and Florence Ad Max. Eric is a member of the Fire Ant Collective and has published 3 zines: Battle Tested, Antifa in Prison, and Pacing in My Cell. His sentencing statement is included in the book. Defiance, Anarchist Statements Before Judge and Jury. P. Risen Life. I wasn't mentally prepared in any way. I had to learn a lot of things on the fly, and a lot of it was painful and difficult. I knew prison was shitty, but I wasn't prepared for the mental attacks, the lack of any control. It was horrible. Support was super limited. At first, I wasn't a part of any mass movement and didn't have any relationships with big radical groups. The first letter was from Denver after about 3 days, and I ignored it because I thought surely it was a scheme. I called the number after a couple of weeks. Support grew slowly. I still have friendships with those first people. It was hard to adapt to prison culture. I was very snobby. I'm a revolutionary. I do what I want. This didn't last long, but at first it was a challenge because we reject racism, we reject these divisions the system uses to keep us powerless. But, if you live in a shark tank and act like a turtle, you'll have all sorts of issues. If I had to pick a best time, it would be the 20 months at Florence. This was the longest stretch out of the shoe in my entire bid. I got to spend every Saturday and Sunday with my wife and kiddos, which is so big. I had a great routine, made long-term friends, had phone and email access, read amazing books, and stayed out of the way. Until it ended, it was the best time I'd done. Family access makes time tolerable. My happiest moments are almost exclusively visits. Family days at Florence, where we could do activities and eat together. Playing card games with my wife. Shit-talking with the little ones. Seeing real friends get released were super good times. I got to listen to Kansas City's football team win at the Super Bowl back here in segregation. That was lovely. Being Cheli's with John for 5 really great days was amazing. G as well. I had done yoga moderately on the streets, but at Englewood I had an amazing teacher who I spent hours with every day. Dr. Joel was very patient and an enjoyable person. I was able to take that to Florence to actually teach it, and I have stuck with it since then through these years. At CCA I learned Scrabble, and I can't tell you how involved in this game I can get. I honed my skills there, went to Englewood, and got beat multiple times a day by my massive Hawaiian game partner, who taught me all the words. Then I became a monster at Florence. I won 3 institution holiday tournament titles and got to feel like I am better than those around me, which is a prize in itself. Daniel recently got me a Scrabble dictionary, WHI. CH I love. I've lost hope many times in prison, my first time in segregation, while in holdover at Leavenworth, the first year in the Englewood SHU while pre-trial. I'd like to say I just bit down and got through it, but that would be a lie. I cried. I got very violent. I got countless. Right UPS. Trying to cope. But over time, my wife helped guide me out of my wretched funks. Friends stuck it out and upped support. The hopeless times have been beaten by forcing myself to think of hopeful times. Sometimes you can do it on your own, channeling the strength of those before you. Other times, you need family and friends to hold you up, call it out, do whatever it takes to bring you back. Where there's love, there's hope. I have lost family while locked up, and it really sucked. The one which crushed me was my brother dying. He died in a house fire in December 2017, and I still don't feel I've dealt with it. We were locked down, and I just cried and cried. My poor Selly must have been so uncomfortable. But his stepbrother had died 2 days prior. Trying to talk about it and understand what are very complex feelings has helped, but there are tears left to shed. What's shocked me the most is the very casual attitude toward extreme violence. The beatification of those who have a body. It is expected that you will engage in violent acts, and if you aren't up for it, then violence will be brought to you. I've worked my way up in custody, so I've seen it at low, medium, and penitentiary level, and the pen level still shocks me. I'm up for whatever, but beating someone's head in because they didn't feel like beating someone else's head in? For changing the channel? For wearing shower shoes to the shower? Feels a bit over the top and under-discussed. It's stupid. D as hell. The number of convicts who support law and order politicians was also confounding. Along with the visceral hatred towards women, gays, and transgender people, you'd think there were droves of transgender wizards roaming the states cursing everyone, being the cause of every problem on earth. It still shocks and ickens me. My proudest achievements have been growing my relationship with my family through very hard times. Allowing myself to be open, vulnerable, honest, and to not close myself off to being sad or happy, or to criticism, loving call-outs. I feel I've strengthened my politics and intellect. I'm very proud that I've never watched someone be victimized for their sex or gender, no matter how risky or hairy the situation was. So, really I'm proud of growing as a person and being decent in a world that can punies. Decency. Politics and priso. And dynamics. I find myself in conflict with my ethics every day in prison. Sitting with a bunch of snaggletooth racists in the chow hall and the TV day room sucks, but you do it because to do otherwise would result in your head getting kicked off. And it wouldn't cure prison racism. Having to fight other prisoners makes me sick also. It's doing the state's job. But you do what you must to keep things smooth. You aren't going to change prison, but you can try and not let prison hang you. It seems I've had nothing but conflict this entire bid. As a left-wing radical, you can get it from all sides, white gangs/racists and the admin at the same time. It's always played out in violence. That's how everything in prison ends up. There's been times just being Antifa has resulted in fights with prisoners, sometimes orchestrated by cis. Sometimes being an outspoken anarcho-prison hater has resulted in getting attacked by staff. Being different in an environment that craves conformity leaves you open to many issues, and you either fall in line or you get dragged into the broom closet by a lieutenant or try to calm your breaths while being strangled during your inaugural 4-pointing. In recent times, the whole Antifa thing has caused countless confrontations with staff, resulting in outrageous mail, phone, visit, and email bans. I've navigated racism in prison very delicately. I've had friends and interactions with people of all races, but you live, eat, watch TV, and work out with your race, and it sucks. I've been able to teach and take classes with other races and gamble/play cards with everyone. I've had some issues for being an N lover, which has resulted in tension and violence. When you're known to be anti-racist, some watch and critique your every move. Some people have their whole lives built around politicking and hating. The big issue for whites is blacks. Having a walk and chat with indigenous people or Mexicans doesn't raise the same eyebrows. Once you're established as a solid white guy, the scrutiny lessens greatly. I don't think I ever established that. Some don't give a shit at all. A bro of mine would work out with the Crips and let people know, if you don't like it, come stop me. He was 6'3", 230 pounds. At a medium, folks weren't willing to push that line. At a USP, He may have been beaten off the yard, maybe. He stabbed. I've done time with more right-wing political prisoners than our mob. I've been celled up with 2 Bundy people. I've been friends with many Islamic fighters of various degrees. 1. Talib, I shared a good friendship and respect with. He's got 28 years for plotting a federal courthouse bombing. We're not so different, lol. At Florence, I was with a Reformed Army of God member, who suffered great guilt for his actions. Then at McCreary I got to be Chelly's, then friends, with long-term freedom fighter John Lawman. Wait until you see his list of who he's done time with. John really looked out for me right out of the gate, and it was an educational and inspiring 5 days that have had an impact on my life ever since. It inspired this entire project. Cleveland 4 Comrade Skelly was there also, but we didn't get a chance to meet. 105. But, by all accounts, he's a wild, great guy. When I first got locked up, I fell back badly, mostly out of being overwhelmed and fearful. Then, when you get your footing and start finding your voice, it changes. At Florence, I had a lovely project going of having amazing portraits done of long-timers. We only got 3 done before they got me out. In the last few years, I've done tons, and it's felt amazing. Organizing barricades, trashings, setting up many riots, and group hunger strikes for basic rights. When I had mail, I was signing folks up for IWOC like hotcakes. 106. I was not the founder, but I was at ground level for Fire Ant, which is an anarchist collective between anarchist prisoners and comrades and friends in the free world. This is a really amazing project that I'm blessed to be a part of. Maine and Bloomington coordinated together with Jennifer Rose and others to bring it to life, and I'm so impressed with its creation and continuation. 107. Organizing and resistance comes at a cost. I've gotten an absurd amount of disciplinary right UPS. Losing months and months of good time. Even perfectly legal things can lead to increased monitoring and harassment. I've been given right UPS for writing to IWOC and leading group-led demonstrations, for writing poems that NECAP put in their newsletter. 108. There is always a great deal of risk/threat by pushing the line forward inside. I've really focused on sharing what happens behind bars, putting out writings that call out the violence, racism, hypocrisy, and shoddiness of the prison and its administrators. Right now, I'm organizing with a long-term friend and supporter to put together a book honoring the lives of political prisoners while they are inside. It's always risky business, though. I've been given shots, put in the shoe, physically attacked, had my phone and mail taken for years, all for calling out their naughty behavior. I've been inspired by things like Victory Gardens and Certain Days and Fire Ant, which join up outside comrades with folks inside, with creative, tangible results. 109. It's empowering and everything the prison system despises. Honestly, I really wish there were more link UPS between us inside and those outside. It's a very difficult thing to pull off, which makes those who do pull it off that much more impressive and admirable. Something like Certain Days links free world, state, and federal prisoners and has been going on for years. It's a huge project that I admire greatly. Prison is another front to the same struggles, and the more we can build together, he better. I think a few may agree with me, but minus the lack of visits and daily showers, long lockdowns start feeling like little vacations from the nonsense of prison life. You can catch up on books, magazines, and letters. You get to finally sleep in, slack off on your fitness. I've been blessed to either have a good cellie or to be single-celled during lockdowns. With a bad cellie, it could be very bad. The violence inside that causes the lockdowns is really gross to me. I cope with it by not engaging except when absolutely necessary. I don't spend all day reminiscing about this guy getting booked or that guy having such and such done to him. And I don't politic. It's not my business what a man in another case is doing. By having a small ego, not needing to impress or prove myself to anyone, I can avoid having to partake more often and having to constantly hear about it. There is some trauma and PTSD which will need to be worked out in the future. If I could change anything about my prison time, I would have been smarter sooner. I showed my hand way too early, so staff and prisoner enemies knew what buttons to push. I also foolishly waged my battle against prison in a way that left me open to being destroyed. These small, unwinnable battles are something I still make the wrong choice about sometimes, but I'm learning and feel much smarter and more prepared every day. I'm proud of the stances I've taken, the ground I've stood on, but my tactics weren't always bright. Lukey. NG forward. I realize how important outside support is more and more every day. With every new restriction, I see why the Bureau is so terrified of seeing people backed by real support. I don't think I've ever been more supported than right now. Even though I haven't had mail in over a year, some folks have really turned up for me. Some people have really stood up for me, refusing to let me be buried and forgotten. I get all the books, mags, and articles anyone could want. I know that my name is being kept alive and my writings and updates are being shared with the world. My support team are some of my closest friends. They work with my wife and fight like hell to represent me and keep my mind and spirit alive and thriving. It's a wild sensation to feel as if your support is growing even though you are sidelined. It says a lot. But more needs to be done. I feel the Fed/police have the force to nullify any extreme actions. I have these unrealistic hopes. Sectarianism, fear, and all-talkery will ensure there is never a unified front. There are some unrelenting people and groups who do everything possible to stand by and lift folks up inside. But I'm not sure we know how to tear down the system right now or have the structures in place to support 2 million ed people. I've seen a lot of this recently, and I feel it's the most important thing that outside support should do as much as possible, outside advocacy. Spreading the word, getting unfamiliar folks interested, mobilizing people to participate in support-oriented activities. Ask prisoners what they need or want. I was 4 years into my bid before Daniel and Josh told me I could ask for things that I could be demanding. We see pics of the protest in the north of Ireland in support of the prisoners, because their support built a connection to the populace in those areas. This is hard in the US because of how spread out we are. But we see it with running down the walls. So, why can't we have days of protest, marching, etc.? Make us visible, make my mom know who OSO is and who Sundiata is. 110. The drug situation is ugly and sad. I don't give a fuck about drug use, but people base their entire existence around it, and it makes them compliant tools. You can't resist or care if you are demobilized on your bed drooling after smoking some K2. They allow it in because it creates a gang power structure, where the prison's alleged warriors are just state operators, keeping order and smashing anyone who makes the admins uncomfortable. The Bureau very cleverly keeps making BOP life more and more shitty, ensuring escapism in zombie making. Drugs is more likely, thus ensuring further control. A prison full of Johns would terrify them, so they fill the cells with drooling, easy to handle clowns, which isn't terrifying. NG at all. It really depends on the custody level, but prison will test your character. It will reveal where you stand and what you are capable of enduring. I'd say you don't have to jeopardize who you are and to also be aware of consequences. I'd say, this situation is going to really suck, but you can and will make it beneficial to your life. Don't let them control you. Fi. T to win. Prison really sucks, and there are a lot of trauma-inducing events we can't talk about. We absorb this brutality and cruelty, and, even if it's normalized, it still takes its toll. We are living inside a Proud Boys rally every day of our lives. 111. We need real outside connections. Friendship is a desperately needed commodity. We need to be kept alive outside while having our lives inside recognized for what they are, a daily resistance against a system built to crush us. Please hear our stories, feel our victories and losses. If we have families, please give them love also. They are suffering every day. Why as well? 104. Michael Brown Jr. was an 18-year-old black man murdered by Ferguson, Missouri, police officer Darren Wilson on August 9, 2014, leading to increased protests against police violence. 105. Joshua Skelly Stafford was one of the Cleveland four Occupy Cleveland activists who were arrested in 2012 and accused of plotting to blow up a bridge after being coerced by an FBI informant. 106. The Incarcerated Workers Organizing Committee is a prison-led section of the industrial workers of the world that works to abolish prison slavery and fights to end the exploitation of incarcerated workers. 107. Jennifer Rose is a trans-anarchist prisoner, jailhouse lawyer, organizer, and fire ant collective member who has been in prison since 1990. Her story is included here. 108. The New York City Anarchist Black Cross is the New York chapter of the ABC, an anarchist political prisoner support organization. 109. The Victory Gardens Project was formed between political prisoner Herman Bell and outside supporters in rural Maine as a mutual aid project of growing and distributing organically grown produce in oppressed communities and providing political prisoner education. The Certain Days, Freedom for Political Prisoners Collective was formed in 2001 and creates an annual calendar to raise awareness and funds for North American political prisoners. Certain Days was originally co-founded by New York State political prisoners Herman Bell, David Gilbert, and Robert Seth Hayes, and their outside supporters. 110. Sundiata Acoli is a former member of the BPP and the BLA, and a former New York Panther 21 defendant, who was a political prisoner from 1973 until he was paroled in 2022 after 49 years at the age of 85. 111. The Proud Boys are an exclusively male organization founded in 2016 whose members include white nationalists and neo-Nazis. They participate in violent, racist, and anti-LGBTQ+ actions. Several Proud Boys members are facing sedition charges in relation to the January 6, 2021, attempted coup at the U.S. Capitol. Rattler was arrested on October 27, 2016, at the ceremonial resistance camps at Standing Rock. These camps were convened in North Dakota by Native peoples and their allies who gathered there to stop the Dakota Access Pipeline. Collectively, these indigenous resistors are referred to as water protectors. Over 800 water protectors were arrested defending this sacred land, many the result of widespread police sweeps at demonstrations with scant or no evidence to link most individuals to any crime. Rattler was charged with civil disorder and using a fire to commit a felony, and he spent 20 months on house arrest before serving over 2 years imprisoned at FCI Sandstone for his resistance at Standing Rock. Prison life. I was prepared mentally. The way I looked at it was, they're locking me up because they're scared of what we're doing. And I was told they were actually just afraid of me in general. But I was mentally prepared, and I felt that at least I was going to prison for something that's worthwhile. If this is something that has to be done, then I'm ready to do it. And when I got out, I was ready to do it all again. I went in there cheerful. I went in there with my head high and my fist in the air. I walked through with that attitude, and I walked back out the same way, head high and fist in the air. Carrying that attitude in there, it tended to lighten the mood for a few of the guys, so it was helpful to them. You're supposed to be learning something while you're in there, but the only thing it's teaching me is that when you get people to follow you and stand beside you and behind you, that scares them. So, we're doing something right for the people and not for the corporations. This is what we were doing, fighting for the people. I stuck out like a sore thumb because I refused to adapt. It's easier in a minimum security place because there's a lot more people and it's not so racially divided. Not as bad as it is at higher level security places. But generally, I would sit with the natives. But I had bunkies who were black, Mexican, white, and I would go sit with them too. Sometimes I'd go in and instead of standing there waiting for a place to sit, I just looked for the first open place to sit and sat down. I didn't care where it was. I never lost hope. There were times I wished I could do more. Being inside, I couldn't do anything for the people, so what I did to continue what I was doing was talk to the guys inside. Before we got locked down because of COVID, I would be walking out in the yard and, during the whole week, I probably talked to between 20 and 30 guys. They would come to me and start talking to me about their problems. So, I would sit there or I'd be walking around, and, next thing you know, guys would come up to me and start talking about their dreams, their kids, stuff going on within their lives. And I'd sit there and talk with them. That was me basically just doing what I could to help everybody out. In one way or another, it was the same thing we were doing at camp. We're just trying to help people heal. So, when I was inside, I decided that one thing I could do to help the people is talk to them and listen to them. Some of the guys I talked to said they were going to look for a place to help out like that. I guess you could say I turned them into protesters. They said they wanted to get involved in protests against the KXLN Line 3.112. I taught a few of them that we've got to quit looking at them as their crimes. This is the time to wipe the slate clean and start all over and become a better person, no matter what they did. Just look at them as a human being and try to help them. I don't know if it held or not, but I tried to instill less prejudice in there, just by talking to other people and not discriminating based on what charges they had. I think that having them hopefully carry that on, to look at everybody as a human being, is something that kept going. One of the things that shocked me is that I had at least 4 guards tell me that I should not have been in there. They looked at my charges and what I was in there for, and they told me I shouldn't be in jail or in prison. I got 2 different letters, one from North Carolina and one from Berkeley, California. Both were from 2nd graders, and the kids all drew me pictures and told me thank you for fighting for the water for us. And that right there is what made it all worthwhile for me. That's the most inspiring part about doing all this. Politics and prison dynamics. I did have one situation that got me thrown in the hole for the weekend. I left my unit without my ID card once, and I was asked to show it at the chow hall. So, I ran back to my cell and got my ID. It was during my sun dance, so I was fasting along with everybody that was dancing. 113 It was my 3rd day of fasting, but I would get in line at chow and then give my tray away to other prisoners. I think it was a lieutenant that stopped me and asked to see my ID, and I said, it's a good thing I went back and got it, because I know how the Gestapo likes their paperwork. Well, he tells me to repeat what I had just said, and since I was joking when I said it again. He kind of flipped out at that and demanded my ID and told me to button up my shirt. Then he told me to go into the lieutenant's office. So, I go in there, and I wait for him, and then he tells me to go into the next room. A little closet. There are no cameras in there. Then he gets in my face. He starts yelling, I start laughing. He kept getting in my face, yelling. I told him, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to get me mad, and it's not going to work. So he yelled some more and then told me to leave. I went to the gym for a while and then got called back to the lieutenant to sign some paperwork. The captain was there and started yelling at me. Then the lieutenant arrived and joined in. I said, that's a bunch of bullshit. Then they told me they were putting me in the hole, and they cuffed me and brought me to the hole. I was there for 3 days, for the weekend. They threatened to force-feed me because I wasn't eating, I was on a fast. Then they made the chaplain come in to verify that I was following native practices. And then Monday they let me out of the hole. I didn't even get a write-up for it. I wasn't really able to be politically active while locked up. Everything was censored coming in, but I could mail anything going out. I did send letters to people and shared things over the phone. But being monitored on the phones and being recorded, it's kind of hard to actually be actively doing anything. I wouldn't say I was able to stay politically active. I'm a person of action, so I like to be there physically. I'm not really good at technology, being a keyboard warrior was never really my thing. I saved every letter I got. During the first year I was there, I averaged 3 letters a day that I was receiving and responding to. When I started on the second year, it kind of slowed down, where I was only getting maybe 4 or 5 a week. But when I first got there, I was getting 3 or 4 letters a day, and I wrote everybody back. I was going through books of stamps. Looking forward. If you're going to be doing this stuff, with what the government is doing, everybody has to be prepared to go to prison for what they believe in. It's good to know that there are people out there who are willing to sacrifice themselves to do the same thing. If you feel that you're going in for the right reason, then be proud of what you did. If you're going in there for standing up for your rights as a human being, standing up for the earth, even protecting your family, then be proud of what you did. Now, if you're going in there for selling drugs and you need to get yourself straight in your mind, I know you're probably doing it to support your family, but you're tearing other families apart at the same time. Don't look at people as the color of their skin, or even the colors they wear. Look at them as human beings. You don't need to approach them, but at least be cordial, be nice about everything. Just treat everybody well. Be courteous to people, and generally you'll get along well that way, at least at a minimum security. 112 The Keystone XL pipeline extension was initially planned in 2008, but, after growing legal challenges and protests by climate justice advocates, Keystone XL construction was cancelled in 2021. Line 3 is a pipeline extension first proposed in 2014 and completed in 2021. Legal and grassroots efforts to thwart the Line 3 pipeline continue as of 2023. 113 A sun dance is a native ceremony, originally prohibited by colonialists, in which the community gathers for prayer, healing, and personal sacrifice. Ray Luke Levasseur. Ray Luke Levasseur was a member of the United Freedom Front and the Sam Melville, Jonathan Jackson unit who spent over 20 years in prison. 114. The group known as the Ohio Seven Ray, Patricia Grow Levasseur, Barbara Kurtzy Lahman, Carol Saucier Manning, Tom Manning, John Lahman and Richard Williams were working class revolutionaries charged with actions against U.S. military facilities, recruitment centers, and corporate headquarters. These actions were done in solidarity with the people of South Africa and Central America, who were bearing the brunt of U.S. imperialism. Ray spent 21 months imprisoned in Tennessee State Penitentiary in Nashville and at Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary in Petros, Tennessee, between 1969 and 1971, before spending 20 years imprisoned from 1984 to 2004 for his actions with the UF. Ray has published 3 zines: Family Values, Letters from Exile, and The Trial Statements of Ray Luke Levasseur, all of which are to be republished by Kersplee Bedeb and Burning Book S in 2024. P. Risson Life. When I was in the first time in 1969 to 1971, I was not in the least prepared for the ordeal, partly because while on bail I remained in a fog of denial about getting carted off to prison. I did have some support from friends, but I was largely on my own. But I was a street fighter, Vietnam vet, and had had my first taste of political activism in the South, so I quickly got into survival mode. When in survival mode you fight the system, anyone that comes at you while you're trying to live a principled life. Being shell-shocked wasn't on my agenda, but the cumulative effect of 1969 to 1971 stays with me to this day. During that first bid, I never did adapt to prison steeped in white supremacy and Jim Crow segregation. I crossed the color line and did most of my time in the hole, supermax, and death row. When I went to prison again from 1984 to 2004, I was very mentally and physically prepared. I considered myself a captured combatant. I considered death and prison occupational hazards of a revolutionary. We had some measure of support as soon as we were captured. The level of support gradually increased through several high-profile trials and the formation of small defense committees. Once we received long sentences and were carted off to various prisons, the defense committees ceased to exist, replaced by an informal network of supporters. While the level of support we received was substantial, it never reached the level it could or should have been. During my second bid, I was held in Maine State Prison, Metropolitan Correctional Center, Walpole State Prison, USP Marion, ADX Florence, and USP Atlanta. The majority of my time was in solitary, segregation, and small group isolation. The first 5 years, our trials displaced much of the regular prison routine. The next 10 years were mostly solitary, where the routine/structure is more simplified than in general population. For example, you eat in your cell, leave your cell in restraints, don't work a job, and so on. During my second bid, I was older, wiser, hardened. I was not so easy to shock. I was prepared for battle and survival. That said, there was plenty to be disturbed and troubled about. At some point, I was disturbed that I wasn't more shocked about blood and guts. When it comes to my survival, I do whatever it takes for as long as it takes, as long as it doesn't violate my basic values and principles. I can adapt to a lot of routine/structure while hating and undermining it. Prison is an intense microcosm of larger society. Any part of prison culture I found, I either ignored or opposed it. A typical routine is based on time, place, and conditions, and routines can be disrupted or altered by factors beyond one's control. The connecting threads in my routines: maintain physical strength and conditioning, nurture physical and spiritual health. If it moves you, embrace your spiritual connections, read, write, and study, network with the outside world. I never lost hope while I was in prison. Hope springs eternal. Definite low points, but I never hit bottom. The struggle for me was to avoid succumbing to the acute cynicism that breeds. Yes, I lost people while I was locked up. I internalized it, like I do with most hurt and stress. I began losing friends and family from the earliest days of my imprisonment, and it's continued since my release with the passing of Richard Williams, Tom Manning, and others. 115. That Tom and Richard died in prison left me with an emotional wound that will never heal. It also left me with a sense of failure in not being able to get them out. In max security, you're not going to any funerals, memorials, or celebrations of life. In prison, I paid my respects through the written word letters and tributes. After my release, the letters and tributes expanded to attending memorials, funerals, sharing that life and death with sons and daughters, friends, family, and comrades, planting trees of life, scattering ashes facing the dawn, prayers at sweat lodges, and so on. Back in the world and being able to closely share life lived in struggle has provided some degree of restorative balm. The quality of life in prison has gotten worse in quality and quantity. More shit on a much larger scale and, until more recent years, less conscious prisoners to continue the struggle. Prison is a microcosm of the larger society. The negatives of the larger society are intensified inside. In my time, I saw the pinnacle of mass incarceration by design, supermax prison expansion, and expanded use and abuse of solitary confinement. During this same period, there appeared to me a decline in conscious prisoners and organized resistance. In the past 15 years, there's been a small rollback in numbers of incarcerated people, more signs of organized resistance inside, and more former prisoners involved in anti-mass incarceration work. That's all to the good, but the actual conditions of life inside remain horrendous. For the uninitiated, it's worth looking at the monthly Prison Legal News for a sense of just how degrading, dehumanizing, violent, and corrupt the American Gulag has become on a mass scale. The system is designed this way, and it's gotten worse because of its sheer size, entrenchment, lack of accountability, longer sentences, and damaging effects felt far beyond steel cages used for social control. My proudest achievements inside were my political advocacy through my writing and pro-se representation at trials and the positive impact I've had on other prisoners I did time with. 116. It starts by setting an example, how you carry yourself, what you say and how you say it, mental and physical discipline, avoiding the traps, demonstrating kindness without weakness, utilizing political education and consciousness raising. My political writing circulated widely among prisoners, so I was well known as someone who resisted the system with whatever weapons could be had, be guns or pencils. By positive impact, I mean having some part, however small, in seeing the mindset of some prisoners evolve from clueless and or reactionary to conscious, with a new political perspective on their situation vis-a-vis the prison industrial complex and its role as an enforcer of class and white supremacy. That kind of change in a person is a beautiful thing to see. Politics and Priso. And dynamics. When I arrived at USP Atlanta, they dragged me out in SEG for months, where horrible civil rights violations prevailed. I began documenting these violations and a cover-up in GP that involved an asbestos-contaminated section of the prison. All this was happening when the prison was scheduled for an ACA accreditation inspection. The administration became aware that related information I was sending out about the situation was being published. I was walking a tightrope because any confrontation with the administration over conditions, or any confrontations with reactionary prisoners or guards I encountered in SEG, risked having me return to ADX. A movement lawyer friend offered to negotiate with the administration. That negotiation resulted in an offer, drop the SEG and asbestos issues, and they'd release me into GP. So, I dropped he issues. That's always troubled me. I rationalized it by avoiding a return to ADX and setting the stage for my release 4 years later. You can't win every battle, so you have to be strategic about which battles you pick. Underlying your decision is your prison sentence. Someone doing 1 to 5 might decide differently than someone doing 10 to 15, who may decide differently than someone doing 20, THIRD-40. The best defense for a political prisoner against potentially hostile individuals and groups is to gain their respect. I did that with groups, and mostly so with individuals. A lot has to do with how you carry yourself inside. I had no serious problems with groups or gangs, and I was around the heaviest gangbangers in the federal system. They have a sort of begrudging respect for those who challenge the prison, are fit to defend themselves, and who are not profit motivated. I was in conflict with guards and administration from 1969 to near the last couple years of my 1984 to 2004 bid. Physical assaults, suits, disciplinary charges, and so on. I have zero empathy for anyone making $1 off the American Gulag. In 1969 to 1971, the racial tension at TSP and Brushy infected all aspects of life there. Ubiquitous and pernicious. Lots of KKK mentality. Racial barriers were real. There were problems as soon as I crossed the color line in the segregated mess hall and hung out with black prisoners. I was threatened by guards and the administration for not staying with my own kind. After stints in solitary, they transferred me to Brushy Mountain, where James Earl Ray and his admirers were. 117. Brushy was an early Supermax and spin-off of the convict leasing NG system. Once a week, we boxed in a makeshift ring. My choice was to fight the baddest racist white boys in the ring or take my chances sans gloves whenever someone wanted to go at me. I opted for the ring, which earned me a measure of respect. The place was so racist, I was the only white to box with black prisoners. I was in a fight with a white dude who came at me within a week of my release. If I'd been there any longer, I don't know if I'd ever have been able to walk out in one piece. When I was in from 1984 to 2004, I wrote and spoke against racism wherever I was, emphasizing solidarity as the prisoner's greatest weapon and racial conflict as prisoner's greatest weakness. I tried to carry myself accordingly. Interracial relationships. Political prisoners are an interracial group and always gravitate to each other wherever they are, associating with conscious brothers. The worst racial violence was gang-related, which I managed to avoid. Prison being prison, racism is always present, either overt or covered. One has to be ready for the worst to manifest itself without warning. Circumstances allowed me to spend various amounts of time with Tom and all my co-defendants. Also with Oscar Lopez Rivera, Filiberto Ojeda Rios, Muchalo Shakur, Sundiata Akalai, Alan Berkman, Ed Mead, Kojo Bomani, Bill Dunn. These were opportunities to share ideas, provide mutual support, share resources, develop trial strategies, develop political prisoner support, and to various degrees foster closer personal relationships. After the trials were concluded, I was always separated from co-defendants. To be around other political prisoners inside was a source of strength and well-being for me. When I wasn't around another political prisoner, I more acutely felt the loneliness of the long-distance CE runner. I was able to do some political work while imprisoned. Pertaining to 1984 to 2004, it began with representing myself pro se. In court proceedings/trials, the defense/support committees that were formed, published political writings, media interviews, and the never-ending politicizing among prisoners. Violence in prison is inevitable. It's a fact of life and death in cages. Political consciousness raising means discouraging needless violence between prisoners and encouraging a view that identifies the real enemy. I don't really know how best to cope with casual violence. What I did do was try to keep from being one of its victims. One thing I did was to always be armed. Since the one weapon you have with you 24/7 is your body, I kept my martial arts skills honed and kept my strength and conditioning at AHI level. I've been in SMU, MCC, Harvard FDC, Marion, and ADX. I was sent to Marion and ADX as an administrative transfer because of my political beliefs/associations. I've done disciplinary time in SEG, but mostly I was kept in SEG or administrative hold, not disciplinary. MCC and Hartford FDC were small group isolation units. My placement in these units was administrative, not disciplinary. Comparing these units/prisons to general populations is like comparing apples and oranges. There are common threads but substantive differences. Lukey. NG forward. Outside support is essential. Without it, already isolated and vulnerable prisoners become increasingly isolated and vulnerable. To a lesser or greater degree, I always felt supported, though the level of support for our group never reached the level it should have. Supporters need to embrace PPS as our political prisoners. This personal/political connection with the imprisoned is a powerful motivator. There's always more to be done as long as there are political prisoners, and as long as cages are used as a method of social control. There's a sort of pecking order that's existed for a long time, whereby some PPS receive extensive support while others receive little. Attempts to address this issue by uniting various support groups under one banner have failed or had limited success. Somewhere in the future, there needs to be greater unity in effort. There's an old guerrilla adage, recruit or die. Outside support groups need to expand their numbers with an eye toward improving the quality and increasing the quantity of THIRD work. I think there is, generally speaking, more unity among prisoners now than in 2004 when I was released, albeit still far short of what it needs to be to mount more serious challenges. It's encouraging to see so many former prisoners involved in political activism, more than I've seen since the height of the prisoner rights movement in the 1970s. More former political prisoners have been politically active these past 25 years because a relatively large number were released during this period, and they retained their core values, did not forget those left behind, and organizing/advocacy is in their DNA. Read Soledad Brother, The Prison Letters of George Jackson, and other books by activist prisoners. Realize that you're entering a danger zone and the best body armor you can have is the respect and support of others. Remember that life in the Gulag is still life. Affirm life, defend life. Reject the worst that imprisonment brings to bear. 114 The United Freedom Front was a group of working-class revolutionaries who engaged in armed struggle against U.S. imperialism in solidarity with freedom struggles in South Africa, Palestine, and throughout Central America in the 1980s. Actions done by some of these same people during the 1970s were done in the name of the Sam Melville, Jonathan Jackson Unit. Sam Melville was a political prisoner who was murdered in the aftermath of the September 1971 Attica uprising. Jonathan Jackson was murdered in an attempted kidnapping at the Marin County Courthouse in August 1970 in an attempt to free his brother, politicized prisoner George Jackson. 115 Richard Williams and Tom Manning were members of the UF who were captured in 1984 and subsequently died while still incarcerated, Williams in 2005 and Manning in 2019. 116 The legal term pro se refers to self-representation in a court of law, directly translated from Latin as for oneself or on one's own behalf. 117 James Earl Ray was convicted of the 1968 assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. He escaped Brushy Mountain State Prison briefly in 1977 and died behind bars in 1998. Elizabeth McAllister. Elizabeth McAllister is a founder of the Jonah House in Baltimore and has been involved in anti-nuclear plowshares actions and other acts of resistance for over 50 years. 118. She is the widow of Philip Berrigan. In order to raise their children and maintain the Jonah House, the two often took turns serving prison terms for their acts of nonviolent civil disobedience. Liz McAllister was involved in the Harrisburg 7 case, where she, Philip, and 5 others were charged with planning to kidnap Henry Kissinger. Most recently, Liz was one of the Kings Bay Plowshares 7 Plowshares activists who entered Naval Submarine Base Kings Bay in Georgia on April 4, 2018 and performed symbolic acts of disarmament. Liz served 28 months at the Alderson Federal Detention Center for Women in the 1980s, and she spent 17 months imprisoned in Georgia for her actions with the Kings Bay Plowshares 7. She also served numerous other sentences for her activism, usually for 6 months at a time or less. According to Liz, she served a total of maybe 5.5 years in prison for her direct actions. Because of Liz's late-stage dementia, she was joined by her daughter, Frida Berrigan, who graciously helped to clarify certain dates and locations. Frida published It Runs in the Family, on being raised by radicals and growing into rebellious motherhood, in which she talks about growing up with her parents in and out of prison. Prison life. One of the things that I found absolutely essential for survival in prison is to take the time to be alone and to pray. So, I would make that an absolute priority. I knew that without that I wasn't going to be able to walk that walk. It was needed as much as breathing, practically. That was the beginning of every day and the end of the day and at periods throughout the day. Do you adapt to it, or do you just try to walk your own walk, around or in the midst of it? There isn't any kind of culture that is attractive. You have to create whatever you want to have supporting you. You have to do your daily praying and your daily interacting with different people and keep the head and the heart as alive as possible. Not to do that is to just allow yourself to go to pieces. You need to work at it every single day. You need to develop the kind of friendships where you can have a serious conversation with somebody. Once you start something like that, it just becomes so clear how important it is to other people as well as oneself. You have to work at it, and you can do that all the better with others. You're trying to find people who will take a walk with you on a daily basis and do more reflecting together, do some praying together, do some reading together, share things that we've come across that have meaning and that lift us up and make us think beyond ourselves into the world we're living in and how we can make a difference. As far as jails themselves, I don't think one is more colorful than another. What do you do with it, and how do you spend your day? That's what makes a big difference. You spend your day doing some good reading, doing some good interacting with people who are willing to interact on some kind of serious level. Talking with them, reading, and things of that sort are super important to keep in your head. Frida. In Alderson in 1984, 1985, and 1986, Mom was there with a number of her co-defendants, Claire Grady, Jackie Allen, Sister Ann Montgomery, Suzanne Schmidt, and Kathleen Rumpf. 119. And then other Plowshares people came in and out. Mom worked on the grounds crew, so she was outside every day. There was a camp aspect to Alderson, at the time anyway, that seemed very attractive. They could do knitting and art projects and work in the greenhouse and all of that, and so that may have made it better. But there was a little bit of looseness around the edges of the institution that allowed for that. When Mom was sentenced for the Kings Bay Plowshares action and her co-defendants started going off to jail, many had bonded out before trial, and Mom didn't. When they started getting sentenced, the judge was very clear that they weren't going to the same institutions. So, everybody's serving their sentences very much alone. They're very far away from one another. I think that would stand out for a number of reasons as a somewhat positive prison experience. There were contact visits and that sort of thing. Liz. I don't think I ever lost hope inside. What was important for me, and I think is important for anybody doing time, is to have one's own schedule for the day. And prayer is essential for survival. I knew that, and I took that very, very seriously. It's what gets you through. You begin the day with prayer, and you intersperse prayer throughout the day in order to just keep on keeping on. There are no solutions that we can do that are on our own. We need that spirit, we need that inspiration, we need that prayer. We need the prayer of others, and we need to pray ourselves. You are walking into something that could be very, very destructive without that. I have lived long enough with people who've been in and out of jails and prisons, and I have been able to do some sharing on what one needs to make it, and to not just make it but to grow with it, to grow from it. Maybe even help to make a difference in the time that others are doing. Because you get together, and you talk about things that are important to talk about, and you boost one another up, you keep the conversation alive, you keep it going, you keep it about things that are important, things we should be thinking about and talking and praying about. There was a lot that went on that was very life-giving. For me, and I'm sure it was for other people as well. I think good interactions with other people are always a source of joy. To see people who have been down in the dumps, who are able to talk and interact and smile, and even to get a good laugh, that's a joy. It's rich. It says that our interaction with one another as inmates makes a radical difference, or can make a radical difference. So keep it up, keep it going. Because if people can keep that alive, then we can make a difference. My mom, Elizabeth, died while I was at Alderson. I was able to get a furlough to attend the funeral. I think that was in 1985. Frida. She was quite elderly, and perhaps mom went into prison having said goodbye, and sort of made her peace with that, with her mom. But it was still a loss and a hard way to experience a funeral. For a big Irish family, everybody's gathered, and mom came in with 2 marshals. I was little at the time, so I don't have very strong impressions of them personally, but they were present throughout the funeral, the burial, and the ceremony. I don't think she was handcuffed, but they were keeping a close eye on her the whole time. I think it affected the whole family. It certainly affected my aunts and uncles too. See that? Liz. I think prisons have definitely gotten worse. Some of the things that are somewhat humane get cut short, and then in the next year they get cut shorter. They keep doing this. It comes down after a while to it being on your own shoulders to come up with things that you can do with the other inmates that can make a difference to our lives there together. There are other inmates who respond to those opportunities with energy and enthusiasm. It makes a difference, and it's a good thing to be doing. The time when one's head is active and also interactive with other people, well, you need that so much in those settings, because they are radically impoverished. Anything like that you have going is really going to come from the inmates, it's not going to come from any other source. Walking into a jail cell and being surrounded by people that you don't know, trying to develop relationships, it's rich and rare. What becomes clear is that these are other human beings, and they are not home, and they are in some strange place, and they're trying to make it. What can we do, what can I do, what can I say to this person, that's going to be a source of life and joy rather than a put down? How can I develop that? And when you can begin developing that, it can get very, very rich, and very, very good. It's clear that's something the others want as well. They really, really respond to one another, respond to anybody who is going to initiate a conversation that has some life and wholesome loving spirit to it, rather than bitching and complaining. When you can share something and people get a laugh out of it, it's so great. It creates an atmosphere where others will do some reading that they'll want to share too. To keep it alive as much as you possibly can, that's what you're trying to do. But also to be willing to just sit down and listen to what another is walking with, and, if you have some insights, to share them. But mostly it's a matter of listening and being empathetic and sympathetic. Maybe empathetic more than empathetic. Politics and priso. And dynamics. You live out your principles in prison the same way that you try to live them at home. It's a different geography, but you can still greet people. You can still ask them questions that can bring out either something they're wrestling with or something they're joyful about. If you can do that for people, that's a gift, T's a joy. People need to be listened to. You need to take time to hear what they're struggling with. I mean, everybody's struggling with being where they are, but it has different dimensions to it depending on what family they've left behind, what situation their family is living in, who's taking care of children if there are children. Are the children keeping in touch? Are the people who are caring for the children